The story begins with a woman's screams being heard from the old house. She screamed that if Zhou Wufeng was a man, he should beat her to death. At the same time, the man was sleeping peacefully on the bed. A disgusting liquid was pouring out of his mouth. The place where he lived was far from the nicest. There were only cans and bottles of alcohol, used cigarettes, and a lot of garbage around. At the same time, the woman was kneeling and telling him to go to her and beat her until she died. Suddenly, the man's hand began to tremble. The man's face tensed up. He was clearly not feeling his best. And suddenly, he woke up and immediately threw up on the bed. The man started shaking his head in surprise, as if he didn't know where he was. At the same time, another city, full of many skyscrapers, was glowing with the outgoing light. Two men began to congratulate the main character and offered to drink a toast in his honor. However, Zhou Wufeng, having barely taken a sip, let go of the glass, and it broke with a crash. Zhou Wufeng clutched his throat. The man looked like he was in incredible pain. Suddenly, the man fell unconscious. People started to gather around him and ask if he was okay. In a panic, they talked about calling an ambulance. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. He began to scream frantically, instantly getting out of bed. After the man shouted, she tried to catch her breath. In contrast to the mood of the protagonist, the room looked completely normal. Only the curtains swayed from the outgoing wind. Zhou Wufeng looked out of the window and was very surprised at what he saw. Putting on slippers, the man tried to get out of bed. Having buttoned his shirt, the man left the room and tried to figure out where he was. And then it seemed to dawn on him. Memories began to surface in his eyes. However, along with the memories came incredible pain. He remembered that he had been married to Jiang Xiaoduo for 2 years. Both his parents died as a result of improper use of equipment. The man tried to come out of the state of shock, but he could not calm down so easily. His hands were still shaking. Suddenly, the man realized that those memories did not belong to him, and it was as if he had been reborn. Zhou Wufeng remained in a state of shock for some time. He was unable to utter a word. A woman's cry brought him out of this state. Zhou Wufeng clearly did not expect this and turned to the source of the sound. There he saw a woman sitting on the floor next to many broken bottles and a pile of alcohol. She was crying either from misfortune or despair and calling the main character a bastard. When Zhou Wufeng saw her, he greeted her as if nothing had happened. The woman did not expect this. Jiang Xiaoduo couldn't say a word and just looked at the protagonist continuing to cry. Zhou Wufeng tried to turn around because he was extremely embarrassed by the woman's revealing dress. Zhou Wufeng looked away and tried to apologize. Jiang Xiaoduo clearly didn't expect this outcome and looked at the protagonist in surprise. Then someone knocked on the door. Zhou Wufeng turned to look at the source of the sound. Approaching her, he took hold of the door handle and opened it. Yuna and little Zheng appeared at the door. Zhou Wufeng greeted them politely. Chu Wufeng noticed the bruise on her face and angrily asked who hit her. He also suggested that it was someone named Hu Han who hit her. Then he had a scene in his memory where a man hit Yuna in the face and screamed that it was because of her that his parents died. The same man told her to get out and stop talking nonsense. The high school girl with a sullen face asked why he was asking if he already knew the answer. She continued that they had run out of food. She said that little Zheng had not eaten for several days, and she came to ask for some money. Zhou Wufeng said to go in first. He asked Jiang Xiaoduo how much money and food they had left. She said they only had 5 yuan left, but they had 10 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of flour. Zhou Wufeng asked Jiang Xiaoduo to do him a favor. He approached her and asked her to give 5 yuan and 10 kilograms of rice to Yuna. He said that they had enough flour for a couple of meals and that he would think of a way to solve this problem. Jiang Xiaoduo handed the bill to the protagonist. Zhou Wufeng approached Yuna and handed her a bill and told her to take it. The girl was surprised by this outcome. Immediately after the girl took the bill, Zhou Wufeng turned to leave. Everyone was surprised by this decision. Nervously, Jiang Xiaoduo asked where he was going. Opening the door, Zhou Wufeng said that he was going to deal with Hu Han. As soon as Zhou Wufeng left the house, he heard joyful shouts on the street. Someone was trying to sell metal products, scissors and knives. Although the house where Zhou Wufeng lived was far from the tidiest, the street was quite ordinary. The noise and hubbub were typical for this kind of place. After walking a little further, Zhou Wufeng stopped in front of an unfamiliar house. He looked up and thought, as Zhou Wufeng walked up the stairs, he thought that this was really strange. The protagonist's parents had worked in the steel factory for nearly 20 years. So how could they have died from a machine malfunction? Leaning against the wall, Zhou Wufeng thought that, as the director of the workshop, Hu Han could achieve fame and a good name if he gave consolation. The money would be paid by the factory anyway, and the man had no reason to reject this offer. Meanwhile, night had fallen. The moon was in the form of an arc and shone high in the sky. Two men approached the door. One of them bit his fist while the other took out the keys. Having put the keys in the keyhole, the man tried to open the door. However, suddenly both were frightened by an unexpected sound. They turned sharply at the sound from behind them and furiously asked who it was. Zhou Wufeng was there, and with a calm smile, he asked Hu Han if he had just returned. The second man tried to push the main character away and almost knocked him to the floor. He furiously asked what his problem was. Hu Han approached the protagonist and asked why he was there. Zhou Wufeng put his hands together and said that he had come to ask him for a favor. Hu Han narrowed his eyes and asked how he could help. Zhou Wufeng clapped his hands and said that it was his parents' fault. He said that it was indeed their fault for handling the car carelessly. He also apologized for his sister who kept causing him trouble. Hu Han did not expect such remorse from the protagonist and was very surprised. Suddenly, the man slapped his chest and started crying. Hu Han said that he was really so caring and that he was really sad about what happened at the factory. He said that Yuna keeps blaming him for the death of the protagonist's parents. And isn't that absurd? Scratching his head, the protagonist agreed with the man. Zhou Wufeng said that he came to ask for consolation because his family was in a difficult situation. The man narrowed his eyes and began to talk about the situation. However, Zhou Wufeng interrupted him and started shouting that if the factory did not agree to compensate him, he would rebel. He even said that since he would die of hunger anyway, he would rebel for his own pleasure. Hu Han tried to calm the protagonist down. He told him not to act rashly because if he made a fuss at the factory, the management would continue to suppress the workers. He might be detained, and he told him to think about his family. Zhou Wufeng lost his temper and said that he could not worry anymore. He gave an ultimatum. If the factory did not give him money, he would have to revolt. He also said that he would look into whether his parents really made a mistake in driving the car. The man visibly tensed up. He said that Zhou Wufeng would not be able to get any money if his parents were to blame for the negligent handling of the car. But he told him not to worry. Hu Han said that he had been friends with the protagonist's parents for a long time, and that he would give him money instead of the factory. However, Zhou Wufeng immediately asked how much he would give, because if he gave very little, he would prefer to start a riot at the factory. The man patted the protagonist on the shoulder and said that the usual fee was 600 yuan, but he couldn't give more than 500 because he needed the money too. He told the protagonist to wait a little and let him get the money. While Zhou Wufeng leaned against the door arch, Hu Han began to rummage through the pile of papers in search of money. Having handed the money to the main character, the man said that it was for him. It was still night outside. A black cat ran across the road. After leaving the house, Zhou Wufeng said that he would definitely make the man pay for his sins. Then he saw a seller of Chinese sweets passing by. As Zhou Wufeng approached him, he saw that the man was selling 6 of them. However, very soon Zhou Wufeng went home. Zhang Xiaoduo heard someone opening the door and turned towards the source of the sound. There stood Zhou Wufeng, who was congratulating her on her birthday with a joyful smile. The woman clearly did not expect such a move on his part and was very surprised. Zhou Wufeng said with a gentle smile that he was sorry that he could only give this. He also had to make the excuse that it was already quite late when he left Hu Han's house. At the same time, Zhou Wufeng handed over 2 portions of sweets. Zhang Xiaoduo decided to try 1 stick. After taking a bite, Zhang Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. She turned to the protagonist and asked if he wanted to have a bite. Zhou Wufeng said that he had already eaten, and that it was all for her. The man smiled softly and thought that after he left, he hoped that the real Zhou Wufeng would treat the woman well. Zhou Wufeng looked at his watch and realized that it was already after 10 o'clock. Zhang Xiaoduo called out and asked if Zhou Wufeng was going to bed. It was deep night. The moon was shining brightly in the wide sky. At the same time, Zhou Wufeng and Zhang Xiaoduo went to bed. Even though Zhou Wufeng was spinning on the edge of the bed, he still accidentally touched his wife's hand. Zhou Wufeng blushed and repeated to himself that she was someone else's wife. He still couldn't fall asleep. Very soon, the morning came. At dawn, the crow of a rooster was heard. Together with him, Zhou Wufeng literally jumped out of bed. With bags under his eyes, Zhou Wufeng thought that one day he would kill this Aunt Wang's rooster. Very soon, Zhang Xiaoduo came out of the bedroom. She was surprised that a pleasant smell was spreading throughout the apartment. Putting a couple of chopsticks and another plate on the table, the protagonist turned to his wife. She said that these were longevity noodles and he made them to celebrate her birthday yesterday. He said to eat the egg first. He went on to say that he borrowed it from Aunt Wong, but she didn't know about it. The woman was extremely surprised by such a bad act on the part of the protagonist and asked how he could steal. Zhou Wufeng said that he really just borrowed it and promised to return it. Here he put a stack of bills on the table. The woman was surprised by such a huge amount of money. Zhang Xiaoduo, thinking about how Zhou Wufeng dared to steal the egg, asked where he got so much money and whether he stole that too. Waving the bills, Zhou Wufeng said not to worry, because this was compensation for mom and dad. However, the woman did not believe this explanation. Zhang Xiaoduo began to ask whether the factory had not said that it was his parents' mistake. She thought it was illogical that they compensated for it. Zhou Wufeng said that he got it from Hu Han. He thinks that he must have been afraid that Zhou Wufeng would start a riot in the factory, so he gave the money instead. The woman was surprised by the protagonist's action and asked what his plan was. Standing up from the table, Zhou Wufeng said that he would try to collect evidence. He thought that Hu Han could not hide everything from him, and since Zhou Wufeng took the money, he must have let down his guard. The man said that with this money they would not have to worry about food for a while. After the couple finished their meal, Zhou Wufeng collected the plates. The woman looked at him in surprise. She remembered that her husband had never done this before and asked again if he was really Zhou Wufeng. Zhou Wufeng shuddered at the question. After clearing his throat, Zhou Wufeng turned to the woman and asked what she was talking about, since it really was him. Trying to change the subject, he started talking about money. He said that she would take 200 yuan and the man himself would take 100 and also give 100 yuan to Yuna. He also said that the remaining 100 would be exchanged for food and asked if that was okay. Zhang Xiaoduo agreed to this division. After that, Zhou Wufeng said that he would go look for Yuna. As soon as Zhou Wufeng left the house, he saw a woman feeding birds. Aunt Wong asked if he had seen her eggs. As he passed by, Zhou Wufeng said that yes, he had seen them and borrowed one while she was away. Aunt Wong raised her head with a displeased expression. She was furious and asked him furiously how he could borrow it if she did not agree and whether he seemed inconsiderate. While she was speaking, Zhou Wufeng immediately took out one bill. With a calm face, he handed it to the woman and said that here were the 2 yuan he would pay for the eggs. At that moment, a woman with a happy face said not to be shy about taking it next time. The man continued on his way to the children. However, behind one of the pillars stood Niki Liu. The man held a blade of grass in his mouth and asked where Zhou Wufeng was going. Zhou Wufeng greeted his friend. The man stuck out a piece of grass from his mouth and said that there would be a gambling match with Chen Chuota tonight. He said that they could team up and win his money. Zhou Wufeng looked away, trying to remember the identity of that Chen Chuota. He remembered that his father was the former director of the Linshui steel plant and that he was currently working there. Continuing his conversation, Nike said that he would come to him this evening and asked if Zhang Xiaoduo would be with them. Zhou Wufeng looked away and thought that he really needed to meet with Guoda, but he decided to do it his own way. Waving his hand, he said he would go to Nike's instead while he was out. While Zhou Wufeng was moving forward, Nike Liu thought that Zhou Wufeng was a real coward, and sighing, he thought about how he managed to marry such a beauty. At the same time, Zhou Wufeng approached Yuna and little Jen's house. Pushing the door, he realized that it was not locked. Zhou Wufeng was extremely surprised by this and even asked out loud. There he saw a child, little Jen. Turning to his sister, little Jen said that his big brother was here. Zhou Wufeng finally entered the house. Chou Yu came out to the child's voice and asked what had happened. Little Jung pointed at the protagonist with a happy expression and said that his older brother had arrived. However, the girl was far from happy with this visit. The main character went into the kitchen and told her to rest because he would do everything himself. Chou Yue was very surprised by the guy's behavior. At this point, Zhou Wufeng began to knead the dough. Chou Yue watched his movements and was surprised by the protagonist's diligence. Suddenly, the door opened and someone entered the house. It turned out to be Yuna. She asked with a happy expression whether Chou Yue had made noodles. However, it was not the girl who answered her, but Zhou Wufeng. He said that he was working on it and it would be ready soon. The girl clearly did not expect the guy to arrive and, pointing at him, asked what he had forgotten there. Meanwhile, the noodles were already getting ready and Zhou Wufeng turned to the source of the smell. Taking the dough in his hands, Zhou Wufeng said that he had started cooking here and they would talk a little later. After making the noodles, Zhou Wufeng used up almost all of the flour. The schoolgirl noticed this very quickly. and asked him with a displeased expression why he did this. However, Zhou Wufeng said with a smile on his face that everything was fine now, because their family now had money. However, the girl did not believe the guy and asked where he could get it from. With a furious expression, she asked what Zhou Wufeng could do besides changing houses, selling things, playing cards, and beating his wife. Zhou Wufeng did not expect such anger from his relatives. He put his hand in his pocket and took something out. He took a wad of bills out of his pocket and told his sister to look at them. The girl was surprised that the guy wasn't lying. Zhou Wufeng said that they would take it. He also said that since it was important for them to pass the exams, they should eat more healthy food and not deny themselves anything. However, the girl was unpleasantly surprised by such money because she thought that her brother was going to lose it. She, as Zhou Wufeng, tried to calm her down and said that they should talk about it after dinner. He also said that he had fried some meat that he had not eaten for a long time. Finally, the whole family gathered for a family dinner. The man began to talk about where he got this money from. However, the whole family was unpleasantly surprised by the fact that he took them from the killer of their parents. After dinner, the family decided to get together and discuss what was happening. Zhou Wufeng began to say that he believed that their parents could not have died due to their own carelessness, and he was sure that it was Hu Han. Zhou Wufeng was sure that he knew that he had purchased faulty equipment. However, Yuna did not understand how this would help avenge their parents. Zhou Wufeng that this is why this old dog is involved in the death of their parents, because he did not want to check the equipment. Zhou Wufeng said that he would first collect evidence. Yuna asked what he meant. Zhou Wufeng explains that documents are needed to buy the equipment. He says that he will find them when he contacts the seller, and then Hu Han will not be able to escape. Zhou Wufeng furiously says that the boys don't have to worry about all this. He will handle it himself and prove their parents' innocence. Both Cho Yu and Yuna were extremely surprised by the protagonist's attitude, so they looked at him in a stupor. Zhou Wufeng averted his eyes and gave little Jen some change for candy. He wished Yuna good luck in her exams and told her not to worry about tuition fees, because he would take care of everything. While walking down the street, Zhou Wufeng heard about someone selling ice cream. Approaching the shop, Zhou Wufeng said that he would buy one. The seller took the popsicle. When he gave it to the main character, he named a price of 2 finny. Zhou Wufeng took a bite and was lost in his memories. Looking at the shop, Zhou Wufeng said that what they say is true. Each era has its own characteristics. Someone tapped the main character on the shoulder. Zhou Wufeng turned towards the source of the sound. There was a group of people standing there, 6 people to be exact. One of the girls was waving her hand at him in a friendly manner. Zhou Wufeng mentally scanned who had approached him. Among the 6 people, he identified Fu Dehai and Zhang Zirui. The main character became agitated and waved his hand in response, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. At the same time, Zhou Wufeng realized that one of the girls was Shen Ziran, and she was Zhang Xiaodo's best friend. Looking at the girl, he noticed that she was decently dressed, thinking that usually in any group the richest ones dress well. Suddenly, one of the men pointed at the main character and angrily asked why he was staring at the guys. However, another friend from the group asked why he started up because it was all fine. However, he couldn't stop his comrade's furious ardor. He started shouting that Zhou Wufeng was acting tough when Shen Ziran was around, and he still didn't know how Zhang Xiaoduo fell in love with him. One of the girls giggled and said that maybe Zhang Xiaoduo liked hooligans. Zhou Wufeng picked up the ice cream again. He swallowed it whole and completely. Suddenly, he started waving his hands and said that Xiaoshan had misunderstood everything. He said that, how could he act like a hooligan in front of his wife's friends? After the man had spoken out, they tried to calm him down. The girl watched the situation with a calm face. She turned her head to the guy and said that everything was fine and they were just in the same class, and she also told them to go already. After the group left, Zhou Wufeng continued to look at their backs. Zhou Wufeng narrowed his eyes and thought that his carefree life would not last long. After Zhou Wufeng had purchased everything he needed, he returned home with 2 bags in his hands. He walked past a building and turned the corner. Zhang Xiaoduo was there. The girl clearly did not expect the guy to come. She began to wipe the remains of food off herself, as if afraid that he would notice. Zhou Wufeng asked her if she had eaten ice cream. Zhang Xiaoduo didn't know what to say to him and just stuttered. She began to explain that she had not eaten ice cream for a long time and decided to try it. She also said that she bought him a watermelon. Zhou Wufeng smiled softly as he looked at Zhang Xiaoduo. He raised his hand and began to stroke her head. He said that they had enough money to buy whatever they wanted, and there would be more in the future. Zhang Xiaoduo blushed and agreed with the man's words, and Zhou Wufeng offered his help. He offered to carry the watermelon because he thought she was tired. The woman denied it in every possible way. Taking the load from the girl, he said that everything was fine and he would deliver it. The woman was extremely surprised by such an act on the part of the man. She blushed and said his name. She closed her eyes and became lost in recollection. There, Zhou Wufeng has 2 large thermoses. Apparently, the man decided to carry the thermos for the girl while she was walking next to him and talking to the man. Zhou Wufeng turned around and looked at his wife. He asked her why she was daydreaming and whether it was time for them to go home. The woman came out of her stupor and opened her eyes wide. She ran up to the man and said that she was already on her way. So it was as if they were good old friends returning home again. Suddenly, a loud scream is heard in the middle of the street. Someone is cursing for the man to die in the street. Someone was knocking persistently on the door. Suddenly swung open and the man flew out of the house. Zhou Wufeng asked Nike what really happened. The man patted the boy on the shoulder and said that they should move away first. The man started to tell about how he had lost some money that morning, but his wife, whom he called extremely offensively, had already been nagging his ears. The man was indignant that she really didn't understand that in a casino you both win and lose. The man approached the main character and asked if he knew the director's son. He hugged the main character and started saying that he was very rich and that it would be easy to get him hooked on the casino. The man had already started dreaming about what would happen if they united. However, Zhou Wufeng shook off his hand and asked how much money he brought. The man said that he had not yet received his wife's salary and asked to borrow some money. He said that he would return it when he had won back. Zhou Wufeng scratched his head and said that Nike still owed 3 yuan. He also said that he only had 1 yuan with him today. The man shouted at the main character and asked if this was really so. However, Zhou Wufeng also looked at the guy strangely because he also had no money. The man had nothing to say. Zhou Wufeng was already starting to ask if he should do it next time. However, the man grabbed the main character by the hand and said that since they were already gathered, he would lend him a little. Suddenly, Nike lifted his foot and started to rummage through his shoes. Zhou Wufeng looked at him in bewilderment. However, very soon Zhou Wufeng opened his eyes in surprise. The man pulled out several bills from the sole. Very soon the company approached another house. At the door, they were met by another man. He was walking his dog. He asked if it was really Nike. Nike said that Zhou Wufeng had also arrived. The man, apparently the owner of the house, asked them to come in. Nika suddenly asked the man where he brought them, because they just wanted to play. Smoking a cigarette, Brother Chen said that he had been carrying fruits for his grandfather all day today, and tomorrow he would have to do it again and they could only play here. Nike smiled and asked the man what his new game was and asked him to teach them. Chen told everyone to sit down and he would teach them everything now. Holding up a card, the man began to explain that a standard deck of cards was used. 3 cards were placed face down on the table, and the rest were dealt equally among 3 players. The first player to receive a card in the deal was the one who made the first bet. The man continued that the player who placed the highest bet took the cards from the table and became the landowner. Showing the cards, the man says that this game is really good. He says that the remaining 2 become peasants and play against the landowner. The man says that both peasants win if at least one of them wins. Chen continues that the combinations are simple, as usual, like a pair of 3s, a pair of 4s, and so on. Holding his head with his hand, Zhou Wufeng realized that it was Du Diju. Chen shuffles the cards and says that they are about to start and that he is the landowner. And we heard joyful shouts. Someone was shouting that he had won. Chen looks at his cards. He has a pair of 7s and a 10. The man throws cards on the table and says he has a pair of 7s. Nike smiles at their opponent. Chen says he has 2, still smoking his cigarette. He is clearly confident of his victory. Zhou Wufeng says thoughtfully that he has a pair of 8s. Nike looks at his cards again and says he's folding. Chen happily throws down his pair of 10s. He apologizes to the guys and says that he won again while Zhou Wufeng sorts through the cards. Chen looked at the deck he had. Smiling, he says that he has a pair of 6s and again 2 combinations. Zhou Wufeng thoughtfully throws a pair of kings on the table. Then suddenly Nike says it's his turn and furiously throws down his 2 cards. It turns out to be a pair of aces, the highest suit. However, Zhou Wufeng looks at him with bewilderment. The guy belatedly remembers that he should go to the landowner and not the main character. Chen gives in and says the guys are cool, lighting a cigarette. Nike, looking at his deck, says that he has nothing else to move and can only throw the highest cards. Chen happily took up his opponent's idea and showed the jack. Chen asks the protagonist if he will pass. After he agrees, Chen says that he has won again. Nike gives Chen a thumbs up and praises him for playing well. Zhou Wufeng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the two of them. The guy looked at his deck. There was a quad of twos. Zhou Wufeng scratched his head and said that he had crap again, not cards. His two opponents looked and laid out their cards. Nike looked at his cards again and asked if it was his move, then said he had a bomb of sixes. Here, Zhou Wufeng takes out his square of twos. The main character pathetically threw his cards on the table. At the same time, Nike opened his eyes in surprise, as he had not expected such a combination. Clearly nervous, Chen said that he would pass. Zhou Wufeng starts to rejoice at his win. He had 3 bombs and a black joker. Then Zhou Wufeng looked at Nike and asked where his money was. However, the guys didn't stop there. Someone posted a couple of twos again. Chen shouts for more throws when the other two pass. Showing a deuce, Chen won again. He exhaled the smoke left from his cigarette. Nike was getting really angry, throwing his cards on the table. Apparently he was really unlucky. Zhou Wufeng says that he already owes the protagonist almost 100 yuan, to which he angrily says that in a couple more games he will win it back. While shuffling the cards, Zhou Wufeng says that Nike has nothing to bet at all, and asks if he has any more money hidden in his socks. The man got really mad and told them not to talk to him like he was cheap because they weren't done yet. After Zhou Wufeng shuffled the cards, he angrily threw them on the table. Approaching the man, Zhou Wufeng says that he will speak to him however he wants. He begins to speak rudely, that if he wants to play, he should get money, and if he doesn't have money, he should go home. However, he came even closer and began to make threats. With an angry expression on his face, he said that if he touched his wife again, he would bury him alive. Turning to Chen, who was standing in a stupor, Zhou Wufeng's face clearly softened, and he thanked him for the game. He also said that they should probably stop there. He said that he had won a lot, so he would treat them tomorrow at his own expense. Chen just stood there silently, smoking a cigarette. The main character walked home at dawn. He thinks that Chen Goda's father is a former factory director and has a lot of connections, meaning he can definitely help the main character. Zhou Wufeng finally reached home. The man simply plopped down on the bed from fatigue, unable to do anything else. However, Zhou Wufeng turned around at the sound of the shout. He listened with bags under his eyes as someone accused them of losing all their money and how they would survive. Hearing the groan, the main character sighed and went back to sleep. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng found himself at the Wu Wet tea house. He went up to the table and asked the boss for a cup of tea. He was quoted a price of 5 fens. After Zhou Wufeng paid, they poured him some fragrant tea. Suddenly, he turns around at the sound of an unexpected voice. Someone is asking how Wu Liu's son is doing. It was a conversation between 2 men. One of them said he just quit, while the other had no idea what he was thinking. Zhou Wufeng took a sip of tea, thinking that the 1980s were tough. However, he also remembered that many millionaires started their businesses around that time. Zhou Wufeng turned around and looked at the view from the window. Zhou Wufeng thought that if he went back to 2020, he would be very foolish to miss out on a great opportunity. Zhou Wufeng was still in the Wu Wei tea house, lost in his thoughts. The guy grabbed his head and thought about the correctness of his thoughts. He has a hard-earned career that he does not want to give up. Opening his eyes, the main character made a decision for himself. Looking up, Zhou Wufeng thought that once he dealt with Hu Han, he would return to where he came from. Very soon, the roar of a motorcycle engine could be heard from the street. Looking at Chen parking, Zhou Wufeng thought that he had finally arrived. Immediately after that, Zhou Wufeng came out of the tea house and called him. The man turned to the source of the sound and asked if it was really Zhou Wufeng. The main characters just said what a coincidence it was when Chen scratched his head and said that he had just finished helping his grandfather and was very tired. Zhou Wufeng began to say that it was very timely that they should have lunch together and that this was a small compensation for yesterday. Chen spread his hands and said that it was just a trifle. Zhou Wufeng said no, it was not a trifle and invited him to a restaurant. After the boys sat down at the table, the waitress came up to them and asked what they wanted. Zhou Wufeng asked for a menu. Looking at the prices on the menu, Zhou Wufeng was very surprised. Everything was very expensive. Maotai vodka cost 7 yuan, stewed fish almost 3, while chicken with ginseng cost 4.5 yuan. After the order arrived, Chen turned to the protagonist and asked that it was indeed very polite of him, but wasn't it too expensive? Zhou Wufeng patted the protagonist on the shoulder, poured him a drink and said that everything was fine. He said that he was lucky to have lunch with him so he can indulge himself. Unexpectedly, That same group of friends of the main character's wife also came into this restaurant. They noticed that Zhou Wufeng was also eating there. One of them pointed at the main character and asked if he had come here to waste money. Zhou Wufeng calmly chewed his food and did not pay attention to such provocations. The same man started shouting because she didn't hear the protagonist's answer. He called him a freak and asked what he thought Zhang Xiaoduo was eating. You were the only girl who said that she lost her appetite, and she told the guys that they would eat somewhere else. We had to calm the new one down, and the whole group headed for the exit. Chen, after listening to the conversation between the protagonist, asked about the protagonist's relationship with Hu Han's son. Zhou Wufeng replied that they used to be in the same class and often quarreled. The man lit a cigarette and simply said that he understood. Changing the subject, Chen said that Zhou Wufeng had given in to him yesterday and asked if he really thought he wouldn't notice. Zhou Wufeng apologized for the counter question, but he also asked what his relationship was with Hu Han. Well, he also said that when he asked this before, he seemed dissatisfied. The company continued to talk in the restaurant. Chen said that he would tell now, and he began to talk about the fact that when they were choosing the director of the plant, he gave his vote to Xu Changjiang, because of which Chen himself did not become the director. He said that he was missing only one vote. Recalling the events that had happened, Chen only became more irritated, and he began to say that before him, his father was the director until he retired. He slammed the table and began calling Hu Han a traitor. Zhou Wufeng, seeing his comrade's tense mood, approached him and tried to calm him down by pouring him some wine. Zhou Wufeng began to calmly ask who Xu Changjiang was and whether he was the son of the director of the Linshui steel plant. Chen drank all the wine in one gulp. After he took the glass away from his mouth, he said that it was not true, because he was just a guy who was on good terms with a foreign supplier. Zhou Wufeng began to say that there was no point in him straining himself at this factory if he could go to the seaside. Chen said that he thought so too, but his father was against it. Chen raised his finger and decided to tell the protagonist something. He said that a friend of his made electrical appliances in Shanghai last year and earned more than 100,000. Right after that, he said that it was not yuan but dollars, and that his friend had become a millionaire. He rhetorically asked when he would run out of money. Zhou Wufeng gave a thumbs up and said it was really cool. The man also said that the factory would soon be paying a fee for preventing heat strokes, and it was a pretty big amount, wasn't it? Chen agreed and asked what that meant. Zhou Wufeng asked if he would be paid if he supplied the food his family had collected. However, the man immediately threw up his hands at such a proposal. Chen said that if he did that, he would get into trouble if his grandfather found out about it. However, Zhou Wufeng immediately slapped his chest and said that at this moment he would enter the conversation, because his grandfather would become the protagonist's grandfather. However, the man did not understand this idiom and asked what Zhou Wufeng meant. Zhou Wufeng began to explain that he would be the middleman delivering the fruit, and the man should just use his name. Chen patted the protagonist on the shoulder and thought about how he hadn't even thought of that. He also called the protagonist a genius. After the company left the restaurant, Zhou Wufeng offered to walk the man home. Chen was surprised because he didn't know that Zhou Wufeng could drive a motorcycle. Zhou Wufeng said that it wasn't that difficult. After the two got behind the wheel, Chen said that Zhou Wufeng was a good driver. Zhou Wufeng thanked him for the compliment. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng found himself at home. Opening the door, Zhou Wufeng thought that Zhang Xiaoduo was probably already asleep, and it was already late. However, looking around, Zhou Wufeng realized that she was not sleeping and was humbly waiting for him. When Zhou Wufeng came home, it was already late at night. Approaching Zhenya, he asked why she was not asleep yet. The woman was silent. The protagonist began to scratch the back of his head, and he apologized for returning so late. The woman turned away, lost in her thoughts. She remembered her friend asking her who was more important to her, her family or her unhappy husband. The woman said that her aunt had been hospitalized and was still in a coma when the woman visited her. The aunt kept muttering about her. Zhang Xiaoduo lowered her eyebrows and said that he had improved so much, but she didn't have time to say it. A friend said that it is more likely that cancer will appear on the mountain of pigs than that moral freaks will improve, and also asked her what else she expects from a player who only knows how to beat women every day. Zhou Wufeng approached his wife and asked if everything was okay, if there was any problem. Suddenly, the woman started crying. She rose from the chair, barely able to move her legs. She immediately hugged the main character. She blushed and then said that he could do whatever he wanted with her today. She pressed her whole body against the main character, expecting something from him. Zhou Wufeng blushed deeply and widened his eyes at his wife's actions. It was soon past midnight. Zhou Wufeng lay on the sofa, thinking about something. He remembered what he had done at that moment. The man called her name. He put his arms around the woman's shoulders, putting some distance between them. He said that he wasn't feeling well today and that he was going for a walk, and also told her to go to bed without him. After this, the main character went to the bathroom and turned on the tap. In his thoughts, he says that he needs to calm down. He lowered his head under the stream of water, trying to come to his senses. The man only thought that he was going to return and that he shouldn't do anything that wasn't asked. Soon morning came. Auntie Wang's rooster announced the dawn again. Jiang Xiaoduo walked out of the house, lost in thought. She turned around and looked at the entrance door. She remembered how her husband said he would go. Turning around, she kept recalling his name in her mind. As she walked along, she only thought that if he had changed a little earlier, she wouldn't have had to wait. A telephone station was visible. Someone was dialing a phone number. It turns out that Jiang Xiaoduo decided to call her father. Her father was very worried when he found out that it was her who called and asked what happened. He also said that he was always ready to help. With sadness in her voice, Jiang Xiaoduo said that everything was fine. She just missed him a lot. The man told her in a serious voice not to go anywhere and to wait for him. He would bring her home soon. At the same time, the fruits in the garden were ripe. It was Zhou Wufeng and Chen who were talking to each other. Chen said that he told his father about the plan, and surprisingly, he was not indignant, and even agreed. Zhou Wufeng was surprised by such an event. The man also said that Chen was lucky to have such connections. Pleased, Chen said that if everything goes well, he will pay him 100 wen. Zhou Wufeng folded his arms and told him not to worry. Everything would go well. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng was already home. Auntie said that Zhou Wufeng had returned and his relatives had come to visit him. Zhou Wufeng asked again which relatives were being discussed. Zhou Wufeng narrowed his eyes and thought that they were his wife's relatives. Opening the door, Zhou Wufeng watched the unfolding scene. The wife's family, her father and mother, as well as Jiang Xiaoduo herself, gathered there. Zhou Wufeng was glad to see them and asked when they had arrived, because if they had warned him, he would have prepared for their arrival. The father, with an expressionless face, looked at the main character. Zhou Wufeng approached them and asked if they were hungry because he could cook something. However, the father swung sharply. The man slapped the main character with all his might and said that this was his daughter. He started yelling at the guy and told him to look what he had done to his daughter. Jiang Xiaoduo called out to her father. Zhou Wufeng had nothing to say, so he just remained silent. Soon, the father swung again and said that it was for him. Jiang Xiaoduo tried to stop her father, saying that it was not worth doing. Because of the screams of the main character's wife, the father stopped. The woman approached the main character and asked if he was okay. So Zhou Wufeng understood why he was slapped. He said that his father did the right thing and he was a disappointment to her in the past. He apologized to her right after that. Jiang Xiaoduo didn't expect this development. Immediately after that, the father shouted that it was enough to talk to Jiang Xiaoduo and that they should immediately get a divorce. The conversation had not yet ended, and Zhou Wufeng and his company were still standing on the street outside the house. Both Zhou Wufeng and Jiang Xiaoduo remained silent as they looked at each other. Jiang Xiaoduo's mother, trembling all over, begged the protagonist to spare her daughter. The woman began to cry, unable to hold back her tears. Her husband tried to calm the woman down. Despite the events unfolding before him, Zhou Wufeng asked his wife what she thought about this. She looked away and thought. Very soon, she turned her back to the main character. Moving a little further, Jiang Xiaoduo called out the name of the main character. With a gloomy expression on her face, she said that they should get a divorce. After this, the couple went to the registry office to write divorce papers. The assistant told the main character and the woman that he would now put a seal on everything and everything would be done. As if warning that there would be no turning back, both just nodded their heads at this, waiting for the end. The man had already started saying that he didn't understand the younger generation. After that, he put his seal on the certificate of divorce between the main character and the woman. By sunset, everything was ready. After that, the group left the registry office. Zhou Wufeng walked on his own while Jiang Xiaoduo went home with her parents. When they were about to leave, Jiang Xiaoduo told her parents that they needed to talk to the protagonist in private. The woman handed the money to the protagonist. She said that this was the money he gave her and that there were 285 yuan in it. However, Zhou Wufeng did not take the money and only gestured for her to take it for herself. Zhou Wufeng told her to keep them for herself because he owed her too much. The man said he was ashamed to take anything from her. Zhou Wufeng was about to leave, but the woman suddenly asked him if she suddenly returned to her old way of life so that she would break all ties with him. The women asked again about the meaning of the main character's request. She, like Zhou Wufeng, did not want to explain anything anymore, and only said that the woman understood him correctly, and also said that her parents were already waiting for her and it was time to go. The woman was still trying to find out the meaning of the phrase. She very soon, Zhou Wufeng, told her to take care of herself and left. After this, the woman began to cry alone. The girl's tear briefly left her cheek before falling onto the asphalt. After letting go of his wife, Zhou Wufeng found himself on the street again. Chen ran towards him shouting that they had succeeded. Zhou Wufeng was calmly eating ice cream at the time. I run up to the main character, and the man says that the plant sent a notice that the fee for warning fats will be replaced with fruits. With joy on his face, the man said that they promised 1,500 yuan for each payment. Chen clenched his fists and said that he hoped for further cooperation, and that he would personally pay the extra when everything was fine. Zhou Wufeng thanked the man, but said that they had not yet bought the bags. Riding a motorcycle. Zhou Wufeng talked to Chen. The man said that the nearest plastic factory is in Lujing. Zhou Wufeng asked a counter question whether he knew anyone there because the plastic factory will deal with small businesses. Chen was very surprised by the protagonist's question because he thought that the protagonist had connections there. Zhou Wufeng said that he had no one there, and then he would have to come up with something. Chen was seriously scared at that moment because he said that they would be exposed if they didn't get the packages. Very soon, the group arrived at the plant. Zhou Wufeng reported this to his comrade. Chen asked how they would enter. Zhou Wufeng that they would come in right away. However, they were stopped by a security guard who asked who they were. Very soon, the main character stopped the motorcycle. The main character told the security guard to call his boss because they had a serious matter, and the hotline was unavailable as always. The guard asked if they were looking for Mr. Li. Zhou Wufeng asked which office. The guard replied that they were on the 3rd floor, the first room on the left of the stairs. Zhou Wufeng thanked the guard. Chen was still worried because they got inside, but Zhou Wufeng doesn't know the director. Zhou Wufeng said that for this the man would have to remain silent. Very soon the comrades were at Mr. Li's office. Hearing a knock on the door, the chief said to come in. After that, Zhou Wufeng and a man came into the office. Mr. Li asked who they were. Zhou Wufeng smiled affably and said that he was the director of Guoda Fruits and that he was glad to see him. Mr. Li asked how the group got there. Zhou Wufeng said they alerted the security. Right after that, Zhou Wufeng said that to be honest, they were passing by, they were going to Zheihai to buy a batch of plastic bags. Zhou Wufeng said that he heard that this factory also made good bags. The man said that they were in the business of transporting fruit. Mr. Li thought about the words about export. Sipping his tea, Mr. Li waved his hand and said that their bags definitely wouldn't work for them. There was a plaque nailed to the office about dignity and honesty. Taking out his cigarettes, Zhou Wufeng wondered how they wouldn't work. Zhou Wufeng said that he went to Ligshui to buy fruits, but they ran out of packages. Immediately after that, he handed the cigarettes to Mr. Li, lighting a cigarette. Zhou Wufeng said that the thing is that they did not calculate the transportation costs, and that is why they came to them. The boss said that he understood everything. After that, Zhou Wufeng threw up his hands and said that quality assurance was their priority. After all, they were a big company after all. Mr. did not start asking the main character whether it was a public or private enterprise. Zhou Wufeng changed the subject and asked if Mr. Li wanted to. After all, he wouldn't refuse a mug. Mr. Li seemed to come to his senses. Looking at the box of tea in his cupboard, he kept saying that he had forgotten to pour them tea. Approaching the protagonist with a teapot and tea leaves, the man said that this tea was store-bought, and he hoped they didn't mind. After that, Zhou Wufeng got down to business. He said that their company was handling a large order and asked if they could make a ton of bags in half a month. They brewed tea. Mr. Li asked again whether it was really a ton, but Zhou Wufeng answered with agreement. After thinking about it, the boss said that if they work overtime, they should meet the deadline. Zhou Wufeng was satisfied with this answer and said that he would like to see the bags for quality check. After that, the boss brought the company to the warehouse. He pointed out some plastic bags that they could inspect for quality control. Zhou Wufeng shook hands with the chief and said that they would send their man tomorrow to report the results of the inspection to them. Mr. Elevator asked if they were leaving already, since they could go to restaurants to discuss something. However, Zhou Wufeng said that they had things to do, and perhaps they would do it next time, saying goodbye to the man. Waving goodbye to the man, Zhou Wufeng said that they would see each other next time. After the company left the building, Chen began to praise the main character because they didn't even spend a dime, but already had bags. Turning to the man, Zhou Wufeng told him to call Director Li tomorrow and tell him that the bags had not passed the quality check, so the deal would not take place. After the company returned home, Chen happily shouted that you could steal a cow in these bags. Approaching the man, Zhou Wufeng told him to stop wasting his time on nonsense. Crossing his arms, Zhou Wufeng asked if the man had promised to take him to a restaurant in town. Chen was surprised that the protagonist still remembered this and said that he had simply not tried his grandfather's rice. Zhou Wufeng thought for a moment and looked away. He realized that his plans were missing something and he needed Nike. Zhou Wufeng approached Chen and said that they should ask Liu Nike for help. After listening to the man, Chen was surprised by such a proposal and said that he cheated the last time they played. Zhou Wufeng told him not to worry so much and just call, because they live close by but rarely see each other. Very soon the company arrived at the city hotel restaurant. Chen and Zhou Wufeng just silently watched Nike as he ate the entire table at extreme speed, being very hungry. After dinner, Zhou Wufeng said goodbye to Chen and said that they would see each other next time. Nike smiled at the protagonist and asked what he and Goto were up to. Zhou Wufeng replied that they were doing nothing. However, Nike did not believe the main character and told him not to lie, because he heard that he wanted to involve him in some kind of deal. The man slapped his chest and said he was ready. Zhou Wufeng scratched the back of his head and thought about whether to tell him or not. Nike threw up his hands and said that they had known each other for 100 years. Unlike Chen, having decided to tell the main characters about how everything was there, Nike was surprised by the offer, because for some fruit delivery tomorrow they were giving 200 yen, as if caring about the main character. The man said that he wanted to remind him that the last time they played, he had forced him to cheat and told the boy not to be fooled. Zhou Wufeng looked away and just laughed to himself. Zhou Wufeng sarcastically thanked the man for reminding him that he was so stupid and how he had managed to fool him. Immediately after that, Zhou Wufeng said that he would give him 50 yuan if he went with them. But this time, Nike did not refuse such a generous offer. After that, the man invited the protagonist to hang out for a bit. Zhou Wufeng agreed to the offer. Entering the house, Zhou Wufeng asked whether he had bought it or was just renting it. And the man brought the main cup of alcohol. Fiddling with a cup, in general, she said that, of course, he rents all the money he has. No, Zhou Wufeng asked. How did this happen? Because he is the only locksmith in the area, he has no competition, and there is a great demand. Nike turned to the main character and asked what he was talking about, since he had long since given up. The man let slip that he had been caught picking a lock when the neighbors did not know what he was doing. After that, Zhou Wufeng's eyes lit up and asked the man to teach him how to do it. The man began to explain. He showed the main character a hook and said that it was usually used to open doors. Leaning against the door, Nike told the protagonist to look carefully, otherwise he wouldn't see anything. Having rummaged around in the lock, the man tried to open it. Very soon he succeeded. The lock opened with its characteristic sound. Zhou Wufeng began to praise Nike and asked him to teach him how to do the same. Waving his finger, the man said that he did not want to set him up because it was not entirely legal. Immediately after this, Zhou Wufeng said that he would give the man 100 after the fruit deal. Then Nike's eyes lit up, and he happily taught the main character this skill. Very soon, the team found itself at the Lingshui steel plant. Zhou Wufeng greeted Chen, who arrived on a motorcycle. Chen asked what Nike was doing here, to which Zhou Wufeng replied that he had come to help. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng and company decided to take action. Zhou Wufeng rolled up his sleeves and thought that he couldn't afford to do this too early. After all, the relationship between Hu Han and Xu Changjiang wasn't the easiest. Squinting, the main character thought that some kind of machinations were going on between the suppliers behind their backs. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng approached the company. Chen asked in confusion what the main character was wearing. Zhou Wufeng asked if it was obvious that he was a farmer, and the hat was his headdress. Chen gave his friend a thumbs up and praised the protagonist for his foresight. She said the fruit was in the warehouse, and the rest was his. Very soon it was already past 12 o'clock in the afternoon. There were workers in the cafeteria. Apparently it was lunchtime. Zhou Wufeng thought that the workers usually had lunch at the cafe at this time, which allowed them to gain strength. He also said that it was better to leave everything here. Very soon the company had almost finished carrying the fruit. Suddenly, Zhou Wufeng cried out in pain. Nike asked the protagonist what was wrong with him. Zhou Wufeng clutched his stomach and said that something was hurting his stomach. Right after that, the main character ran out and said that he had to go out. He trusted Nike to finish the job and said that he would be back soon. Zhou Wufeng thought that he needed to hurry while he was still in the cafe. He turned the corner and found himself in front of Hu Han's office. Zhou Wufeng pulled the handle and realized that the doors were closed. Zhou Wufeng called the man a parasite because he closes the door of his office during lunch. Zhou Wufeng chuckled and thanked his past self for being so well prepared. Having broken down the door, Zhou Wufeng pulled the handle. The door was open and Zhou Wufeng looked around. Sorting through the books, the main character tried to find at least something worthwhile. Very soon he found the sales contracts. However, he was extremely surprised that there was no seal on the contract and thought that it was a signed contract. I thought that the books on the shelf were really good. However, very soon he began to doubt whether Hu Han would actually read them. Zhou Wufeng and company were still at the factory. Zhou Wufeng decided to pick up the book that was lying on the shelf. However, the guy did not expect the book to be so heavy. With a bang, Zhou Wufeng dropped the book and it fell to the floor. Turning around, Zhou Wufeng wondered if this book was really that book, because he heard a sound like it was breaking. When she opened the book, the main character saw a stack of papers. The main character looked around again. Turning around, Zhou Wufeng realized that it was not a book, but a box. He started digging through the papers, thinking that there might be something important there. Very soon he got hold of an important document about the delivery of equipment. Zhou Wufeng's eyes narrowed, and he realized that this was exactly what he was looking for, and that Hu Han would soon be finished. After removing the evidence and locking the door, Zhou Wufeng returned to his company. Nike asked where Zhou Wufeng was, whether he had fallen into the toilet. He also said that he was almost done with everything. Zhou Wufeng gave 100 to Nike. He didn't expect the guy to actually do it. Bowing to the protagonist, Nike thanked the protagonist and said that he would take care of everything. Here in the building, the protagonist looked at the documents again. As it turned out, it was a document with an official seal worth 2.5 million yuan. Zhou Wufeng thought it was suicide, not evidence. At the same time, a group of friends passed by Tsuyu. They greeted the girl, and the girl greeted them just as warmly. Another girl greeted Tsuyu when the man complimented her. The girl turned around, looking at the unexpected face. Tsuyu asked what he was doing here. The group turned to the main character and began to laugh that he was walking around there. The man began to say that divorced people are lucky. They have so much free time that they can finally devote to themselves. One girl sympathized with Jiang Xiaoduo. She thought that it would be difficult for a divorced woman to remarry. At the same time, the man said that it was just a matter of time. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng approached Tsuyu. The man got angry at the guy for ignoring him. He grabbed his hand and shouted his name furiously. He began to shame the boy in front of his friends for his clothes. Zhou Wufeng turned around and looked at the impudent man who grabbed his hand. He grabbed the man by the throat and told him not to be rude to him. With a sudden movement, Zhou Wufeng twisted the man. He started screaming that it was very painful for him because his arm was twisted. Soon, a group of friends began to defend him and told the main character to let the guy go. With a sharp movement, Zhou Wufeng told the boy to go and let him go. However, because of this movement, the guy got sick along with himself and the girl. With a loud crash, they both found themselves on the asphalt. Zhou Wufeng cracked his knuckles and said that if he wasn't too embarrassed to talk nonsense behind his back, then let him try saying it to his face. At that time, the man was lying in front of the main character. However, the man did not like the guy's tone, and he barely stood up and asked what he had just said. Zhou Wufeng crossed the lessons and said that if you talk about him, you translate it into yourself. The man answered with fury why he was constantly wriggling out and why he was acting like he didn't understand anything. As soon as he received money from his father, Zhou Wufeng spread his arms and said that the father had until Monday to live. The man became extremely angry and said that he was fed up with Zhou Wufeng and was ready to fight him. Zhou Wufeng came close to the man and asked what he would do to him and asked if his father had cheated on him. The man asked in surprise what Zhou Wufeng was talking about. Suddenly, the boy remembered fragments of how his father acted that month. He also recalled how his father went with an unknown woman to a hotel. With a doomed expression on his face, as if he understood everything, the man simply fell to his knees and began to say that this was not true. Turning his back to him, Zhou Wufeng said that he knew about it. Very soon, the main character left the company and approached Tsuyu. He approached the girl with a request. He asked her to lend him her phone, and he would pay her for it. Soon the couple found themselves inside the house. There was a pleasant atmosphere there. Approaching the phone, The woman asked the main character where to call and asked him to dictate the number. The protagonist began to say that he needed to call Xinyang Hardware Factory and asked for Qin Bao Ma's number. Soon, the woman said that they answered and told him to pick up the phone. The person on the other side of the phone said that it was Xinyang Equipment Factory and that the protagonist was interested in. Zhou Wufeng said to call Qin Bao Ma to the phone. The voice nervously asked who was speaking. Zhou Wufeng said that this was the director of the Linshui factory. The employee asked again if this was really so because he did not recognize their number and asked if it was a home phone. Zhou Wufeng said that it was a new one and he had important business. The employee said that everything was fine and asked to tell him about the situation. Zhou Wufeng said that the goods Hu Han purchased in April, May, and June did not pass quality inspection. Zhou Wufeng said that their low-quality equipment caused a fatal incident in their factory. He shouted that they would bear full responsibility. The employee suddenly stood up from his desk and asked what Zhou Wufeng was talking about, since Hu Han had called him around that time and said that no additional details were needed. Zhou Wufeng asked why their name was listed as the person in charge in the contract then. The man asked to call their manager to the phone. Zhou Wufeng said that their managers were in the reception room now, so she told him to call their phone. Very soon, the sound of the end of the conversation was heard. At that time, the atmosphere in the director's office was extremely calm. The director calmly sipped his tea, not thinking about the problems. Suddenly, he heard the phone ring. The director picked up the phone. The employee quickly began to say that there were no contracts between them and Hu Han. The director told them to speak slowly and asked what happened. The employee began to say that their company did not sign any contracts with the plant company in April, May, and June. The director asked again if Hu Han had really not signed any contracts with them for 3 months. The employee said that one of their employees had called him and asked about them. The employee said that he mentioned that they would take responsibility and asked what was going on while the director's face turned into a frightened grimace. The man asked what number they were called from. After the conversation ended, the man thought that he had clearly not been called from their company's numbers. Continuing his thoughts, the man guessed that someone from outside had called them. That is, they already had evidence and they knew something. The man remembered that they have the biggest sales in April, May, and June, and during this period they earned more than 3 million. The director thought about it and wondered if Hu Han hadn't signed the contract. What was he spending the company's funds on? Suddenly it dawned on him. Their company had an accident where a married couple died due to improper operation of equipment. The man realized that something was wrong. Immediately after this thought, the man ran to his desk. Almost stumbling, he called his subordinate. He told all the cars in the second section to stop, and also told them not to say anything about this to Hu Han. Immediately after that, he dialed the main character's number. At that time, Zhou Wufeng leaned against the wall and said that everything would happen soon. The bell rang very soon. Zhou Wufeng said with a smile that he was on his way. As expected, the director of the Linshui factory called the main character's phone. The director quickly introduced himself, but Zhou Wufeng barely listened to him before saying that he had all the evidence on Hu Han. The man tensed up and told the protagonist to continue. Zhou Wufeng said that Hu Han had cheated the Shinan Equipment Factory into a contract and had received more than 3 million yuan in fraud. As the man's face turned almost purple, Zhou Wufeng said that he later signed a contract with the Seek company and purchased the same amount of spare parts. The man asked if everyone was really with him. Zhou Wufeng said yes. Immediately after that, the man said that he would come to him right away. Zhou Wufeng said he agreed, but warned that it would be better for the man to contact the police on his own behalf, since he did not want to be punished. Immediately after this, Zhou Wufeng hung up the phone. After this, the director thought about who could be on the other side of the phone call because he had a young voice, but he was very smart. Zhou Wufeng thought that if he were in his place, he would have immediately contacted the police and thought that he himself had done him a great favor. At the same time, the girl whose phone was borrowed stood in a stupor. She tried to analyze the protagonist's conversation. She realized that he called the director of the Linshui factory and talked about something important. At the same time, the director came out of the building and said that he urgently needed a car and asked the employee to borrow it. Immediately after this, the director went to the main character. Very soon, the main characters heard a knock on their room. He came to open the door. As soon as Zhou Wufeng did this, the director asked if he was the person who called him. Immediately after this, the director dug into his memories and realized that he was the son of the couple who died in that incident. Zhou Wufeng told the director to go through and provided him with evidence. The man looked through both contracts. He thought that these contracts and this signature would definitely be enough to prove his guilt. Immediately after this, the man patted the main character on the shoulder. I turned to the guy. The man asked his name and said that he was a hero. Cho Woo-feng waved his hands and said that the director himself found evidence on Hu Han, and the guy did nothing at all. Immediately after this, the police rushed to the apartment. A group of people approached the director and called him over. The police ran up to the main character and asked what had happened. They asked the director who he had spoken to on the phone and then ran off somewhere. The director decided to look at the guy, but he only turned away. He realized that Zhou Wufeng had decided to set this all up to protect him from responsibility. The man handed the documents to the policeman and told him to look at them. He said he found these contracts in Hu Han's office and said it was direct evidence of his fraudulent scheme. After that, he looked at the main character and said that because of his actions, 2 people died, and he would tell everything in detail. After she explained everything to the police, the director patted the main character on the shoulders, approving of his actions. It was soon after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Wufeng testified to the police that Hu Han caused the death of his parents and told everything in detail. The policeman turned to the director and asked if everything the guy said was true, to which the director responded in the affirmative. The policeman asked the guy if the man knew that his schemes had been exposed, to which Zhou Wufeng said that he didn't think so. Zhou Wufeng said that he should be at home or in his office at work right now. The guy also said that he thinks it will be easy to find him through his immediate family. The policeman winced nervously because he was surprised by the fact that the guy guessed his thoughts. After this, the police turned to the director and said that they would immediately send a squad and asked him to go with them. Meanwhile, there was a wonderful atmosphere at the plant. Hu Han calmly made herself some tea, not thinking about anything. In his prostration, he decided to look at his surroundings, and then he shuddered in surprise. He was scared because the books were not in the order they should be. He was so scared that he dropped the cup of boiling water right on the floor, breaking the paper in the book. He was afraid where the equipment contract had gone. Here he decided to think and remember what happened that day. He remembered that some farmer was walking around the plant. He also thought that it didn't look like he was a factory worker. The man thought that he had definitely seen him somewhere, and then it dawned on him. It was Zhou Wufeng. Meanwhile, Zhou Wufeng reached his children's home. Little Zheng opened the door for him. He was clearly happy to see the protagonist. However, unlike him, the rest of the family was extremely surprised by the arrival of the main character. The schoolgirl's classmates, who came to study, were especially surprised. Cho Yuyue approached the main character and asked him how he came here. Zhou Wufeng said that he was just passing by. Then Zhou Wufeng remembered that Yuna had an exam soon. The girl agreed to the guy's proposal. Zhou Wufeng said that he wanted to say a few words to her, thus hinting that they wanted to talk in private. After that, Yuna's classmates said that they would go and they would meet tomorrow. The girl grabbed the guy's shirt and said that they had to go. The classmate told him to let him go, saying that Zhou Wufeng suddenly wanted to say that it was important. However, the girl apparently knew the protagonist, since she said that he came to sell something as usual because he had lost everything. Zhou Wufeng just silently looked at their backs. After this, Zhou Wufeng called all 3 relatives over. Zhou Wufeng pointed to himself and said that he had dealt with Hu Han. Zhou Wufeng told him not to worry about him anymore. However, Yuna was extremely scared and pointed at the person behind the protagonist. It was Hu Han himself. Zhou Wufeng suddenly turned his head, not expecting to see this person. Hu Han stood there with a furious face. Zhou Wufeng covered his relatives with his hands and told him to come in. Hu Han, with eyes burning with rage, said that it was indeed him. It was as if a crazy man had rushed at the main character. Zhou Wufeng easily dodged the obvious blow. Immediately after that, he swung his hand to counterattack. Immediately after Zhou Wufeng grabbed the scoundrel's hand behind his back, Hu Han screamed out that it was painful. Zhou Wufeng smiled and asked what he wanted to return and told him to be more specific. He also mentioned whether he was looking for a contract with the Shinin Company or the Sikh Company. The man with angry eyes said to give them back right now. The main character was not in a great mood either, and reminded the scoundrel of the mess he had gotten himself into. The villain screamed even louder at this threat. Immediately after that, Zhou Wufeng swung his leg to hit Hu Han. Having freed him from his tight grip, the guy stepped on the man. Immediately after this, Zhou Wufeng walked to the table where he took a bottle of alcohol. With a sharp movement, he smashed the bottle against the nearest sharp corner. Yuna was extremely surprised by this action. Cho Yuyue also did not remain in a balanced state and opened her eyes wide at the actions of the protagonist. Putting the rest of the bottle to his neck, Zhou Wufeng asked the scoundrel if he now understood what he had gotten himself into. The man could not adequately assess the situation and could barely speak. Fearing for his life, he replied that yes, he understood. After this, Zhou Wufeng gave the scoundrel a strong slap in the face and asked him again if he had understood correctly. From such a strong blow, the man screamed and fell to the floor. After a series of blows, blood was flowing from the mouth and nose of the scoundrel. Sitting on his knees in front of the main character, he said in a trembling voice that he knew. The blood man asked what the main character needed. With shining eyes, Zhou Wufeng said that this was for his parents. The main character was seriously angry because he himself was shaking with anger. However, he was not the only one in this state. Yuna was also furious to the limit, while Cho Yue tried to calm her down. The man said he had nothing to do with their deaths. He shouted that they had known each other for years and it was really a shame it had happened. Zhou Wufeng said that he understood, trying to dispel the main character's misunderstanding. The man said that he had already said this. Raising his hands, the man said to give him the contract. Because this is statehood. If they find out about this, they will definitely arrest him. As if frightened by the man's threats, Zhou Wufeng said that he could give up the contract. Put it in your hand on the man's shoulder. The protagonist said that he hid it because why would he carry around such papers? With a forced smile, Hu Han hurried the protagonist. Both girls stared at the main character in bewilderment. The main characters returned to them with a gentle nod of their head. After Zhou Wufeng left the house, a considerable amount of time had passed. Sunset had arrived, but the company had not stopped yet. After such a long walk, Hu Han asked where Zhou Wufeng was going. Turning to him, Zhou Wufeng told him to be quiet, since Zhou Wufeng wanted to talk about how they would divide the money. The man began to deny that he had no money, since he had given him everything that time. Immediately after this, Zhou Wufeng hit him in the cheek with his shoulder and told him not to lie to him. Otherwise, he would bear the contract with his superiors. Zhou Wufeng rubbed his hands and asked where he was doing 2.5 million. The scoundrel, who was on the floor from a strong blow, was surprised because he knew everything. Zhou Wufeng spread his hands and said that he knew everything. So stop pretending, because Zhou Wufeng did not want to take a single yuan from the man. Zhou Wufeng said not to worry because, since he is on his side, he should not worry that he will abandon him. Otherwise, he will get into trouble with him. Right after that, the main character's face became sinister. He said that when he buys new equipment in July, he should replace the low-quality equipment with high-quality equipment and then no one will understand anything. The man stood up and said that yes, he would do so and they could continue walking. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng went into the wilderness. They found themselves in a cemetery. Hu Han began to dig the grave of one of his ancestors, trying to find something there. Only Zhou Wufeng stood to the side as if he had nothing to do with it. Having dug up 100,000, the man gave them to the main character and told him not to forget about their agreement. The main character told him to open the bags and look at the money. Seeing that there were exactly 100,000, the guy smiled evilly. Very soon they were already returning home. She, as Zhou Wufeng, decided to stop somewhere on the way and told the man to wait and not go anywhere. It turned out that Zhou Wufeng went to a clothing store and bought some things there. Zhou Wufeng said that he needed to buy new clothes because Hu Han's suit was causing unnecessary questions. The man agreed with the boy's statement. After the man got dressed, he asked where the contract was. Zhou Wufeng said that he was under the red brick near the trash can of his house. The man immediately started shouting, "Why keep such an important document in such a place?" However, the man said that it was no longer important and that he should pick up the document as soon as possible. Very soon, the man was near his house. The man started looking for where that brick was under the trash can. However, very soon he noticed a man standing very close. He asked what Mr. Yu was doing here. As soon as the man noticed Hu Han, his eyes lit up. Despite the tense situation between the main character and the man, the weather was beautiful. Mr. Yu pointed his finger sharply at the villain and shouted that it was him. The man was extremely surprised by his neighbor's actions. Immediately after this, the police ran to the scene. They grabbed the man and twisted his arms behind his back. The police told him not to move, while Hu Han only shouted and asked why he was being arrested. The policeman, with a furious expression on his face, told them not to resist them. Then the man realized that all this was planned by the main character and began to look for him. At the same time, Zhou Wufeng only chuckled at the man's attempts. Then it seemed like an idea had dawned on the man. He guessed why Zhou Wufeng bought him a new suit and started to avoid him. He wanted to prove his innocence. He realized that no one knew that they were walking around with buried money because their hands were clean, and he couldn't drag him to prison with him. The man was filled with rage. He realized that he had been pretending since he asked him for money, and at such injustice, the man furiously shouted to let him go. Cho Wufeng, seeing that nothing was threatening him anymore, was about to go home. At the same time, the man lost consciousness. The police pinned him to the ground and tried to prevent him from doing anything. Zhou Wufeng closed his eyes and became lost in his thoughts. He realized that it was time for him to leave. It was at night that Zhou Wufeng came home to the children. He called everyone to the table, and they sat down around the main character. Zhou Wufeng addressed them seriously and said that everyone would know tomorrow that Hu Han had been caught red-handed. Zhou Wufeng narrowed his eyes and said that he was going to show them something now and asked them not to scream or shout. The whole family looked at the main character in bewilderment. Immediately after this, Zhou Wufeng took out that very money bag. He lifted it high above his head, opened it, and poured everything that was in the bag onto the table. The younger generation immediately screamed at such a quantity of money. Zhou Wufeng put his finger to his mouth, indicating that they should not stop shouting. After this, the main character whispered to them to be quieter. Yuna asked him where he got so much money from. She was clearly scared by such wealth. The main character sadly said that this was the money for which their parents sacrificed themselves. After this, Zhou Wufeng told what actually happened. Zhou Wufeng looked at Yuna and said that she would give all the money to her for safekeeping. If she wanted to spend it on something expensive, then she would have to deal with her older sister. Zhou Wufeng immediately after this asked the children to fulfill his request. He said that if he came back to his past life and asked for money, he shouldn't be given even a penny. They were extremely surprised by the main character's request, but said nothing. Immediately after this, Zhou Wufeng stood up from the table and said that it was time for him to go and reminded the shadows not to forget to hide the money well. However, just as Zhou Wufeng was about to leave, Yuna called out to him. Zhou Wufeng turned towards the source of the sound, Yu with an embarrassed face. She asked that it was already evening and would he like to stay for dinner. Zhou Wufeng closed his eyes and thanked for the invitation, but said that he still had a lot of work to do. He also said that with this money, they would no longer have problems with food. However, Zhou Wufeng then remembered what he had forgotten to say. Turning around, he asked the schoolgirl to call him brother again. The girl was very surprised by such a request and blushed because of it. She suddenly remembered all those moments when Zhou Wufeng took money and food from the boys and didn't pay any attention to them. Zhou Wufeng, after the girl remained silent, simply scratched the back of his head and said that it was time for him to go. He slammed the door and walked out of the house. The whole family just waved goodbye to him. Zhou Wufeng let out a sigh of relief as soon as he left the house. To his home, he was lost in thought. He realized that he had lied to the children and that in fact they would hardly meet again. After that, he went to buy alcohol and stewed meat at a local stall. After he paid, the shop assistant told him to come home again. Zhou Wufeng waved goodbye and thanked the shop assistant. Zhou Wufeng thought that if he had been just a little bit late, the store would have already been closed. Smiling faintly, Zhou Wufeng counted how many bottles of high-proof rice wine he had bought and thought that this would be enough for him. After Zhou Wufeng bought everything he needed, he came to his home. Zhou Wufeng began to drink, eating snacks with his wine. Very soon, he emptied the glass. While Zhou Wufeng didn't expect the wine to be so spicy, with a flushed face, Zhou Wufeng decided to look away. He remembered that his Zhang Xiaoduo always sat on that side of the sofa. Zhou Wufeng suddenly slapped the sofa, driving away those thoughts and said goodbye to all his relatives. Immediately after that, Zhou Wufeng drank all the remaining wine in one gulp. Suddenly, he had memories of how he almost died in that world. However, unexpectedly, he also had unfamiliar memories of people mourning his coffin. It was dawn and only quiet snoring could be heard. Zhou Wufeng was still lying on the sofa where the guy had poured the remaining drink. Zhou Wufeng snored peacefully, without any worries. Zhou Wufeng suddenly opened his eyes after such a dream. In front of me, which gave off light. Finally opening his eyes fully, Zhou Wufeng realized that he was still in this body. I literally screamed in despair because he didn't expect to see himself here. Literally jumping out of the sofa, he thought that they had already managed to bury him in that life. Be you crazy? And he started circling the table, screaming that he can no longer come back. The main character realized that this was most likely useless. He slumped his shoulders and realized that he would no longer be able to return. After Zhou Wufeng tidied himself up, he began to button his clothes. In front of the mirror, he reproached himself for letting her go. If he had known that he wouldn't come back, he wouldn't have let her do it. Taking the photo of the protagonist and Zhang Xiaoduo in his hands, the man became lost in thought. Narrowing his eyes, he realized that if Jiang Zirui could contact Shen Yuziran, then she would definitely be able to contact Jiang Xiaoduo. East Zhou Wufeng realized that he could not return. He suddenly heard a knock on his door. Opening the door, Yuna, Chou Yuyue, and little Zheng appeared behind her. Zhou Wufeng asked, "How did they come here?" Zhou Wufeng told them to come in because he just wanted to make noodles for dinner. Unexpectedly, Yuna turned to him with a flushed face and said that he could come to them for lunch because she had bought some meat. Zhou Wufeng didn't think long and quickly agreed. Immediately after this, they decided to walk to the children's house. Walking along the street, the whole family was in a calm atmosphere. Zhou Wufeng and Yuna were calmly happy around, while Chou Yuyue was looking and enjoying what was happening. Little Zheng was happily running around his relatives at this time. Suddenly, little Zheng asked if he wanted to stay with them. Zhou Wufeng thought about the boy's proposal. Stroking his head, Zhou Wufeng told him to be patient, because when the month was over, he would be with them. But even then, Yuna turned to him and called him, and she said that now all of Lin Shui knows about the incident with Hu Han. Nato already said that in addition to him, several of his relatives who were also involved in the incident were arrested. Zhou Wufeng looked up and said that he knew this would happen. Nam also hopes that he will receive the death sentence. Chao Yu and Little Zheng supported the protagonist's sentiment. Zhou Wufeng was surprised that the baby could say such words, and the whole family walked calmly down the street. At the same time, unknown people came to Zirui's house. Someone loudly shouted her name. The girl opened the door and asked what was going on. Her friends were standing on the threshold. One of them seemed to be begging her to help them. Squeezing her hand, she asked if she knew the main character and asked her to dissuade him, almost crying. At the same time, her friend came out of Zirui's house and asked what happened. Those who came were extremely happy to see him. He told him to calm down and asked what was the matter. The man began to say that Dahai probably already knew about the incident with Xiaoshan's father, and said that he himself was also taken to the police. The man also said that if he remembered correctly, Zhou Wufeng was one of the accusers. Dahai asked a counter question about what they were afraid of, since it wasn't their fault. That is, it wasn't their war. The man said that it was true, but he wasn't sure about it. He said that on that day they had a fight with the main character, when Zhou Wufeng himself said that Valya had evidence from him. The women were extremely scared that they were close friends, and that the police would arrest them too. The boys begged Dahai and Zirui to help them. After thinking for a while, Dahai said that he didn't think Zhou Wufeng had reported to the police and said that they should go around and ask him first. Soon the boys found themselves near the main character's house. At the same time, the whole family was busy with their own things. Yuna was preparing for the exam, Chou Yuyue was dusting, and little Zheng was playing with his toy. Zhou Wufeng, while preparing food, told the children not to forget to wash their hands before eating. He soon placed a variety of different dishes on the table. After Zhou Wufeng sat down at the table, he asked the little boy how the food tasted. Little Zheng said it was very tasty. Zhou Wufeng especially heard a knock on the door. He told his family to sit down because he would open the door. Opening the door, the main character saw Dahai on the threshold of the house. In general, the main character was clearly happy about the pier. Zhou Wufeng asked if he could smell the food. Very soon, all of Dahai's friends were behind him, greeting the main character in a friendly manner. Zhou Wufeng was surprised by such company. Turning away from his friends, he wondered if they had really come to invite him to play Dota. After that, Zhou Wufeng told them to go ahead and asked if they were hungry. Turning to his family, he asked the little boy to bring plates and forks for the guests. However, the man stopped the protagonist and said that they had recently eaten. The man raised up and said that they had come to discuss a small misunderstanding with him. Still holding the chicken leg, Zhou Wufeng asked what misunderstanding they were talking about. The man at the same time looked at Dahai as if wanting him to speak for him. Dahai coughed and asked if Zhou Wufeng had reported Na and his friends to the police. The protagonist said that he didn't do it, but was just about to do it after eating. The whole company was very scared. Suddenly, the girl grabbed Dahai by the t-shirt. Someone had already started to talk about Zhou Wufeng forgiving them, since they really had nothing to do with Hu Han's case. When he felt the force of the woman's pinch and almost burst into tears. During the time that Zhou Wufeng and the people who entered were talking, sunset had arrived. While Zhou Wufeng was calmly chewing his chicken, the boys prayed that he wouldn't say they had the police. After thinking about it, Zhou Wufeng said that this was indeed fair. The boys almost cried with joy and asked if he really wouldn't report them. After Zhou Wufeng exhaled and agreed, the guys almost danced with happiness. Dahai patted the main character on the shoulder. and said that he believed that he was kind and fair. At the same time, Yuna was having difficulty preparing for the exam. Zhou Wufeng decided to approach her and asked her what she was having difficulty with. Zhou Wufeng put his hand on his chin and said what Yuna had decided incorrectly. Immediately after, the girl gave in. "Not so important, we hero," he said that. And such examples, she should use another formula, did not write it. Very soon he wrote down the entire solution to the problem. Yuna, taking the solution to the problem into the elevator, was extremely surprised by the erudition of the main character. Night soon fell. Yuna asked if he was coming to see them today. Okay. The hero said that yes, he will stay because he has to help her with the preparations. Zhou Wufeng looked away and thought that he actually had plans to start a business in Zheihai, where his ex-wife was currently living. He thought that it could wait until Yuna passed her exams. After Zhou Wufeng had played with the baby, Yuna came and asked if Zhou Wufeng would wash his feet. Since she had covered the water in the basin, Zhou Wufeng thanked her for her work. Immediately after that, Zhou Wufeng went to wash his feet. He dipped his feet in warm water. Relaxing, he thought that this was really good. Crossing his arms, Zhou Wufeng thought that this was what he called home. Over the next few days, Zhou Wufeng often cooked, helped the schoolgirl, and hung out clothes. That is, everything went as usual. It started raining very soon. It was the very day when the exam was held. Zhou Wufeng decided to take Yuna. Standing under an umbrella, she waved goodbye to the protagonist and told him to run home, otherwise he would get wet. Suddenly, the main character shouted and wished the girl good luck. Yuni began to turn around in embarrassment and told him not to shout because everyone was watching. The main character smiled radiantly at his sister. Still waiting for the schoolgirl to run into the building, Zhou Wufeng thought that she had finally gone to take the exams. Frustrated, Zhou Wufeng realized that he needed to prepare for his move to Zheihai. The rain stopped very soon. Zhou Wufeng decided to take a walk down the street in search of something useful. Zhou Wufeng thought that there was still some meat left at home, and he should buy some noodles for dinner. Suddenly, he heard a conversation between two passers-by. They were talking about how the police had found not only buried money, but also money that relatives had hidden. While Zhou Wufeng was looking at the zucchini, the men were talking about how the scoundrel had deceived and killed a lot of people for money, and that killing him was simply not enough. The second man agreed that people in high positions who steal from the state should work on plantations. However, the man said that she spent it, not from the money spent, and wondered what he had saved it for. The second man said that he had no idea. Zhou Wufeng was extremely surprised to hear this fact. He was so nervous that he accidentally felt sorry for the tank too much. The seller saw that Zhou Wufeng had spoiled the products and asked why he was spoiling his vegetables. Zhou Wufeng apologized and said that he wanted to buy. Immediately after that, Zhou Wufeng ran home very quickly. He reproached himself for forgetting that everything here was different from modern times, because he couldn't just go and quickly spend all the money, especially in such a small town. Zhou Wufeng was very nervous, and only thought that if they found out that they had not found all the money, they would start an even bigger investigation. Then he realized that the man would definitely turn him in. Zhou Wufeng realized that even though he had greatly helped the case, if they had suspicions, they would not leave him alone. When Zhou Wufeng came home, he told his older sister that he needed to give her the money as soon as possible. The girl turned around and asked what happened. Zhou Wufeng was out of breath and said that he had not thought everything through and he needed to return the money urgently. Zhou Wufeng said not to worry because they could not provide for themselves. Very soon, the main character was already at the cemetery. Looking around, he made sure that there was no one there. He immediately ran to the grave of the peaceful one. After examining it, he realized that they had not yet dug this grave. Zhou Wufeng thought that they didn't know about this place yet, meaning he was saved, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, interrogation was taking place at the police station. The man interrogated Hu Han about the details of the relationship and feelings. The director asked the policeman. He said that 100,000 yuan was missing, and the accused said that Zhou Wufeng stole it and asked what he thought about it. The director was extremely surprised by this assumption, because Zhou Wufeng had helped the case so much, and why would he expose himself like that? The policeman reminded the director that we were talking about hundreds of thousands. Sunset was approaching very soon. The policeman said that the defendant's testimony matched reality because Zhou Wufeng was indeed with him before he was caught. He also said that the investigation confirmed all of this. The policeman turned around and said that Zhou Wufeng was too suspicious and they would need to call him in for questioning. Immediately after this, the director grabbed the policeman's hand. The man asked if he could meet him first. However, the policeman quickly shook off the director's hand. With rage on his face, he said that if they had not been friends for many years, he would have suspected him. He told the director that this matter had to be resolved. Very soon, the police left the cell. The director looked at the back of the man leaving. The policeman said to keep an eye on the director and not let him out until the main character is arrested. Zhou Wufeng thought that he was too happy when he thought that he would leave this world. He almost made a terrible mistake. She luckily managed to avoid her, eating ice cream. He watched the game of Shangqi. The man checkmated his opponent. He said, laughing happily, that he had not been looking after his horse. Suddenly, police officers came running to the scene. The main character, without even looking back, realized that they had come for him. While finishing his ice cream, Zhou Wufeng realized that it was his turn to checkmate. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng found himself in the interrogation room. The policeman asked him directly where the 100,000 was. Zhou Wufeng decided to play the fool and asked what 100,000 he was talking about. The man said that he was talking about the 100,000 that he blackmailed Hu Han into extorting. Zhou Wufeng asked a counter question and told Hu Han about it. The policeman slapped you on the head and said that he was the one asking the questions here and told you not to answer a question with a question. While the protagonist spread his arms and said that he did not take anything, the police officer asked why he took Hu Han to his place. Zhou Wufeng said that she wanted to see his evidence. The policeman asked with a sullen face what happened next, and whether Zhou Wufeng had threatened to inform on him and thus forced him to hand over 100,000 yuan. The denunciation was still ongoing and Zhou Wufeng was still there. Zhou Wufeng trembled with anger, saying that he really didn't take anything. The policeman asked if this was really so. While Zhou Wufeng was confirming, the director was looking at him from another camera. The policeman folded his arms and said that Hu Han did not know at that time that he was wanted. He asked why he went with him. Zhou Wufeng said that his parents died because of him. Trembling, the protagonist said that he personally wanted to see him arrested. Zhou Wufeng stood up abruptly from his chair and became very angry. The guy's eyes turned red with anger. He screamed that he deserved a life sentence and asked to be locked up. The police officer was not surprised by the guy's attitude. He tried to calm the main character down. The policeman said that Hu Han told about how he buried 100,000 and then dug it up and gave it to the protagonist. Zhou Wufeng asked incredulously whether the policeman really brought Hu Han to dig into his ancestors. At the same time, the director on the other side of the cell laughed at this suggestion. Zhou Wufeng raised his finger and said that he had a few doubts. With a calm face, he said that Hu Han said that he had dug, but his clothes were clean. Secondly, he suggested that he might have left some of the money for his son. The policeman thought about the main character's assumption. Very soon he rose from his chair. He walked out of the interrogation room at a calm pace. Very soon the door slammed shut, and the main character was left in it. Zhou Wufeng smiled and realized that everything was going according to plan. The policeman turned to his employee and told him to check Hu Han's testimony and told him to find out where he went with the main character and check. At the same time, the director was released from prison, and he began to circle around the policeman. The employee quickly ran to the policeman and said that they had found those 100,000. They really were there. The director was extremely surprised by this and asked if they had really found it. The employee said yes, exactly 100,000, in the same place where, according to the accused, he and the main character were. The case was closed very soon. The director thanked the officer for his help and offered her a cigarette. The policeman declined the cigarette and said there was no need for formalities. The director asked if Zhou Wufeng was really free now. The officer said that of course he was already free. At the same time, Zhou Wufeng and the director were taking a walk after the interrogation. The man asked if the main characters were hungry. He suggested going to the Goen restaurant. He also said that he would treat him to something as a token of his gratitude. She, like Zhou Wufeng, refused and said that maybe next time because his family was worried and he needed to go back. And suddenly the main characters remembered that he wanted to ask him something. The director told him not to worry because he had sent a letter to the relevant authorities and the answer would arrive in a couple of days. Zhou Wufeng said that he needed to get compensation as soon as possible because he was having financial difficulties. Zhou Wufeng could tell from the back of his head that he was also unemployed, and he smiled at the director and said that no formalities were needed and that he would send another letter and send him an answer within a week. He also said that since Xiaoshan was hanging there, he could take his place. I thought that Zhou Wufeng's dad realized that it would be better for him to go to Zheihai after all. The main characters were thanked for the offer, but he still refused. The director did not expect this from the main character. The man thought that he was just talking. And there, how much he needs the job now takes and refuses. Zhou Wufeng waved his hand to the man and said that it was time for him to go. It was almost morning. Someone was telling Mao Dan to raise the rope a little higher. The girl said that this height was enough. She was going to play Chinese skipping rope. The girl began to sing along to the cheerful game. She jumped nimbly between the ropes. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng approached the culprit of the events. Stopping for a moment, he just thought about what exactly Zizhui did in his free time and was surprised. Oh, how the girl hadn't seen the main character yet and was still singing happily. Suddenly, someone called her. She turned to the source of the sound. Zhou Wufeng stood there and waved to her in a friendly manner. The girl realized that she had ruined her image. Approaching the girl, Zhou Wufeng was about to ask for something when the girl asked what the matter was. Zhou Wufeng asked the girl to borrow the phone again. Zirui did not refuse his request. Zhou Wufeng answered the phone and asked her to dial Jiang Xiaoduo's number. Meanwhile, the girl was deep in thought. She remembered that her friend told her not to give Jiang Xiaoduo's number to the protagonist. Zhou Wufeng asked the girl again if she could call him. The girl shook her head and said that she did not know her phone number. The man only realized how badly she was lying. The man asked if she could dial Shen Ziren's number. The woman said that she wouldn't give it to him either. Zhou Wufeng asked again, so she did know her numbers, but she collected them for him. The girl slapped her mouth when she realized she had made a mistake. Zhou Wufeng scratched his head and said that he understood her intentions. He was a scumbag before, but he had known her for so many years. Zhou Wufeng became sad and said that he just wanted to see her again. The girl thought and lowered her eyes to the floor. The main character waved and said that then he would do it some other time. The girl looked at the back of the leaving protagonist and thought. A week later, Zhou Wufeng was still at home. Having heated up the water, he prepared to cook the food. Zhou Wufeng threw the noodles into a kind of pot and was about to cook them. Suddenly, Chen came to his house and said that he had received money for the death of his parents, and the director would bring it to him in the evening. Zhou Wufeng asked why she was so happy about it more than him. Approaching the protagonist, the man asked what he was cooking, to which Zhou Wufeng replied that he was just making noodles. Very soon, the noodles were ready. Looking at the noodles, Chen asked why he didn't add an egg since he was so rich. What the man said came true. Chen thoughtfully said that the director would bring him 4,000 yuan. The man said that he had the right to break an egg to celebrate such a thing. Zhou Wufeng said that his aunt's chicken had escaped. He had nowhere else to get eggs. Very soon, the boys started eating noodles. The man praised the main character for making such delicious noodles and told him to call him the next time he cooks. Zhou Wufeng said that he is leaving for Zehai tomorrow. The man was extremely surprised by such news from the main character. Pointing his chopsticks at the main character, he asked what he would do there and whether they would give him a job there. Zhou Wufeng spread his arms and said that he was going there himself, because there was nothing to catch here, and so he would go look for something better. It was already sunset and the boys went their separate ways. However, for the main character, this day is not over yet. Very soon, the director visited the main character's home, who told him to come in and sit down. The director immediately asked if he was really leaving for Zehai tomorrow. Zhou Wufeng put the matter aside and prepared some tea for the newcomer. The director asked if he really wanted to slip away without telling him, because he bragged that Chen had already told him everything. Zhou Wufeng said that he was going to tell him as soon as he arrived. She says the director told him not to lie. Now he understands why he refused to work at the factory because he found something better. Zhou Wufeng said that he was not going there to work in the evening, but was going to open a small business there. The director was extremely surprised to hear this and asked if he really wanted to start his own business. Zhou Wufeng said that he was just exaggerating, because he was going there to open a small establishment and live off of it. After the director drank the tea, he put down the mug and it was time. She said that Zhou Wufeng was very modest and asked how he guessed and whether he had agreed on everything. Zhou Wufeng thought that the director had the ideal characteristics for a work partner. The main characters approached you, opened the door, said to promise him that he would not tell, after which he told his plan. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng finished his story. Zhou Wufeng said that this is exactly what happened. While the director looked at the protagonist in surprise, the man realized that the main character had an incredible story, and if he had such a chance, he would simply lose it. After that, the comrades decided to go their separate ways. The director said that if he had any difficulties, he should write to the man. Zhou Wufeng thanked the director for the offer and please have a nice trip. While the man was getting ready to go home, Zhou Wufeng looked at his back. Zhou Wufeng exhaled and realized that he had money. But there was nothing left to do, which meant it was time for him to pack his bags. The main character turned around and thought that if he leaves, who if not him will buy these devices? Soon, Zhou Wufeng arrived at the children's house. He shouted for Yuna to open the door for him. After the girl opened the door for the main character, she asked him what he had in his hands. Very soon, she realized that it was a color TV. Zhou Wufeng trembled and complained about why the color TVs were so heavy at this time and asked the girl to help him because he was about to drop it. After catching his breath and sitting down on a chair, Zhou Wufeng said what he had barely finished. The girl turned to the main character and said that she would now bring water. Immediately after that, Zhou Wufeng began to explain what had happened. She said that he had been compensated and that the total amount was 3,980 yuan, and the girl herself could count the amount. Zhou Wufeng said that as he had already said, he was leaving tomorrow. The schoolgirls asked whether he was leaving forever or not. Zhou Wufeng said that yes, he was leaving forever. He also said that he would save up 500 yuan, and the rest he would leave to his children. Chou Yuyue asked if this amount was really enough for him. Because Zheihai was a big city, the prices there were probably higher. Zhou Wufeng patted his sister on the head and said that he had enough. He also said that he would earn money there, not spend it. She also asked where little Zheng was now and whether he was still sleeping. Yuna said that yes, he was sleeping, since he had been playing with him all evening. Chou Yuyue asked if she should wake him up, but the main character said that he would go to him himself. Very soon, the main characters found themselves at the baby's door. Zhou Wufeng waved to the child and said that they would see each other again. Very soon it became morning. The rooster crowed its beginning. Zhou Wufeng was no longer awake at that time. He was checking whether he had really taken everything. After holding the photos of the protagonist and Zhang Xiaoduo, he realized that he had to take this photo too. As soon as the protagonist got ready, Nike approached the entrance to the protagonist's house. Zhou Wufeng walked out the door and saw Chen there too. The man said that he had a bus coming soon, so he came to give him a lift. Zhou Wufeng said that if they left right now, he would be able to arrive by noon and find a place to spend the night. And he got on his motorcycle with a smile. Very soon the boys were driving quickly along the highway. Very soon they found themselves at the Linshui bus station. The man said goodbye to the main character and told him to run to the bus. Because it was leaving soon, Zhou Wufeng waved goodbye to Chen. The man also waved goodbye to the main character and wished him good luck. Soon, Zhou Wufeng found himself in Zheihai, a city that was completely different from Linshui, where Zhou Wufeng had spent most of his life. Everything looked much livelier. The highway was filled with cars and buses, which testified to the city's advanced status. Looking up, Zhou Wufeng realized that Zheihai was indeed more prosperous than Linshui, and was amazed at the beauty of the city. Unexpectedly, the main characters heard an offer to stay at a hotel. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng found himself near the Heart to Heart Hotel. The girl who was handing out leaflets asked Zhou Wufeng if she wanted to stay at the hotel. She handed him the hotel's business card. Zhou Wufeng blushed and asked if this was legal. The woman said that there are both official hotels and unofficial ones. She clutched her chest and said with burning eyes that they had everything they needed. Zhou Wufeng was frightened by such persistence. Zhou Wufeng waved his hands and thanked the woman, but she said he didn't need it. However, the woman was not going to give up. She grabbed the guy's hand and said that they had clean, comfortable rooms, leading the protagonist towards the hotel. She, like Zhou Wufeng, became even more scared. Then I heard the bus talking about the next stop. Turning towards the sound, Zhou Wufeng realized that this was his chance for salvation. Having told the protagonist to wait, he broke free from the woman's grip and ran towards the bus. The woman tried to stop him and said that she had not yet told him about the prices. Once on the bus, Zhou Wufeng decided to look at the map. Trying to figure out the area, Zhou Wufeng realized that he needed to find inexpensive housing. He realized that otherwise he simply wouldn't have time to open a business. He would run out of money. At the same time, one girl tried to call a taxi. She told me to give her a ride to Jiadian Garden, but only by taxi number 411. Very soon, the girl left the house. The driver said that her taxi had arrived. Having got into the car, the girl, who obviously knew the driver, asked how he would thank her. Shi Jiang said that the girl was cute, but he was already married. The girl said that Zhang Xiaoduo used to be married to the main character and called him an asshole. She also asked if the guy really didn't like her anymore. The man said, "How can he not like a woman who speaks so well of her?" The man asked if they would pick up Zhang Xiaoduo at the library on the way. The girl said they should. Immediately after answering, the man pressed the gas pedal and headed towards the library. His car quickly drove towards its final destination. Very soon, the couple found themselves near the city library. Jiang Xiaoduo was there sorting through books, lost in thought. Very soon, she was called from the other end of the library. She turned towards the voice. Jiang Xiaoduo was extremely surprised by the familiar faces and asked again if it was really them. She said that she would just finish work and asked her to wait a little. The woman sighed and realized that her family had set her up on a blind date again, and now even her friend was involved. Very soon, it was already 5:30, and the girl finished her work. At the same time, the driver and Jiang Xiaoduo's friend were happily talking about the events. Shi Jiang continued talking to her friend, laughing happily. Suddenly, he realized that someone was walking towards him. Seeing the man, Xu Jiang blushed deeply and opened her mouth in surprise. Jiang Xiaoduo stood there, looking around. Her friend called out to Jiang Xiaoduo and said that she had finally arrived. Shi Jiang greeted the girl, and she greeted him in the same friendly manner. Taking her friend by the hand, the girl asked why they didn't go to the cinema, since there were interesting films that she would like to see. The friend told Jiang Xiaoduo to sit in front. Very soon, they were almost there. The friend said that Xu Jiang would turn around and they would be near the cinema. However, unexpectedly, the girl noticed a familiar face through the car window. She was very surprised because her friend was standing there. My friend said to stop the car as soon as possible because Jujun was standing there. After the girl stopped the car, she started shouting her friend's name. Jujun was surprised that someone was calling him. He turned around and was surprised to see that both Jiang Xiaoduo and Shen Ziran were there. Shen Ziran began to explain that if he was not busy, then let him go with them since they were going to the cinema. Shen Ziran tried to persuade Jujun to go with them by opening the door for him. Jujun barely agreed, and after that the door was closed with a soft click. Shen Ziran began to introduce the guy to everyone there. She said that he was her friend and colleague. The driver greeted the newcomer, and Jujun awkwardly greeted him back. Whispering in the girl's ear, he said that he had not yet been paid this month and was told that they would pay him next month. Shi Jiang said that it was okay, he would pay him, and also asked how much the ticket cost. However, Jujun was extremely opposed to your proposal to the guy. Shi Jiang told him not to be shy because he didn't owe him anything. He would just give him a lift. And also said that he himself knew how expensive taxis are these days. Jujun said seriously that as soon as he received his salary, he would treat everyone. At the same time, Zhou Wufeng was trying to find a place to stay. One developer quoted him 35 yuan a month. The woman was surprised and said that if it was expensive, then he should go to the hostel, where a night costs 50 cents. Zhou Wufeng said with his mouth open where it was. Immediately after Zhou Wufeng found a place, he arrived at the dormitory. The man showed him a room with other residents. Zhou Wufeng realized that he was essentially paying for a bed. But the residents who were there looked sternly at the main character. One of them was smoking right in the room. The concierge said that they collected 50 cents every night. At the same time, Zhou Wufeng asked where he could wash up. The man told him that there was a wash basin on the left side of the corridor, which is where Zhou Wufeng went. After washing his face, Zhou Wufeng said that although it wouldn't be that easy here, he would be able to save a lot of money. Immediately after that, he went back to his bed. However, he suddenly noticed that his bag was missing. Looking around, he began to ask where his bag was because he had literally just hung it up, and what had happened while he was washing himself. Suddenly, Zhou Wufeng became angry again and realized that someone had stolen it. The man who smoked told the press that he should be careful when leaving someday, because everything that is erased here will never be found again. He also told us that let this be a lesson to him. Zhou Wufeng realized that it was a very smart decision on his part to take the money with him. Otherwise, his life would end right here. Meanwhile, the protagonist heard a familiar voice asking if there was a free bed for him. Zhou Wufeng turned towards the direction of the voice and saw his chief there. They didn't tell each other what they were doing here. Zhou Wufeng spoke first. He said that he hadn't seen him for a long time and that they had never met since they graduated from high school. Zhou Wufeng said that the bed opposite his was free today and said that he could sleep on it. Immediately after this, Zhou Wufeng decided to unpack his things. Zhou Wufeng said that he did not expect to see Jujun. He should have said that her husband seemed to have been given a job after college. The man said that he was assigned to the tax department, but he would not be given a place in the workers' dormitory until the middle of next month. Well, listen to his story. Zhou Wufeng said that it is not surprising that he ended up here. Jujun dropped the topic and asked how Zhou Wufeng came to Zhihai. Zhou Wufeng said that he came here to open a business and visit Jiang Xiaoduo. Jujun turned away because he was mentally condemning the main character. He thought that all the former classmates already knew what he did. There was no point in him pretending that he had become better. Zhou Wufeng asked why he didn't come to his wedding since he missed him so much. Zhu Jun said that he had business in the family. The hero broke up the lessons and said that if that was the case, then okay. The next day started off great. The atmosphere was very good. Zhou Wufeng bought herself a bun and decided to take action. At school, he found himself at the Empire of Hope store. Well, Zhou Wufeng decided to start from there. We thought today would be a good time to look around for potential business while munching on a bun. Very soon the man found himself in the building. He decided to look at clothing stores. After that, he realized that although Zhehe was a fairly large city, it still lagged behind the capital. He looked at the clothing shelves. He thought that the girl who brought their popular capital only after some time to get here. But despite this demand, Nadezhda in this city is not much different from her. Zhou Wufeng realized that this was his chance to make some money. She decided to recall all the trends of those years. Leather jackets, skirts, oversized trousers, flared jeans. Exhaling, Zhou Wufeng decided that he would start with flared jeans. Since they were just starting to gain popularity at this time, he would easily break them into the masses. Zhou Wufeng decided in the evening that he had some time left and he would look around a little longer. He remembers that many popular items have their origins in night markets. Right next to her, Jiang Xiaoduo looked at the floor, deep in thought. Zhou Wufeng still hadn't noticed her and was looking around for profit. Suddenly their eyes met each other. The guy was very surprised that he met a woman here. At that moment, a brilliant idea came to him. Everything immediately became clear to him. When the girl was also extremely surprised by the guy's appearance, Zhou Wufeng quietly said his ex-wife's name. However, immediately after that, he joyfully shouted her name. Approaching the woman, Zhou Wufeng said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl sadly said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. At the same time, her friends were behind her. When Shijiang noticed that the girl was uneasy, Zhou Wufeng began to ask Jiang Xiaoduo if she was hungry and if they could eat together. Jiang Xiaoduo said that she was full. Zhou Wufeng immediately asked them to go for a walk somewhere after that because he had something to say. Shen Ziren suddenly ran up to the group. She covered Jiang Xiaoduo with her hand and started yelling at the male lead. She asked why she didn't tell him now, since Jiang Xiaoduo was no longer his wife, so he had nothing to hide. The woman was still extremely offended by the main character. The guy wore the girl out so that she would listen to the main character. The girl agreed with a sullen expression on her face. Jiang Xiaoduo told her friend that she had spoken to the male lead for a short time. She also said that she wanted to clarify some points with him, but in private, the girl also said not to worry. After that, Jiang Xiaoduo pointed to the side, hinting that this was the best place for them to talk. At the same time, one man was burning with anger. Shijiang shouted that Jiang Xiaoduo had gone straight to her ex-husband's place to go on a date with him. Shen Ziren sighed heavily because she had nothing to say. Shen Ziren said that it was already late for them to go home. She turned around and left the company, followed by Zhu Jun. However, the man still did not calm down. His eyes were burning with rage. Finally, Zhou Wufeng stepped aside and began to talk. By the clock on the back of the head, he said that since they had not seen each other, her form had become better, and apparently he had not been feeding her well. After that, Jiang Xiaoduo announced the name of the main character. She said that her family had recently started setting her up on blind dates. She said that her mother constantly loses consciousness, and she is worried about her health. He lowered his head. She said that all she could do was obey her. Jiang Xiaoduo said with a trembling voice that she might get married this year. After this, Zhou Wufeng was unable to say anything, only silently looking at the girl. Soon after, Jiang Xiaoduo turned around. She walked away from the main character without saying a word. Zhou Wufeng finally decided to go back and say something to the girl. He called her name and started walking towards her. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoduo only cried silently, her whole body trembling. Zhou Wufeng decided not to stop her. He just looked at her back gloomily, lost in his thoughts. However, unexpectedly, he grabbed the girl by the hand. The girl screamed from this surprise, because she did not expect such a move from the main character. He hugged Jiang Xiaoduo. The girl blushed at such a movement from his side. Unexpectedly, he kissed her on the mouth. Such a touching action only made the girl cry again. She was unable to say anything and only blushed. He suddenly called her name. However, the girl was frightened by this sequence of events. She opened her eyes wide. After that, she pushed the guy away, unable to tolerate such impudence. Zhou Wufeng staggered and tried to justify his actions. In a serious tone, she told the protagonist not to say anything. She hung her head and said that she hated him. She hated him because he had suddenly started to treat her well, and because of that, she now missed him. On the verge of tears, the girl once again called out the main character. She said that over the past 2 years, he had almost killed her many times. He had repeatedly beaten her for any reason, even if it was someone else's fault. Zhou Wufeng's eyes widened at Zhang Xiaoduo's words. Zhou Wufeng tried to justify himself to the girl, but he was unable to do so because the girl interrupted him. She said that he was completely different now and she was not confident in herself. She asked him if he was trying to fool her by treating her well. Almost crying, she said that she did not understand why he had come here. She also did not understand why she had met him at the market. Zhou Wufeng said to dry it because she doesn't understand anything. However, the girl only repeated that she doesn't hear anything. She yelled at the main character and said that she didn't know why he came here and she didn't want to know. Immediately after that, she ran away in the opposite direction from the main character and screamed not to follow her anymore. The main character could only look sadly at her back. While the woman was running away, Zhou Wufeng was lost in his thoughts. Zhou Wufeng clenched his fist and just wondered if she knew what Zhou Wufeng wanted to tell her. Zhou Wufeng thought for a moment and looked at the lantern. He realized that even if he told her, he wasn't sure if he wanted to get into a conflict with her family again. He mentally told himself to stop hurting her. Zhou Wufeng lowered his head and realized that he was currently living in a difficult dormitory and taking care of his sisters. He wondered what he could possibly give her. Opening his eyes, the hero realized that he needed to earn money for startup capital. But where could he get it? The next day, Zhou Wufeng was walking through the alleys of the city. There he met antique dealers. They were all trying to sell things from the past. Zhou Wufeng suddenly noticed the turquoise ring. Zhou Wufeng picked it up and began to examine it. The seller said that you were more careful because it was a valuable artifact of the Ming dynasty. The main character asked how much this ring cost, but the seller just said not to even think about it because it was priceless, and he didn't have enough money. Zhou Wufeng told boss to take it easy, and asked again how much he was selling the adventurer's jade for. The seller was clearly surprised that Zhou Wufeng recognized this ring so clearly. The seller said that for only 2 yuan, the fee was only for the master's work. The protagonist asked how this ring could be so expensive if they were mass-produced. Zhou Wufeng said to look at this edge of the material, and he was about to continue, but the seller stopped him. He dropped the price to 1 yuan and told him to back off. Soon, Zhou Wufeng sat down on a bench nearby and examined the artifact. After examining it from all sides, Zhou Wufeng was pleased with his purchase. After polishing the ring, Zhou Wufeng said that it now looked better. Immediately after this, Zhou Wufeng decided to go to the local cafeteria. Having ordered some noodles for himself, he began to eat his order. And so, unexpectedly, Zhou Wufeng heard a voice next to him and turned towards the source. There was a married couple standing there. Zhou Wufeng put down his chopsticks, thus ending the meal. The woman asked her husband, and she was interested in what year this or that item was made. The seller realized that these foreigners spoke the language well, and it was unlikely that he would be able to fool them. The seller told them to be careful and asked them not to break anything while the woman took the clay product from the table. The woman said that it really looked like a very historical one, and her husband said to add it to the collection. The man asked how much he charged for the vase. Waving his fan, the seller said that it belonged to his ancestors and he was not particularly keen on giving it away. The man said that he would keep it carefully. The seller said that since that was the case, he would sell it for 1,000 foreign currencies. The man was about to give the money to the seller when Zhou Wufeng stopped him. He started to say in English that he was deceiving him because it was a fake. If you don't want this trash, then Zhou Wufeng can give it to you for free. The married couple looked behind them. Zhou Wufeng stood there and nodded to them with a smile on his face. The man turned back to the seller and said that they had changed their minds about buying it. The seller started to lower the price, saying that he would sell it for 700 E. The seller, trying not to lose his customers, was ready to sell that vase even for 100. Seeing how quickly the price was falling, the man said that they knew it was a fake. Zhou Wufeng was about to leave when he was stopped. Crossing his arms, Zhou Wufeng heard the married couple thanking the protagonist for warning him. Zhou Wufeng spread his arms and said that he was always welcome to his foreign friends. The woman asked where he was from. Zhou Wufeng said that he was a local. It was just that Yegor's father worked abroad and often took him with him, so he knows English. The man asked how Zhou Wufeng knew the vase was fake. The main character closed his eyes and said that traces of paint were visible on these vases. Archaeologists have not found the same shape in yours. He also said that, frankly, he himself does not understand this very well. Right after that, the man asked if it was possible that Zhou Wufeng was also a collector. Zhou Wufeng laughed and said that his father was in the business of similar things, so he knew a little about it. A man with glowing eyes asked the main character to help them find real antiques. Zhou Wufeng chuckled and said that he would be happy to help. The man said his name was Tom and his wife was Linda. Zhou Wufeng introduced himself as Dafeng, without revealing his real name. After this, the company decided to go to flea markets. Now the sellers also realized that Zhou Wufeng had brought foreigners with him and were very surprised. He called the protagonist and told them to come and look around. Zhou Wufeng said to get the boss some real antiques. The nervous roll is in his bag. The seller said that he will do it now. After waiting a short time, the man took an ancient comb out of his bag. The seller said that his great-grandmother passed this down to him, and that this comb had been passed down for several generations. He also said that it was directly from the palace. Zhou Wufeng wondered about the quality of this comb. Zhou Wufeng thought that the paint on this comb was clearly not fake, and from its appearance one could guess that the comb had a long history. Zhou Wufeng realized that although it was unusual, it did not have any special meaning, and it was difficult for him to name its real price. Zhou Wufeng started to speak English to the couple. He said that she was valuable, but do not show him that they want her, because he was going to lower the price for him. The man said he wasn't particularly impressed because you could find the exact same comb anywhere. Zhou Wufeng said that it was historical and the man could keep it for his collection. The seller tried to approach the protagonist and said that this comb has a great history, and it is definitely worth taking it into the collection. Zhou Wufeng approached the seller and asked what the minimum price he was willing to offer was, and if it was beyond the budget, they would not buy it. The seller started saying that he would sell it for 100 foreign currencies, because this thing is really very valuable to him, and he won't give it away for less. Zhou Wufeng nodded to the man and said that the deal was done. Immediately after this, the happy company moved away from the seller, while he silently looked at their backs. The seller realized that he could sell it for a higher price. At the same time, the man thanked the main character for helping him make such a purchase. He also offered the main character to have lunch together, because in this way he would be able to express his gratitude, and asked him not to refuse. The main character returned to his head in thoughts that he was just waiting for this moment. Very soon, they found themselves in a restaurant. The man told the main character to look at the menu. The woman told her husband that she really liked the comb. Zhou Wufeng looked at the couple and said that they were very lucky, because he was worth at least 1,000 foreign currency. The man gave the main character a thumbs up and said that he was really lucky to meet him because they didn't buy a comb for only 100. Zhou Wufeng began to fidget with the ring on his finger and said that he was really sorry. The married couple immediately noticed the main character's unusual object and asked what it was. Zhou Wufeng said that if the comb was made by a famous craftsman, it would cost much more. The man said that they only spent 100 and were already very grateful. Immediately after this, the man asked the main character what kind of ring he had on his finger and what era it was from. Zhou Wufeng said that he really didn't know. The man was surprised by the protagonist's answer and asked again if it was really so. The main character said that she got it in the village and he can't say exactly what era it was from, but he bought it because it looked beautiful. The man said that since an expert like him couldn't tell, it must be a really good item. He also asked how much he bought it for. Zhou Wufeng said that he bought it for 1,000 yuan. The man also asked the protagonist to be able to look at the ring. Immediately after Zhou Wufeng handed it to the couple, they looked at it. The woman was surprised by the beauty of the ring. Zhou Wufeng said with a smile that he planned to wear it for a while and then sell it. The man said why shouldn't he sell it to them, since Linda really liked it. Zhou Wufeng asked again if the man really wanted to buy it, because even Zhou Wufeng himself was not sure how old he was. The man said that yes, they were indeed ready to buy it, because the fact that his wife liked the ring was all that mattered. Zhou Wufeng said that since that was the case, he would do him a favor. Immediately after this, the man handed the money to the main character. The woman asked if he would really buy it at the purchase price, and if Zhou Wufeng wanted to get some benefit from it. Zhou Wufeng said that he was willing to sell it to his girlfriend for exactly that amount, because it was important to have friends abroad. He also said that they were friends now. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng returned to the dormitory. When he went to his room, he asked the headman if he was still reading the newspaper. Immediately after this, Jujun closed the newspaper and put it aside. Zhou Wufeng asked if he really wanted to sleep as soon as Zhou Wufeng came in. The machine said that he had to get up for work tomorrow. Zhou Wufeng said that he would not keep him for long and asked what kind of man was with Jiang Xiaoduo yesterday. However, the man was already pretending to be asleep. The main character looked away and thought that here was another man who thought that he was not suitable for a woman. Immediately after this, The main character tugged the headman by the shoulder and kept calling his name, trying to wake him up. However, the man was not happy with this action and furiously shouted the main character's name. He started shouting, "What difference does it make to him who Zhang Xiaoduo was with yesterday, since he had already divorced her and asked why he was still chasing after her?" Zhou Wufeng repeated his question. The man said it was Xu Jiang, a taxi driver. Zhou Wufeng was surprised that the person who tried to date Zhang Xiaoduo was just a taxi driver. Zhu Jun says that he earns more in a day than a man earns in a month and tells the protagonist not to even try. Soon, Zhou Wufeng realized what was on the train. Looking out the window, Zhou Wufeng thought that you also and they should definitely be enough to buy a batch of good flared jeans from Guanghai. Very soon, the main character appeared at the city wholesale market. He came there right at night. Looking at the building, he realized that he was in the right place. Still looking at the building, Zhou Wufeng realized that it was 3 times bigger than the market in Zheihai. Zhou Wufeng looked around and tried to understand the situation. All over the beam, Zhou Wufeng said that he usually comes to the market a little earlier to pick better. But now it's only 2 o'clock in the morning. He decided to lie down for a while, and when he wakes up, he will immediately go shopping. Zhou Wufeng told his eyes from the loud screams, "When will they finally open?" Zhou Wufeng's eyes widened as he was surprised by the crowd that stood on the street. Zhou Wufeng started shouting and realized that it was so early that so many people had already arrived. Hurrying, Zhou Wufeng realized that he had to hurry because if he hesitated, he would sell everything. Some salesmen stood on a pedestal so that he could be seen and said that jeans usually cost 40 yuan and skinny ones 55. Zhou Wufeng was surprised. No jeans, because if they were converted into a price at the exchange rate of 2020, they would cost 3,000 yuan for one pair, and this is not even a brand. But Zhou Wufeng approached the seller and asked if he would give a discount if he bought 50 pairs of flared bottoms in bulk. The man said that if he bought 50, he would be paid 50 yuan for each pair, and if he bought 100, he would be paid 45. He also said that if he wanted to buy, the man should think quickly because the stock was running out. The main character wondered whether he really wanted to buy only steam. Zhou Wufeng decided to be cunning and invite people who want to buy flared jeans with him. Turning from side to side, he invited people. Very soon, a man approached the main character and asked if they would really buy and pay together. Zhou Wufeng confirmed this and asked if he wanted to buy flared jeans. Soon, another woman approached him and said that she wanted several pairs. Zhou Wufeng asked how many pairs he wanted. He would calculate the amount before collecting the money. Everyone named as many as they needed. The man named 20 pairs, the women 50, and another man said he only needed 5. After counting, Zhou Wufeng realized that there were only 105 pairs including the main character, and that should be enough. Immediately after this, the main character collected money from 3 people. Zhou Wufeng said that the shop in front of them sells the cheapest jeans of good quality. The man told him to lead, and the woman said that he had better not lie. Zhou Wufeng said not to worry. Because many people had already approached the salesman, Zhou Wufeng realized that now was the time to hurry. Right after this, the main character had an idea. After raising the money, Zhou Wufeng said that he would buy 105 pairs of skinny flared jeans from him. However, the main character was waving not just yuan, but foreign currency. The seller was very surprised that this guy had so much foreign currency. The salesman told his assistant to pack 105 skinny flared jeans for the main character and said that he hadn't made a mistake and that he needed the skinny ones. After everyone had sorted out their part, the woman said that the main character's idea was brilliant. The main character said that it was all to their advantage. The man said he needed another pair of regular men's flared jeans. The main character thought about this proposal. He looked at his jeans and realized that they were not in the best condition. Many of the main characters realized that perhaps he should also buy himself a pair. Zhou Wufeng returned to Zheihai at night. He approached the real estate agent and asked him for a good place. The agent was not particularly eager to do so. After this, the main characters handed the seller a cigarette and lit it. He asked him again to give him a good place for the counter. Exhaling cigarette smoke, the man said that he would try and the main character should now register and pay. After Zhou Wufeng paid, the man led him to the seat. Zhou Wufeng pointed to the place and said that it was the perfect place for a counter. As she was leaving, the man said that he would clean the place himself, and the man would go back to work. Zhou Wufeng thanked the seller for such generosity. Very soon, Zhou Wufeng unloaded everything he needed. He breathed a sigh of relief because everything was already ready. Standing in a confident pose, Zhou Wufeng admired how he hung up his jeans. Meanwhile, at another restaurant at the same time, an important meeting was taking place. At this time, many people gathered at the table. Shen Ziran decided to introduce everyone. She introduced Shijiang and said that he was her friend and worked as a taxi driver. The man respectfully stood up and greeted the people. Very soon, Tian Liang shook his hand and introduced himself. Shen Ziran said that Liang was her former high school classmate, and he recently moved to Zhehai to work for Sinan Hardware Factory. Shijiang asked Shen Ziran if she earned more than him. The entire monthly salary at the factory was at least 100 yuan. The girl said that if he continued to tease her, she and Jiang Xiaoduo would leave. Shen Ziran said that she would finish speaking. She said that she would pay for dinner today because Liang was visiting Zhehai for the first time. Shijiang said it was a great idea. Immediately after this, everyone clapped their hands before eating. Meanwhile, as the sun set, more and more people gathered on the streets of the market. Zhou Wufeng stood at his counter and talked about imported flared jeans. He advertised them saying that they are of high quality and are really worth looking at. I had to ask the main character if he could prove that they were imported. The main character started speaking in English and said to pay attention to the material and style. Very soon, many customers gathered near his counter. Zhou Wufeng asked if the size would fit the woman when the woman asked how much it would cost. Zhou Wufeng said that it was direct from the factory and the lowest price was only 99 yuan. Right after that, the main character's eyes lit up. He said that they also had a special offer. He said that if they changed into these jeans and walked around the market in them, they would give her back 5 yuan. The woman was surprised by such a generous offer. Zhou Wufeng said that if they thought they were not suitable after that, then after she bought them, he would simply return their money. The woman asked if the protagonist had size S. Because she wanted to try it on, Zhou Wufeng gave her jeans of the right size. The girl, pleased with her purchase, began to walk through the market. Zhou Wufeng said with a beaming smile that this was the first successful sale. And in the meantime, the company was leaving the restaurant. Shen Ziran said that it was a good idea to take a walk after eating. Shijiang asked if Jiang Xiaoduo liked walking. The girl lowered her head and reluctantly said that she liked it. Jia Peipei told Shen Ziran and Jiang Xiaoduo that it would be a good idea to go to the night market, as it was more fun than the street. Walking through the night market in her new flared trousers, the girl heard many enthusiastic reviews from passers-by. Zhou Yufeng, like a true merchant who wants to sell his goods as quickly as possible, could not help but compliment the beautiful girl. Since all the conditions were met, he took out a 5 yuan bill and gave it to the customer as previously agreed. The jeans were so great that the girls' hearts fluttered at the sight of them. It was impossible not to fall in love with such fashionable pants. The guy decided to attract the attention of customers with a tempting purchase condition, promising to return part of the money for a fashion show in new flared jeans. Holding a wad of money in his hands, the hero was pleased with today's good earnings and decided not to stop there. Noticing a woman walking past in an unusually beautiful pair of flared jeans, Jia Peipei called out to her friend. Pointing to the find, Zijhan also became interested in where these flared jeans were bought, because you definitely can't buy them in the center. The girls decided not to waste time and go look at the shopping pavilion inside the night market. Zhou Yufeng managed to gather a crowd of customers around him and began serving them in turn according to their preferences and clothing sizes. In the midst of the trading, the girlfriends arrived, and Jia Peipei asked about the price of the flared jeans. The flared jeans cost 99 and 9 yuan. Unfortunately, the jeans in the small size were sold out, but the businessman promised to buy some for a reserve for 1 yuan. None of the friends expected that the salesman would be the same guy who had caused so much trouble to one of them. In order to avoid an awkward situation, Zhou Yufeng pretended that nothing had happened and offered to bring Xiaodo a pair of jeans in the next shipment, since this one was out of the right size. The girl was confused and could not answer him. She lowered her head, trying to avoid his gaze. Having received no answer from her, the guy happily decided to accept her silence as a sign of consent. The flared jeans were not cheap. Xiaodo refused them, hoping that he had not forgotten about his sisters. Yufeng began to claim that everything was different now, but at that moment, Ziran decided to take her friend away from this man. Li Dekai supported Yufeng in his endeavors, saying that he would become the richest of the boys in their class if he continued to work in the same spirit. The main character did not react to his words of support and only stubbornly looked through him, as if he did not see him. Having received no answer, the guy noticed that his partner was ignoring him, and all his attention was focused on his ex-wife behind him. Angered by the way he was treated, Li Dekai deliberately nudged Xiaodo with his elbow, causing the girl to fall. Noticing this, Shijong, who was standing next to her, reflexively extended his hand and managed to catch her, preventing her from falling and getting hurt. Feeling his touch on her skin the next second, the girl abruptly pulled her hand away, embarrassing the young man. Having witnessed the unpleasant situation, Zijin told the boys that they had nothing more to do here, and it was time to go. Gritting his teeth and gathering all his will into a fist, the seller shouted after them, trying to stop them. Shijing and the others turned around. Without wasting any time, Yufeng offered to support his business as an old classmate. Li Dekai was outraged by his words, reminding him that Jiang was not his classmate at all. Cho Yufeng realized his mistake. It seemed like the guy was just on good terms with his classmates. Li Dekai did not want to offend his friend, and in order not to misunderstand him, he decided to clarify the whole situation. Shijang just stood there silently, staring at the puzzled Yufeng, as if he was thinking about something to himself. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young man reached into his pocket and began looking for something there. Taking money out of it, he handed it to the guy and said that he would support him on behalf of the class, and he would no longer have to ask anything from the others. A pleased Chow thanked him, took out a notepad and pen, and prepared to make a pre-order list of the required sizes of flared jeans. Japepe immediately perked up and began to announce the sizes that she and her friends needed. After waiting for the orders to be processed, Zirin hurried to take her friend away from the man. When everyone was about to leave, the guy decided to call his ex-wife to talk face-to-face. Hearing his request, Xiaodo stopped without turning around and froze, not daring to move. Jujun, who was standing next to him, casually reminded him that they were already divorced, hinting that he should not bother the girl. After the hurtful words about divorce, silence reigned all around. Everyone was waiting for Xiaodo's answer. Shenziren didn't understand what else the two of them could talk about and why her friend didn't want to leave here. But Xiaodo was determined to put the dots between them. Otherwise, he would continue to pester her in the future. The boys thought that she was too soft on him, and on top of that, Li Dekai thoughtlessly assumed that she still loved him. However, Shijong, who had intended to get closer to the girl, was not at all happy with these words. Seeing her friend's irritated expression, Shenziran raised her voice and told Li Dekai to stop talking nonsense. At this moment, Xiaodo agreed to go away and talk to Cho Yufeng away from prying ears. They headed into an empty alley, lit by rare lanterns, secluded from uninvited advisors. Having walked a sufficient distance and made sure that no one was there, the girl stopped abruptly, giving him the right to speak. The boy began to talk about what had happened since she left. About Huang's arrest, his parents' funeral, and the compensation payment he had given to his sister. The girl stood with her back to him, silently listening to everything he wanted to tell her, but suddenly turned around, piercing him with her gaze. Deciding to change the subject, Yufeng boasted about his earnings for the night. Showing his wallet filled with money, Xiaodo decided to end this pointless conversation by saying that she was going to marry someone else and asked him not to bother her anymore. The guy couldn't believe his ears and was dumbfounded. Her words left him in a stupor. The girl asked him to go back to Lingshui so that they would never see each other again. She didn't expect that after her words, convulsive, hysterical laughter would be heard from the opposite side. Losing control of himself, he grabbed her by the shoulders, shouting that she should just try to marry another. Unable to hold back her tears, Xiaodo asked if he was going to pursue her until her death, to which Yufeng replied that, having let her go once, he would not repeat his mistake and would not let her go a second time. Looking straight into the girl's tear-stained eyes, he thoughtlessly asked her to marry him again. But seeing that she was very frightened by his actions, he let her go, taking a deep breath. Realizing his reckless behavior at the moment, he tried to make things right. Having suggested that she forget about what she had said in the heat of the moment, he thought it appropriate to offer to walk her home. Xiaodo silently turned around and hurried away, not wanting to deal with him anymore. Knowing about her worries, he promised to break down all the barriers that had risen between them one by one. Returning to his workplace, he began to take inventory of the remaining goods to determine which sizes were in greater demand. He urgently needs to replenish the missing sizes, while they are being snapped up like hotcakes. The next morning, Cho Yufeng went to the Guanghai wholesale market again, intending to buy some bell-bottom jeans. The man he had bought jeans from last time immediately recognized him, but this time the guy only asked for 60 pairs. But despite this, the seller decided to be generous and sell him the pants at wholesale price, as if he were buying 100 pairs. In the midst of the trade deal, someone suddenly called out to Cho Yufeng from the side. Turning around out of curiosity, the guy saw a rather familiar man walking towards him. As it turned out, it was the same guy with whom he had bought flared jeans last time. A young man named Shu came on behalf of the company he worked for to find out about the latest fashion trends. Cho Yufeng immediately assumed that he was a representative of some trading company, and he was not mistaken. Zhu confirmed his suspicions and said that he worked for the Guanghai International Company, which had a trading permit for the import and export of all possible goods. This could not but please, because it gave us the opportunity to gain good connections with factories abroad. Overjoyed, Cho Yufeng invited him to go for a walk, intending to get closer and find out more information. Shu asked if his sales were so good that he came back for more so quickly. The guy confidently replied that demand would only grow in the future. Being experienced in this matter, the new acquaintance warned him that in such a profitable business, there will always be competitors, which will certainly affect his income. The main character himself knew about this, so he was not going to do this on a permanent basis, but only to earn some extra money for a couple of days. Seeing his partner's puzzled look, Cho Yufeng explained that in a price war, you have to be smarter than everyone else. In a residential building in a wealthy area of another part of the city, frantic screams were heard. Upon learning of Cho Yufeng's arrival, Xiaodo's father became furious and began to smash objects around him. Hearing the sound of broken glass, the excited girl hurried into the room where her parents were currently located. Seeing Xiaodo enter, the father began to ask for information about when this bastard arrived. She did not hide anything and, sadly lowering her head, answered her father that he had arrived 2 days ago. Yunguang couldn't control his emotions again, thinking that the scoundrel had come to ask her for money again, but Xiaoduo denied it, saying that he just wanted to talk. Zhang Mingming tried to calm down the angry Yunguang, while also wondering what he wanted to talk to her about. Her mother reproached her for marrying him without listening to her, and offered to buy him off with money if only he would leave them alone. The angry father became indignant and would not give him a penny, so that in the future he would not come to them until he had sucked all the money out of them. Like any mother, Jiangxing was worried about her daughter and did not know what to do next in this situation. Xiaodo was concerned about her mother's poor health and promised her to sort things out. As evening approached, people from all over the city began to flock to the night market, hoping to buy something interesting. Cho Yufeng was just laying out a new batch of flared jeans when his first customer approached him. The girl asked if the price was still 99.9 yuan, but since she had not pre-ordered, the price was 110 yuan. The girl was surprised. She did not expect such a sudden increase in price in one day. He explained to her that yesterday he only had a few pairs left at purchase price, which he couldn't even make money on. Unfortunately, he couldn't sell her jeans that were ordered in advance by another customer. The customer was outraged and did not want to buy the jeans at the new price, threatening to simply leave if he did not give in. Cho Yufeng was adamant. He said that he was already selling them 20 yuan cheaper than in the capital. Having succumbed to temptation, the girl decided to buy flared jeans. Despite the price, she really liked them. During their conversation, 2 other clients approached, having ordered 3 pairs in advance. One of them asked the salesperson if they would make her look slimmer, to which the guy showed her all the advantages of jeans. Cho Yufeng took the opportunity to remind them that by pre-ordering they had saved money and returned the deposit to them. The girls were happy with the deal. They were lucky that they managed to order the now popular flared jeans at the old price. Looking after them with a sly expression on his face, the guy was expecting quick results from his strategy. A few days later, someone from the crowd admired Cho Yufeng's rapidly flourishing business, surrounded by a crowd of customers. Turning around, the guy recognized his first client, who was the first to try on flared jeans and walk around the night market in them. Her friends also wanted to buy the jeans, so she asked the price. But the stock at the purchase price had already run out, and now they cost 110 yen. Upon hearing about the price increase, the client was impressed by his clever business strategy. Late in the evening, Xiaodo was returning from work and heard Xu Jiang calling out to her as he passed by. He asked her why she was coming home from work so late, and she told him about the general cleaning at her workplace. Xiaodu still had to stop by the market to pick up his jeans, so she suggested that he take a short walk on the way there. On the way to the market, she met Jia Peipei and continued on her way with her. Her friend offered to pick up the jeans for her to avoid an unnecessary meeting, but the girl had something to say to her ex-husband, so she kindly refused Peipei's offer. Her friend tried her best to convince her that her ex was sick and could not be trusted blindly, but Xiaodo was serious about resolving some issues with him regarding their past together. At this time, at the market, Cho Yufeng was actively accepting pre-orders for the next shipment of flared jeans. Approaching the shopping pavilion, Jia Peipei asked him to give her long-awaited order of popular jeans. The guy handed her 3 pairs of flared jeans. having first kindly folded them into a paper bag. After exchanging the usual thanks between customer and client, she quickly left. The girls standing in line were sure that if she bought 3 pairs at once, it was a good sign and they had not made a mistake in their choice. Returning to her friend, Peipei gave her a pair of jeans, but she decided to refuse them, giving them to her. The girl did not linger and went ahead, leaving Xiaodo to talk with her ex-husband. Approaching him hesitantly, she called the young man by name. Qiu Yufeng was overjoyed and at the same time surprised by her unexpected arrival. With all possible seriousness, Xiaodo asked for a few minutes for an important conversation. The guy felt awkward because he thought that it was all because of yesterday's incident and asked for forgiveness for his thoughtless behavior. Realizing that he had caused her a lot of problems in the past, he tried to convince her that things were different now. The girl looked a little confused by the young man's sudden revelations. He promised that he would not bother her again in the future. But if she decided to marry him again, he would definitely wait for her. The girl didn't know what to answer him and only looked at him embarrassedly, lowering her head. Without changing his habits, Qiu Yufeng decided to once again accept her silence as a sign of agreement with his words. It was already dark. He couldn't let a beautiful girl walk alone, so he walked her home. Having reached her destination, Xiaodo thanked the young man for the service he had rendered and hurried into the house. Suddenly, the guy hesitantly called out to the girl and she turned around in surprise, looking at him with anticipation, after which he proudly blurted out that, in his opinion, no one but him deserved her more. Having closed the front door behind her, the girl thoughtfully leaned against it, pondering his words. Alarmed by her daughter's late return, the mother ran up to her and saw Xiaodo's tear-filled eyes. The mother's heart told her that all the troubles were, as always, because of the scoundrel Qiu Yufeng. Had he really offended her? Not wanting to worry her loved one, the girl lied that it was just a grain of sand that got into her eye. Jia Xiaohua, the heroine's sister, also guessed that she was dating her ex-husband. She reproached her for breaking the promise she made to her parents to avoid him. But Xiaodo tried to convince them that they were just talking and he promised not to bother her anymore. The parents had serious doubts about the veracity of the promise given by this man. Meanwhile, her father informed her that he had booked a table for 2 at the restaurant, just for her and Liu. The girl was so tired of blind dates that she couldn't contain her emotions and shouted that she wanted to be alone and wasn't going anywhere. The enraged father was sure that if it weren't for him, no one would have agreed to go on a date with a divorced woman without a normal education and job. Giving vent to all her pent-up anger, Xiaodo suggested that her father marry Liu himself. Because of his daughter's uncontrollable behavior, Zhang Yongguang's heart snapped, and he slapped her on the cheek with all his might. Unable to bear the scolding of her loved ones, Zhang Xing's heart ached. She sank to the floor, and at that very moment, everyone rushed to her aid. This situation reminded the mother of how angry Xiaodo was when they were against her marriage to Yufeng. She begged her to listen to them just once, because they did not wish her harm and did not want her to suffer again because of this man. Xiaoduo had no choice but to agree to all the conditions and become an obedient daughter. The next morning promised to be quite profitable and promising in terms of trading. Today, Qiu Yufeng went to another outlet and was already serving his first customer. Ziren, Dujun, and Jia Peipei were passing by and were deep in conversation. But one of the girls noticed the guy. Jia Peipei didn't expect to see him here, since he usually sold bell-bottom jeans at the night market. Qiu Yufeng told her that he had decided to change location for a while and was trading here today. Seeing the girl wearing the jeans he bought her, he singled her out from the rest, saying that she looked better than her friends. Jujun was indignant at his words, saying that a pair of stupid jeans did not make her more fashionable than the rest. Yufeng smiled sarcastically and made it clear to the classmate that he could not speak so badly about his classmate. Realizing that his words might have offended the girl, Jujun began to apologize to Peipei. By pretending to be offended, Yufeng decided to put Jujun in an even more awkward position for criticizing his pants. He chided him for judging poor vendors like him, who earns just 2 yuan from each sale to make ends meet. Having heard about the amount of earnings, Ziren indignantly asked the guy about the profit. Seeing the girl's angry look, Qiu Yufeng realized that he had said a little too much. Having collected the goods, he hurried to the market, citing the fact that he had no time to chat with them. The girl told the others not to waste their time on him, because they weren't even friends with him. It was getting dark, and Qiu Yufeng decided to take a break from trading and gather his strength. He went to have some noodles while listening to Qin Yigu talk about his talent in trading. The guy told him that he works for an authority figure and doesn't even know what his current profit is. Qin Yu became curious as to whether his boss had contacts with overseas manufacturers. Cho Yufeng waved away unnecessary questions and said that he was an ordinary worker with small sales. Qin didn't believe him, deciding that the guy simply didn't want to share the supplier's contacts with him. He decided to sever all ties with him, driving him out of the market, depriving him of a place to do business. Not wanting to start a conflict, the guy agreed to leave, but after the lease expired, Qin got angry and quickly left, not wanting to see him there anymore. Yufeng had expected this moment to come, but he didn't think it would come so quickly. At that moment, an idea came to his mind about how to make some money. After finishing his noodles, he headed to a payphone to call his trusted friend Shu. Having promised to pay the next morning, he asked for help in buying him a batch of flared jeans. Having agreed to deliver 110 pairs of flared jeans, he hung up and walked away. Cho Yufeng was confident that if he could sell all his stocks, he would earn more than 10,000 yuan. Returning to the market to buy jeans to go on another shopping trip, he again encountered an indignant Qin. Not paying much attention to him, the guy went to sell fashionable flared jeans along the alley. A very familiar girl was walking towards him, and as he came closer, he met Xiaodo's gaze. Having caught up with her and said hello, he simply walked past without stopping for a second. Feeling something inside, the girl turned around and looked after the young man as he left. The next morning, Shu was waiting for Cho Yufeng at his home, busy preparing food. Hearing a knock on the door, he stopped all cooking processes and hurried to open it. After greeting him, he invited him to come inside and make himself at home. But the guy was more interested in the jeans which he actually came for than anything else. Zhu pointed to a neatly stacked row of bell-bottom jeans in the corner of the room. Before Yufeng arrived, Shu was busy cooking, so he invited him to eat with him. Seeing the variety of dishes on the table, Yufeng thought that he should also treat him somehow. Having received such a sudden large order, Shu asked why he needed so many jeans. The guy told him about envious people trying to find out from him, even about the supplier. It was obvious to him that others would want to make money too. Hearing about the high demand, Shu became curious about how much he earned from sales. Trying to estimate the approximate amount in his mind, Yufeng voiced the figure of 10,000 and something. The partner was so shocked that he even cried out in surprise, forgetting about food. When he learned that he was selling a pair for 110 yuan, Shu couldn't believe that people were buying them for so much. Yufeng explained this by saying that business is flourishing in Zhehai now, so people have money and they spend it on expensive things. After that, he handed Shu a check for 5,000 yuan for the payment of the flared jeans and stood up from the table. When the guy opened the receipt, he discovered that it contained a larger amount than he had spent on purchasing the goods. Zhu pointed out a mistake on the receipt, which stated 5,000 instead of the 4,950 that had been spent. As he left, Cho Yufeng told him to keep the 50 yuan as delivery fee. The main character boarded the train and headed to a new outlet with a new batch of flared jeans. For today's sale of the latest batch of sought-after jeans, he chose Jiadi Park. The girls who hadn't had time to buy flared jeans at the night market were immediately interested in the offer. The girls were surprised that even on sale, jeans still cost 110 yuan a pair. Cho Yufeng explained to them that this was the last batch and he would not sell them in Zhehai anymore. But the girls still thought it was too expensive and were left to think whether it was worth buying the jeans. Not paying much attention to them, the guy continued to call out potential clients. The sale lasted until the morning, and only the morning sun forced the guy to take a break. Having decided to have a snack, the main character sat down on the curb and began to think about his further strategy. Due to competition, his sales dropped fourfold, and it seems that other retailers have also started selling flared jeans. Even lowering the price won't save his reputation, so he needs to sell everything before it's too late. Meanwhile, in another place, 4 friends were having fun playing board games. Jia Peipei got bored and didn't want to play anymore, so she decided to do her makeup. Shen Ziran noticed that her friend Xiaodo was somewhat pale and dejected today, thinking that something might have happened to her. The girl said that Liu Rui wanted to go on a date with her, surprising her friend with his straightforwardness. But Xiaodo wasn't at all happy about this, because she felt awkward and uncomfortable being around him. Having convinced her friend that he was still better than her ex-husband, she suggested that they all go for a walk together. On the street, a mischievous vendor was luring everyone to his final sale of imported flared jeans. After collecting his thoughts, Cho Yufeng decided to continue working and sell everything as quickly as possible. Seeing a street vendor, Liu Rui asked the price, deciding to buy 1 pair of flared jeans from him. After purchasing, he went further and saw Xiaodo and his friends coming towards him. After introducing himself to everyone as Xiaodo's friend, he immediately greeted them. Zijun liked the guy and appreciated the fact that he personally came to her house to pick up his friend. It was unexpected for Liu Rui that her family was so successful, because as far as he knew, this was a home for the rich or privileged. Since the friends were going to take a walk but unexpectedly met him, Ziran decided not to disturb the young people and leave them alone. Liu Rui didn't mind meeting the other guys, so he suggested that they all go together to make it more fun. The girl agreed, but suddenly she heard a familiar voice shouting loudly throughout the area about the sale. It was unexpected for her to see Cho Yufeng here, rather than at the night market as usual. Liu Rui heard that he had been here for several days already, which he hurried to tell his new acquaintance. A second later, it began to dawn on the young man that this was also the name of his ex-husband, Xiaodo. Looking at the girl, he saw that her gaze was fixed on the guy selling flared jeans. Liu Ruyu didn't like it, but the girl couldn't understand what she had done wrong and why she couldn't look at him. Feeling the atmosphere heating up, Ziran quickly changed the subject and suggested going to the store. As everyone started to walk forward, Xiaodo turned around to look at Cho Yufeng, which did not go unnoticed by Liu Rui. After that, he began to shout in a commanding tone at Xiaodo, forcing her to finally make a choice, whether she would go with them or not. The girl didn't like this attitude towards her, and she refused to go anywhere with him. She told the guy in a raised voice that it was none of his business. And at that moment, Cho Yufeng was attracted by shouts from the side. In agony, Liu Rui revealed that he would not have gone on a date with an ordinary librarian of his own free will, but did so because of her father. Hearing that the situation was getting worse, Yufeng suddenly called out to Xiaodo, calling her to come over. Without a second's hesitation, the girl shyly responded to the invitation and approached him. He thrust his green merchant's belt bag into her hands and asked her to put it on. And although she felt awkward and the request seemed strange to her, she did not refuse him. A satisfied Cho Yufeng continued the sale, with his ex-wife standing modestly to the side. Liu Rui just glared at them with irritation, feeling like he was about to boil over with anger. The man did not want to accept the fact that he was traded for a poor ex-husband. Liu Rui hurled insults, not forgetting to mention the boy's meager earnings of 2 yuan, saying that Soyato deserved to live a poor life. Deciding not to miss the opportunity to appeal to pity, Yufeng began to ask to buy jeans from him. The women standing nearby did not appreciate the mockery of the simple merchant and began to praise his hard work. They pounced on Liu Rui and asked him what kind of bad company encouraged such behavior, which left him confused. Deciding to support the young man's business, the first woman bought a pair of flared jeans from him. The second woman also decided to keep up with her and bought 2 pairs of fashionable jeans. Cho Yufeng was touched by the kind aunt's actions and thanked them from the bottom of his heart, almost crying. The women were pleased with the quality of the flared jeans and the young man's hard work. Realizing that the trick had worked, he decided to continue to press the pity with his small earnings in order to increase sales. Little by little, other people began to come to the sale. Having heard from the aunties that they were selling here even cheaper than cost price, Jujun and Zhang Zirui were surprised but still doubted Yufeng's hard work. They decided not to stay here any longer and to return back home to Peipei. The sun went down below the horizon. Tired residents returned to their homes, wanting to rest a little. At the end of the working day, the guy decided to count the remaining goods, and the girl quietly watched him. Today, he managed to sell 42 pairs of jeans, which was a pretty good result. Since it was already dark, he offered Xiaodo to take her home, and the girl didn't mind. The guy was carrying a hanger with the remains of his jeans, and she silently followed him down the alley. Suddenly, she decided to explain today's situation by saying that she was forced to go on a date with that guy. Without really reacting, Cho Yufeng asked her what she thought of that guy. But the girl only replied that she didn't want her parents to worry, so she agreed to their conditions. After listening, the guy didn't say anything to her about this, but only said goodbye, taking her home. As always, the girl's mother was waiting for her at home with questions about her date with Liu Rui, but she did not tell her what had happened so as not to worry her. Walking into the room, she noticed that this time her brother, Jiang Mingming, was also at home. He had just come to discuss some business with his father, so she didn't disturb them and simply went to bed. He told his father that some guy at the night market was selling jeans for 110 yuan, although their purchase price was 45 yuan. Jiang Mingming didn't want to miss this opportunity because even Wenwen's store started selling them. The father was shocked by such a price hike, but doubted whether he would be able to sell them for that much. He argued that sales at the market and in the park were very high. Despite the inflated price, the boy continued to put pressure on his father, asking him to lend him 5,000, promising to return twice as much in a month. He argued that the market was changing rapidly, and they could miss out on an opportunity. Breaking a long silence, his father reluctantly agreed to give him money, but only for the last time. Jiang Mingming was delighted, promising to earn a lot of money and provide his father with a luxurious pension. The father only asked her not to cause him more problems, as his daughter had. Since they had already suffered too many financial losses, the son was outraged because he earns money for the family, and Xiaoda will not be able to return the money spent by her ex. The next morning, Chen Jinlai hurried to the luxury clothing store in the shopping mall. Entering the boss's office, he immediately inquired about the supply of flared jeans. Wu Jixiang assured him that he didn't have to worry about the supply. Although they were sold for 45 yuan a pair in Guanhai, he would sell them at a different price. The guy tensed up from not knowing what the final price might end up being, and he waited for the answer with horror. But the worries were in vain. The boss announced the amount of only 40 yuan. Chen Jinlai was delighted to hear this because he managed to get jeans for cheap, which meant he could earn more. Since all the retail outlets wanted to get their hands on these jeans, Chen Jinlai decided to ask if he would sell them to them too. Wu Jixiang replied that he would sell to others for 45 or even 50 yuan. Chen Jinlai breathed a sigh of relief after receiving such good support from his boss. He decided to fight his competitors by lowering the price. Even if they were sold at cost for 45 yuan, he would be able to sell for 44 yuan. He was confident of his superiority in this price war, and he was delighted with his own genius. Wu Jixiang silently watched the smug young man from the side, waiting for him to calm down. The boy was eager to start a business and asked when he could finally get the goods. The boss told him to be patient for a couple of days, and soon he would be the first in Zheihai to receive the goods. The sun's rays enveloped Jiadi Park, but there were not many people. Therefore, trade was poor. Qiu Yufeng was already thinking about returning to the mall due to the lack of customers. Having collected all his things and getting ready to leave, the guy attracted the attention of the girls passing by. The customers who came up recognized him as the seller from the night market and were very happy that they were able to catch him. Having quickly decided on the right size, they bought 2 pairs of flared jeans from him. The guy realized that he would still be able to sell something here and decided to stay in the same place for a while. Taking the loudspeaker, he continued to call out customers for the sale, which was ending in 2 days. At this moment, Xiaoda was walking through the building opposite on a work errand, and her attention was drawn to the commotion outside. Looking out the window, she noticed Qiu Yufeng, still selling his flared jeans. The girl's cheeks began to burn at the sight of her ex-husband, and for some time she stood there, looking at the young man. The doors of the shopping center were already open to customers, and many stores were in full swing. Many people were wondering if Wenwen had brought in flared jeans, but after hearing a negative answer, upset customers went looking for it in other stores. Xu Wenwen was angry that Jiang Mingming had not arrived yet, and they were losing potential customers. At that very second, a breathless guy appeared on the horizon, running as fast as he could towards her. The evil girl showered him with questions about the deal and about where he was staying for so long. Jiang Mingming, sweating from the rush, explained to her that he was delayed because he was getting information about supplies through connections, and told her about the rise in prices. Handing him the towel, she reproached him for asking his father for money earlier. He told her that he had bought 100 pairs of flared jeans for 5,000 yuan in an attempt to get himself in shape. Wenwen was eager to know when the shipment of flared jeans would arrive, to which she received the answer: the day after tomorrow, either at night or during the day. She was overjoyed by the news, not believing that they would be able to sell them in just 3 days. After doing some quick math, she found out that they could earn a month's salary by selling just 2 pairs of jeans. Encouraged by the prospect of future wealth, Jiang Mingming decided to quit his job and work for Wenwen. At the same time, in Jiadi Park, the site of the morning sale, the sound of empty clothes hangers could be heard. A pleased Qiu Yufeng couldn't even imagine that the jeans would sell out so quickly. Without wasting time and the opportunity to earn even more, he decided to call Xu again. He was interested in the current situation on the wholesale market. In particular, whether they had managed to raise the purchase price for flared jeans. The guy told him that due to high demand, the price of jeans had risen to 50 yuan a pair. Hearing that Qiu Yufeng was interested in the new batch, Xu asked how many he had sold so far. Yufeng proudly replied that within a few days he was able to sell out the entire supply. There was a stunned cry from the other end of the line, as he had managed to earn 10,000 yuan from the sale. But if the price has gone up, it means that the jeans are already being resold by others. The guy was not going to take a new batch. He said not everyone can compete with the big companies in the price war. Having promised to call another time, he hung up and ran about his business, having come up with another plan. After buying a pack of cigarettes, Cho Yufeng returned to the night market and headed towards the manager. Shutting himself away from the world, Chin Yigu enjoyed the evening air with a cup of coffee, whistling songs to himself. The sudden appearance of the guy slightly frightened him, bringing him down to earth, returning him to reality. Taking a deep breath, filling the space around him with a bitter smog, he asked about the purpose of his visit. Cho Yufeng handed him a pack of cigarettes as a gift, leaving the young man dumbfounded. Chin suspected something. He couldn't just come to visit him like an old friend. The guy awkwardly asked him for permission to set up a stall in the square, since he had no one else to turn to. Manager Chin mockingly replied that the spot had already been reserved for unemployed people who had taken it in advance. Chin said that the guy didn't fit that criteria, and he should have thought about it earlier. Expecting a refusal, Cho Yufeng came prepared and threw out the bait, promising to share information about his supplier. Hooked in imagining the future mountains of gold, Chin immediately offered his cooperation. He couldn't believe that flared jeans were bought for 50 yuan a pair and sold for 110 yuan. This was not mental money in today's times. He was already impatient to call the supplier personally. But Cho Yufeng was not so simple. He promised to give the number on one condition. Bracing himself for the worst situation of his life, the partner waited with horror for the young man's answer. Chin's fears were not confirmed. The guy only requested a large retail outlet for 6 months, for which he received approval. Chin Yigu already had such a place in mind, and he happily suggested the square where they were currently located. Cho Yufeng was quite satisfied with this option. He didn't even have time to thank the manager before he turned around and ran away. Before he had even had time to really distance himself, he began to dial the supplier's number on the run, wanting to start reselling as soon as possible. The next morning, the protagonist went to the post office to tell the latest news to his family. Taking a pen and a piece of paper, he began to write about his life, assuring them that everything was fine with him. He told his family about his life in Zheihai, congratulating Yuna on finishing her exams and entering university. He never abandoned the hope that they would soon move in with him, and that they would see each other again. Having finished at the post office, he went about his business in a slightly depressed mood. Cho Yufeng thought about what kind of housing problems they would face if the family arrived. It was necessary to decide whether to rent or buy housing. If to buy, then in which area and how to do it more profitably. On top of that, the issue of changing schools for Yu Yue and Little Zheng still needs to be resolved. The guy decided to call Kang Jinzu in the hope that he would help him resolve this issue out of old friendship. Director Kang was glad to hear from him and asked how he was doing in Zheihai. After announcing his return to Lingshui in a couple of days to take care of some business, Yufeng offered to bring him something as a gift. Jinzhou refused, and instead invited him to a restaurant as payment for his help that time. Yufeng also thanked him for the compensation for the death of his parents. This money helped his family a lot. Having finished exchanging thanks, they agreed to call each other upon the guy's arrival in Lingshui. Having ended the conversation on a good note, the men said goodbye and the hero hung up. Cho Yufeng decided to talk to him about transferring the children to another school, not for free, of course. Now all that was left was to buy a small present. The express train arrived at the station in Lingshui, bringing back old memories of home. Having filled his bags with gifts for his family, the guy headed home along the familiar streets. Approaching the house, in the distance, he saw children frolicking carefree in the yard, happily living out their childhood. Calling Little Zheng, he waved his hand at him, showing him a bag full of various sweets. The boy was very happy about his brother's arrival and ran to meet him, leaving his friend to sit down. When he saw the bag of sweets, he couldn't believe his eyes. He wanted to eat everything at once. Unable to restrain himself, and after checking the bag, he took out a couple of tasty snacks, and they went home together. Before he even entered the house, Zheng began to shout enthusiastically about his brother's return. The boys entered the house, and the younger one loudly announced to the girls that Cho Yufeng had arrived. The girls were pleasantly surprised by his sudden visit. They had already missed him. Yufeng managed to arrive before his letter reached them, so it was an unexpected reunion. Everyone was hungry, so they set about preparing lunch, putting aside conversation while Little Zheng enjoyed the candy. Having prepared a lot of delicious food and filled the entire table with food, the family sat down to dine together for the first time in a long time. Because Yuna had gone to university, her brother was afraid to leave the others here alone. He suggested that they also transfer to a school in Zheihai so that they could be together and support each other. Little Zheng and Cho Yue were not against moving to a big city and agreed to his proposal. Yuna thought that transferring to another school would be difficult, but her brother promised to talk to Kang Jinzhong about it. Yufeng's next destination was the Lingshui Steel Factory. After spending a good time with his family, he went to meet Mr. Kan, deciding to wait outside until the end of his work shift. While looking around the factory grounds, time flew by, and soon the workers began to leave. Seeing Kang Jin-jong walking, Cho Yufeng called out to him, attracting the tired man's attention. Having refused Director Kang's offer of a snack, the hero gave him souvenirs that he personally brought from Zehai. The midday sun was too blinding. It was unbearable to stay outside for long. Having settled into his office, Yufeng announced that he planned to transfer the children to a new school in Zehai. Taking an envelope with money out of his pocket, he asked Mr. Kan to help him in this matter as much as he could. Kang Jin-jong felt awkward at the sight of such money and tried to refuse it. The guy explained that when Yuna left for Zehai, there would be no one to take care of the younger ones, and a transfer to another school was simply necessary. Cho Yufeng needed help, but Jinjo promised to help him with the translation for free. The guy still persistently tried to push the envelope with money right into his hands. Director Kang threatened that if he continued to insist on payment, he would not help him at all. Cho Yufeng was grateful for his help and said that he could always rely on him in the future. Without wasting any time, he said goodbye to Kang Jin-jong and went on his way to sort out all the plans he had made. Walking down the street, he was surprised by how many people were trying to resell flared jeans. In the middle of the working day, a restless cry was heard in the shopping center. Someone was running headlong. The worried girl rushed through the store, trying not to knock down people she encountered along the way. Wenwen, who was dealing with the supply of flared jeans, did not understand what had happened and why there was such a sudden panic. Almost knocking down the display case in front of her, the girl told her that Jinlai also sold flared jeans on the floor above. This was no news to Wenwen, as the jeans are so popular that they are sold throughout the mall. However, the girl told her that he was selling them cheaper than the others, 44 yuan a pair. Neither Wenwen nor Zhang Mingming could believe their ears. No one had such a low price. Mingming thought it was illogical to sell them for 44 yuan. The price for one pair from the supplier is 45 yuan. It turns out that Jinlai is working at a loss. The girl shared the thoughts of other sellers. Although the brand and quality are the same, he sells jeans cheaper. Just at that moment, as if mocking them, a competitor's advertising campaign was heard from the upper floor. Zhang Mingming decided to go and check for himself what kind of jeans were there from the manufacturer at a suspiciously low price. Cho Yufeng left Lingshui and returned back to the market after finishing all the business in the city. Upon hearing of his return, Qin Yigu hurried to the square and called out to him from behind. He decided to share the news that he had received his 50 pairs of flared jeans. Due to lack of the necessary amount, he had to go around borrowing money from various acquaintances. Qin Yigu asked Yufeng to share his experience and teach him how to sell with the same success he had. The guy was not against promoting his knowledge to the masses and came up with one little trick. Chow told him to go to his old spot in the square and pretend to be his boss to win the people's trust. Evening came and the aisles between the counters were filled with shoppers looking for new items. In anticipation of the Golden Mountains, Qin gathered his courage and began to actively promote his sale. He repeated his predecessor's slogan word for word, just as Cho Yufeng had taught him. A girl passing by was surprised by the new salesperson, but the guy explained to her that he was the boss of the employee who had quit and was now selling personally. Having decided on the size, the girl was about to buy flared jeans for 110 yuan. Qin was overjoyed. Thanks to Cho Yufeng's hints, he managed to lure his first client from the very first seconds. As it turned out, the man was too happy when he heard the price. Another woman passing by ruined this wonderful moment for him. Having witnessed a blatant case of fraud, she told the girl not to buy anything from this merchant. The seller was outraged by such accusations against him. He did nothing forbidden. But the woman argued that the exact same flared jeans were sold at the mall for 44 yuan a pair. The girl who almost bought overpriced pants was shocked that they wanted to trick her. Qin Yigu accused the lady of slander and said that he would give his money away for free if it turned out to be true. He didn't expect that the next moment the woman would show off her newly purchased pair of jeans at the mall. The deceived girl could not contain her emotions. Both jeans looked identical except for the price. She accused him of cheating, which set off a chain reaction from other passers-by. The entire market began to accuse Yigu of deception, not skimping on not particularly flattering statements about him. Cho Yufeng watched the whole thing from the roof of a nearby building, waiting to see how this guy's trade would end. He assumed that the person selling jeans for 44 yuan had found someone with higher means and was buying them cheaper than everyone else, which allowed him to set a lower price without incurring a loss. Qin couldn't believe his eyes. His business had collapsed before it even brought him its first income. Behind the entire crowd, Xiaodo appeared, having come to the cries of the indignant people. But this time, instead of Qiu Yufeng, there was some other guy, so she immediately hurried away. Having managed to become upset that he was not there, she suddenly heard a painfully familiar voice. Behind the girl stood the one she had hoped to see. Yufeng, actively waving his hand at her, Xiaodo immediately turned around and walked towards him, and no matter what she said, in her heart she was glad to see him. It wasn't hard for the guy to guess that she could only be returning so late from work, and the girl confirmed this. Approaching her and looking into her eyes with trepidation, he asked if she was busy and invited her to go for a walk. Having received her consent, the couple set off on their journey under the bright light of the large and beautiful moon. Noticing the girl's anxious silence, he asked if something had happened to her. The girl's thoughts were filled with the chosen one imposed on her, chosen by her parents. Having received no answer, Qiu Yufeng decided to tell her about his sister and her academic success. Not forgetting to proudly mention her admission to Jeha University, he continued to chat about Guanghai, famous for its latest fashion items, but the girl remained silent, looking down. While talking about his trip to Lishnui, he could no longer ignore Xiaodo's strange behavior. A shudder ran through Xiaodo's body, and she turned towards him abruptly, as if she couldn't hold back any longer. She expressed her concerns to him, because she thought that he had left forever and she would not be able to see him again. The guy did not expect such a reaction from her to his departure, thinking that she was no longer interested in him. Grabbing her hand, he pulled the surprised girl along with him, as if trying to drag her into the unknown. They continued to run forward, but Xiaodo called out to him, unable to continue following him. She was tired and could not run any longer. She needed to catch her breath and rest. Qiu Yufeng looked at her with a sly look, confusing her for a moment, like a cunning fox. Taking advantage of the moment and her shocked state, he unexpectedly embraced the girl in a strong, tender embrace. His beloved did not resist. She missed him so much that she unconsciously returned his embrace. The couple huddled silently together, enjoying the moment in the dim light of the lantern, wishing that this moment would never end. Qiu Yufeng was worried about the girl's condition, thinking that her parents were again forcing her to do things she didn't want to do, manipulating her. Xiaodo didn't answer him, but from her detached gaze, everything was clear even without words. Deciding to cheer her up, the hero told her that he had earned 10,000 yuan selling flared jeans. The girl couldn't believe it. All this time she thought that he only earned a few fen. Qiu Yufeng just laughed at Xiaoduo's stupid thoughts and said that it was true. He had indeed been able to earn a lot of money these days. The girl was sincerely happy for him and suggested celebrating such success at her expense. She had just received her salary and would like to treat him. Yufeng interrupted her, saying that now he could buy an apartment here and she wouldn't have to live in poverty like before. He knew it would be difficult for her to trust him again, admitting that he had treated her badly in the past. But he promised that he had changed and it would not happen again. Looking her straight in the eyes, he asked her to marry him, promising to value her more than ever, the way she truly deserved. The girl's face instantly turned red, and her heart was awakened by the still lingering feelings for her ex-husband. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't give an answer right now. Her family was already full of problems because of him, so she needed time. Qiu Yufeng understood very well the situation he had put her in, so he did not rush Xiaodo and took her home. After saying goodbye to the young man and entering the house, the girl heard some screams coming from the main room. At this moment, Jiang Mingming's father was scolding him for wasting the 5,000 yuan he had borrowed for his crazy business plan. Wenwen also hurried to explain before her father did anything wrong in a fit of anger. She said that their perfect plans were thwarted by Chen Jinlai, who found the goods at a cheaper purchase price and sold the jeans for 44 yuan. The son tried to justify himself by saying that this was a common occurrence at the market and that this scoundrel only wanted to attract attention to himself. After secretly interrogating his workers, Wenwen found out that he didn't have much goods and would soon raise the price to 110 yuan. Minmin decided to suspend trading for now and resume when the price soars again. Father was already a little fed up with these two. He already regretted 100 times that he had agreed to their adventure again. Tired of listening to pathetic excuses, he told them to find a permanent job instead of idleness, and simply left. Mingming was furious. They were not the only ones on the market who invested in flared jeans. It would be easier to deal with Chen Jinlai collectively. The sun rose over the horizon, welcoming a new day, heralding many important things to do. Due to his friend's absence from the business meeting, Shu called to clarify why Yufeng had not come to Guanghai, postponing his arrival. Having promised to come tomorrow, the guy once again clarified where exactly the man worked and promised to meet him at the office of the Guahai International Trading Company. On the day of his arrival, Cho Yufeng hurried to the meeting, having bought some fruit as an apology for his lateness. Having reached the trading company he needed, he asked Shu for forgiveness for not being able to arrive earlier due to important matters. Having settled into a comfortable office, the man asked about the young man's future plans, remembering that he would no longer be selling flared jeans. Coming from afar, he began to tell a story about the exhibition in the Jingdui 3rd Transport Wheel in September of 1979. Zhu remembered an exhibition at the Agricultural Exhibition Center that was not about the agricultural industry at all. According to him, there were expensive goods there, such as quartz watches and mountain bikes. He said that since then, many different exhibitions have appeared that do not meet generally accepted standards. Yufeng replied that in 1989, 2 different companies held a joint toy exhibition. It turned out that Shu was there at the time and said that the toys were popular, although they were not big. As if looking into the future, the guy told him that the exhibition would be repeated in the following year, 1984. Shu was surprised by his confident statement and asked again if this was really true. Cho Yufeng, finding himself in an awkward situation, just laughed and said that it was just his guess. However, if his memory serves him right, the exhibitions were originally held to sell off the remaining goods. This practice continued only until the end of the 80s, because soon the concept of exhibitions changed radically. He recalled that soon expensive goods began to appear, and sales died down. People wanted something new, so flared jeans became a very popular novelty. Cho Yufeng suggested to his friend that they try to organize their own exhibition of goods at the night market. Su was interested in the details because in such matters there are always many pitfalls and difficulties. The guy suggested that with his connections everything would be much easier. He could try to convince factories to put their goods on display. He was confident that factories would not pass up the opportunity to make some extra money. Given the solvency of the wealthy district in Zhehai, Yufeng had no doubt that if his plan worked and the factories agreed to participate, it would be easier to negotiate with the government, and everyone would benefit from it. Hearing about the opportunity to earn money, Zhu demanded to know the details because it's not every day that you come to him with such an offer. Yufeng said they would order unsold clothes from factories and try to sell them based on their popularity. Shu didn't quite understand how he could make money on a product that they hadn't been able to sell before. The guy continued to explain that although they would be selling jointly with factories, these would be different types of goods, which would help them avoid competition. They will provide factories with free sales space and thus take advantage of their popularity to sell their own products. Shu was delighted with the young strategist's flawless plan, which sounded quite easy and simple in words. Cho Yufeng proposed to split the profits between them and the factories. Even if they lost money, they would only bear half the losses. The comrade was already impatient to plunge into all this headlong. He poured them some tea and they sat down to discuss. To begin with, the young man had to prepare a list of the best product categories for them, and then contact factories to conclude contracts. His journey in the retail business began with selling women's clothing, so he decided to focus on it and keep it a priority. They got on their bicycles and went to see Lao Shi, an honest and straightforward man, one of the best factory managers according to Shu. They soon reached their first destination, deciding to start with a more profitable factory that would certainly not refuse. Their destination turned out to be a toy star factory, which was the perfect solution in Cho Yufeng's opinion. There will be no competition between factories selling women's clothing and toys, but it will attract the necessary customers. Zhu told him that in 1982 he had signed a contract with a factory and developed a batch of toys in the shape of the Monkey King. But sales did not go well. Despite the large investment, foreign companies refused to purchase the product, and he was forced to terminate the contract with Xiaoxing Toy Factory and Shizhigong. Yufeng tried to support his comrade, because you can't be 100% sure of a successful deal in any business. He attributed the failure to a lack of cultural exchange between the countries. Foreign companies simply do not understand their culture. According to him, foreign factories will not buy something they cannot make money on. After all the costs of fees and transportation, Yufeng knew that the manufacturing industry was not yet very developed. It would be foolish to export a toy that was unknown to others. Having found Lao Shi's office on the factory grounds, Shu knocked on the door, calling his acquaintance for a conversation. Quick footsteps and a breathless male voice were heard on the other side of the door. Lao Shu recognized his old acquaintance and was seeing him once, but his visit seemed rather unexpected to him. Xu immediately introduced Cho Yufeng as the person in charge of the Jiangshui clothing factory. Lao Shi hospitably invited them inside, not understanding what his colleagues from the other factory wanted from him. Having treated the guests to tea, he got to the heart of the matter, asking for clarification of the situation. Introducing himself as the sales manager of Jiangshui Garment Factory, Cho Yufeng started a conversation about holding an exhibition in Zhehai. My partner found this question unexpected. He didn't understand what the exhibition had to do with trade. Manager Chow proposed cooperation with several toy factories that were having problems with sales in order to liquidate stagnant goods and increase income. Lao Shi found the proposal interesting and wanted to hear more details. However, he was confused by the fact that the exhibition would be for both toys and clothing, which have nothing in common with each other. Cho Yufeng had a logical explanation for this, since their clothes would be intended for children, as would the toys themselves. The man had heard of holding exhibitions before, but only in big cities like Shanghai or Kyoto. It would be strange to hold an exhibition in Zhehai. But the guy was counting on the fact that no one had held them in Zhehai before, and that it would be something new for the residents. Yufeng proposed cooperation between 5 toy factories and their clothing factory, but would any factory be confident that they could sell their goods in Kyoto? Lao Shi found it difficult to answer. In business, you can never be 100% sure of anything. Manager Chow continued to say that none of them could guarantee this, not even himself. He claimed that the stagnation in the sale of goods was due solely to the unwillingness of sellers to sell them. Lao Shi agreed that because toys from other merchants in big cities were much better, consumers had no reason to buy them. Therefore, he had a very logical question. Could Yufeng guarantee them sales in Zhehai? The young man, who had lived there all his life, knew about the market situation. And besides, Zhehai is now a major energy city, so its population has high purchasing power. He wanted to continue his monologue, but he stopped to take a sip of tea, dragging out the intrigue, giving his partner the opportunity to become even more interested. But Lao Shi could not stand such a heated passion. He was impatiently waiting for the continuation. The offer was tempting, but the man was afraid to take risks without confidence in the results. Their human and material resources had already been suffering for a long time. Manager Chow promised him that all organizational matters would be handled by sales manager Xu, and he had nothing to worry about. He assured him that the joint work of all the factories would lead to a common solution and profit. Although he agreed with his statement, a bit of doubt still settled in Liao Shu's mind. Left with no other choice, Chow decided to go for the weak spot, saying that they had to help their workers take care of their families in times of need. The man figured that if half of the Monkey King's toys were sold, he would be able to pay off all the overdue wages. After thinking it over carefully and deciding that it would be best for everyone, he eventually agreed. Having come to a mutual decision, he put his trust in manager Chow, and they sealed the deal with a big handshake. Xu openly admired Yufeng's persuasiveness and business management skills, and he certainly made the right decision by agreeing to this adventure. Without deviating from the topic, he decided to take advantage of the moment and clarify the long-standing situation with toys between him and Mr. Shai. However, Mr. Shai didn't see a problem with this. It was a long time ago, and he himself was to blame for the failure of toy sales. Happy that everything had been resolved in the best possible way, Xu invited Liao Shi to his place to discuss all the remaining issues. After they parted ways, Cho Yufeng and Xu went around to other toy factories and made agreements to hold a joint exhibition. Today was Shen Ziran's birthday, to which she invited her close friends. All the guests gathered at the festive table, waiting for Shijiang, who was late. The guy was giving a ride to 2 foreigners, so he apologized for being late at work. The birthday girl told him that they had also just arrived, so he did not keep them waiting. Chujin just remembered that Liang was looking for a job and asked if he had managed to find anything suitable. Still unemployed, Liang felt uneasy. In case of failure, he did not want to return back to unfortunate Lingshui. The rest of those who left there had already managed to find stable income. Jun remembered that Cho Yufeng had just recently returned to Lingshui, so he was not seen selling. His friends thought he did the right thing. A man like him would not have been able to survive in a big city. Ziran was glad that he would no longer pester and harass her friend, who had already suffered enough from him. Xiaoda was unsure whether she should do this, but she wanted to intervene in the conversation and tell about herself and her ex-husband. But the people around her seemed to ignore her. Not missing the opportunity to once again make Cho Yufeng look like a terrible person, Jia Peipei told everyone that he dared to deceive even his classmates. He dared to sell them a pair of jeans for 110 yuan, even though the exact same jeans were sold in the mall for only 44 yuan. Shen Ziran confirmed her friend's words, saying that she personally bought the flared jeans for 44 yuan, the actual cost. Sitting next to her, Xiaodo's mood began to deteriorate. Even the foolish Li Dekai could figure out that Yu Feng had made a lot of money by raising the price by 65 yuan. Listening to the discussions of his new friends, Xu Jiang himself already assumed that this was quite possible if it was really true. But Zhu Jun thought that the guys had simply overestimated this fool. If he had made a lot of money, why would he go back to Ling Shui? Xiaodo became even more angry after he said that Yu Feng was a simple worker who earned a few fens per sale. Everyone listened attentively to Jun's version of events, which stated that the quasi-salesman gave most of the money to his boss. The final conclusion was that he continued to think that tick jeans were sold for 110 yuan a pair. After his words, the restaurant hall burst into wild laughter, because nothing brings friends together like mockery of a common enemy. However, everyone at this table shared their point of view on everything. Unexpectedly for everyone, at this moment, Xiaodo stood up from her seat. The girl no longer intends to sit quietly and listen to the mockery of her ex. Shinziran was surprised by her friend's behavior. Worried that something was wrong with her, she asked again if everything was okay. However, she clearly did not expect such an answer from her. The news that she was going to marry Chou Yufeng again fell on them like snow in the middle of summer. The girl threatened that if they didn't stop talking about her lover like that, then they shouldn't invite her anywhere anymore. Her words shocked everyone sitting at the festive table. Everyone's mouths dropped open and no one could even say a word. Naturally, Shen Ziran was the first to break the silence. As Xiaodo's best friend, she couldn't believe that the girl was going to step on the same rake again. But Xiaodo was firm and decisive in her choice. She still loved him and wanted to be with him, in particular to become his wife. No one interfered with the girl's conversation. Ziran called her friend crazy for forgetting how he beat her in the past. She didn't understand Xiaoduo's desire to return to someone who spent all day gambling and sleeping. Why return to a man she had worked so hard to divorce? But the girl in love wanted to believe that he had changed and was no longer the same as before. She kept repeating this, remembering what Chou Yufeng was like during those moments they spent together. Ziran couldn't listen to this crazy woman's nonsense any longer. She decided to tell her friend everything she thought. She asked her friend to remember how she cried on her lap after the beating, how because of this bastard her mother ended up in the hospital with physical bruises, since she forgot about everything he did and let go of the grudge. Then in Ziran's eyes, the girl was just a fool. In an attempt to improve Xiaodu's love life, her friend introduced her to a taxi driver, a handsome guy named Xu Jiang. But what kind of gratitude did she receive in return? She remembered that every time they had lunch together, the girl had a gloomy and dejected look. It was painful for Xiaodo to hear this from her friend, but the last straw was when Ziran said that she was only worthy of a loser like Chou Yufeng. Not intending to tolerate any more insults to herself or her lover, Xiaodo took her handbag and left the party. Zhu Jun didn't miss the chance to shout at her for being stupid. If Ziran hadn't intervened last time, he definitely wouldn't have let Yufeng escape. He was sure that it was that situation that influenced her behavior. The atmosphere in the room seemed very tense. Liang Liang was one of the first to decide to go and see how Xiaodo was doing, leaving the others to enjoy the festive dinner. Having decided that Xiaodo was to blame for everything, Zhu Jun was also not against finally eating, because this was no reason to cancel a holiday, especially a birthday. However, Ziran was so angry that she no longer cared about the holiday, and she yelled at the young man, asking him not to bother her. The girl turned around and walked away, leaving Zhu Jun and the others behind so that no one else would get caught in the crossfire. Trying to lighten the mood, Li Dekai nevertheless suggested that the boys eat without them. They wouldn't throw away so much food. Feeling a little guilty, Zhu Jun decided to go and check on the situation of the guys who had left. As a result, the role of saviors of the festive food fell to the remaining Li Dekai, Xu Jian, and Jia Peipei. The scorching sun in the blue sky made the already difficult journey of the two men even more difficult. Unaware of the drama unfolding on what seemed like a simple birthday, Yufeng tried his best to push his bicycle. When the last of his strength began to leave his body, it was Brother Shu's turn to push the bike up the hill. There seemed to be no end to their suffering. All day long they spent traveling to different factories. And now, finally, after what felt like an eternity, they finally got there and were able to breathe a sigh of relief. In front of the two men was their final target, the Feiyun toy factory. Only with the onset of dusk did the young people finish all their business for the day and return home. Xu didn't even think that everything would go smoothly, and that the factories would agree to jointly participate in the exhibition. Considering that all these factories were doing the same thing, Cho Yufeng was confident that they would have no reason not to profit from it. However, despite the fact that everything seems so easy and simple, a real test will begin for the guys themselves. Tomorrow, they had to go to the Jiangshui clothing factory to settle the sales debt from last year, so they should go to bed early. After a good night's sleep and waiting for the first rays of the sun to rise, the young people went to the Jiangshui clothing factory. Jiang Dahe didn't know about Department Chief Xu and Cho Yufeng's visit to the factory. Otherwise, he would have personally gone to pick them up so that they wouldn't have to walk. Without wasting any time, Xu introduced one of Zheihai's largest individual entrepreneurs, whom he had told him about earlier, in the person of his friend Yufeng. Seeing the very young-looking young man, Mr. Zhang found it hard to believe that he could help them solve the problem of sales arrears since winter. He must be a good specialist. The protagonist was flattered by the high opinion of himself and said that it was not at all difficult for him to do this. First, he needed to find out how many unsold items of clothing were left in the factory from the winter. After doing a rough calculation, Mr. Jiang said there were about 6,000 jackets left in total, of which about 5,000 were women's. Yufeng then found out that there were 3 styles of clothing, each costing 8, 9, and 10 yuan respectively. To show them what they were dealing with, Jiang Dahe took the young men to the warehouse so they could assess the quality and appearance of the goods, and he went to make them some tea. Coming closer, Yufeng began to carefully feel the fabric and examine the fittings, trying to catch on to something. With his keen eye, he quickly realized that all the jackets were made from the wrong fabric. No wonder they couldn't sell them. Meanwhile, Jiang Dahe made some tea and invited Department Head Xu and Manager Chu to come to his office for a talk. But Yufeng wasn't interested in drinking tea. He came with the goal of buying 5,000 pieces of women's clothing. He didn't need the rest. Delighted that he would be able to unload almost all of his stale goods, Mr. Zhang decided to sell them for 7 yuan each. Cho Yufeng was no fool and would find a benefit where there was even the slightest chance. With a clear conscience, he declared that it was too expensive. Not expecting such a turn of events, Mr. Zhang seemed to be speechless and stared at Manager Chow with a puzzled look in his eyes, waiting for an explanation. The argument was that Jiangshui Clothing Factory mainly sews from Dacron, which increases the wear resistance of clothes by several years. In addition, Yufeng said that due to the increase in cotton production, the country began to produce enough textiles for everyone. A confused Mr. Jiang continued to listen to Manager Chow's criticism of the clothes, which stood out especially in contrast to their textiles. According to Cho Yufeng, the uncomfortable and ununique clothes were the reason why their sales were low year after year. He then asked Mr. Zhang an unexpected question, which was how many times the amount of unsold clothes had increased in the last year compared to the year before. Zhang began to sweat from nerves, making it difficult to find an answer to the question posed to him. But Cho Yufeng seemed to know everything himself, so he continued to press the point that the situation with Dacron was getting worse every year, judging by sales in the summer. Mr. Zhang knew the guy was right because their sales this summer had dropped more than 4 times compared to before. The poor man had been so suddenly bombarded with questions that he had even forgotten to put the tea on. But now he wanted to know what the reason was. Chow's answer was simple. Dacron used to sell well because overseas companies understood the market, first raising the price of the product and then lowering it, attracting people who wanted to get at least some benefit. Yufeng stressed that the most important aspect is that they don't need the product itself. You sell them, and anyone can buy them. He then added that once the benefit to the buyer is gone, people stop spending their money. After hearing all this, Mr. Jiang looked like he didn't understand anything about sales. As one example, Yufeng cited a clothing brand that has been on the market for more than 30 years, which will be closed in December this year. Even Department Head Xu didn't expect this turn of events. He was just as shocked as Zhang. Mr. Zhang felt a shudder run through his body as he realized that the guy was right. When the sales of this brand stopped, the flow of goods would be easier. But then the factory risked going bankrupt due to the increase in unsold clothes. While Zhang was digesting the information he had received and was busy with his thoughts, Yufeng gave Xu the signal to act. The man entered the game, saying that they received this information from people above. He warned Zhang not to talk about it, as it was not for prying ears. In conclusion, Yufeng said that he would not buy clothes at Zhang's price. Instead, he would come year after year and ask for the price until it came down. Xu did not miss the opportunity this time either. telling Mr. Zhang that 5,000 was an impressive number and he should agree. He claimed that when Chao's manager told him he wanted to buy a batch of Dacron clothing, he was the first one he thought of. Jiang became even more receptive to agreeing when he heard that there were many other factories in Guanghai from which they could also buy clothes. Unable to withstand the pressure of the two young men, Jiang walked up to the table and finally put down the cups of tea with trembling hands. Before accepting the cooperation on their terms, he decided to find out at what price manager Chao wanted to buy clothes from him. Chou Yufeng, as a man who knew how to surprise, shocked the two men again by naming a price of 4 yuan per piece. Mr. Jiang had no idea who he was dealing with. But even so, he couldn't have imagined that the price would be reduced so much. Even Xu, who had worked directly with Yufeng, didn't expect him to seriously suggest such a thing. Yufeng's argument was that the wages of workers, maintenance of equipment, and rent had to be taken into account, so the price was lower than the cost price. Since it was impossible to sell this product at a favorable price, Yufeng suggested that he minimize his losses at least in this way. Realizing that the guy was right and that he really wouldn't be able to sell all the stale products otherwise, Zhang resigned himself. He agreed to sell Yufeng 5,000 pieces of clothing at 4 yuan each and asked for payment immediately. Pleased with his powers of persuasion, manager Chao happily agreed to make the payment. Zhu admired his comrade's bargaining skills. He would never have thought that the situation could be turned in their favor. Having completed the deal, the young people left the factory and went on their way. But Xu was clearly worried about something. He couldn't help but think that to buy 5,000 pieces of clothing they had spent 10,000 yuan, 10 of which he had to pay out of his own pocket. There was no turning back. But in order to get some peace of mind, Xu decided to ask Yufeng again about their plan. He shared with him his concerns about whether they would be able to sell all these clothes if the factory could not sell them. Yufeng assured him that there was nothing to worry about. The main thing now was to get permission for the exhibition from Mr. Wang. Besides, they had already spent the money. Having breathed a sigh of relief, Xu decided to obey his comrade in everything and no longer doubt him. After receiving the order from Yufeng, Xu went to the Guanghai Trading Company. Having met with Mr. Wang, he told him about their desire to organize an exhibition and thanked him on behalf of all the factories. Mr. Wang did not resist and happily agreed to such an event, making life easier for the guys. Meanwhile, in a Zheihai shopping mall, battles over the sale of flared jeans continued. However, the sudden change of the advertising banner on the second floor could not help but please Wenwen. She looked up to see that the competitor had raised the price from 44 to 110 yuan per pair. At that moment, a girl came up and asked how much flared jeans cost in her store. Zhang Mingming began to serve the customer, informing her that the price for the newest model of flared jeans was 110 yuan. The girl decided to try to bargain a little and said that she was ready to buy them for 100 yuan. Hearing this, Wenwen decided not to miss the chance to earn some extra money, quickly ran up and, asking not to tell the others about this, sold the girl the pants for 100 yuan. Delighted that she had managed to buy jeans at a small discount, the girl promised to keep her mouth shut. Minmin was delighted with his first sale and thanked the girl for the purchase. From one sale of jeans he had a month's salary in his hands, he was bursting with emotions that he was in no hurry to hide. Seeing his behavior, Wenwen snorted at him, telling him to be quiet before the other customers heard. At this time, in the cozy area of the city, in the Xiaodou house, each member of the family was busy with their own business. While Mom was busy preparing the main dish at the stove, the girl was busy cutting various vegetables. Hearing a loud knock on the door, the girl's mood immediately changed. She was clearly not happy with the guests. However, Xiaoduo's mother had the opposite attitude. Assuming that Liu Rui had arrived, she asked her daughter to open the door. As she walked to the door, the girl mentally prepared herself to be more open with her parents today. She decided that today would be a good chance to tell her parents everything before things went too far. When she opened the door, she found that her best friend, Ziren, was standing with Liu Rui. The girl didn't expect to see her today, because after their quarrel at the birthday party they no longer spoke. Her friend told her that she had just met Liu Rui downstairs by chance. She acted so casually, as if nothing had happened. But Xiaodou still hasn't forgotten everything the girl told her that evening. All her words lay like a stone on her heart. Seeing her friend's dejected mood, Ziren thought that she was not happy to see her. Waving her hand, Xiaodou invited the unwanted guest to enter the main room. Unlike her daughter, Jiangxing was happy to see the girl, because she didn't know about their quarrel. After offering Ziren some fruit while she set the table, Xiaoduo's mother asked him to talk to Liu Rui during that time. The girls' fathers were acquainted, But Zhang Yongguang had been busy at work recently, so he had not been able to see him. So he asked how he was doing. The girl complained that due to her heavy workload, she would be lucky if she could see her father even once a week. After chatting a bit about life, everyone smoothly moved to the dining table and began to eat dinner. Mom tried to prepare a variety of dishes to make sure that the guests were pleased, and first of all, Ziren was offered to try shrimp. After finishing her meal, the girl suddenly said that she had something she wanted to tell Uncle Zhang. Father Xiao Duo became curious about what news the girl decided to share with him. Perhaps it was related to her father. However, with a sly expression on her face, the girl pointed at Xiao Duo and said that she treated her like a sister, and she is worried about the fact that she wants to marry Chou Yufeng again, whom she just divorced. The news fell on Father Xiaodo's head like a huge boulder, and he became really furious. The girl's mother was shocked by Ziren's words. How could this be true? Lu Rui watched the girl's reaction with a wicked smile as she thought her best friend had come to apologize. The father, who was blue with anger, could hardly restrain himself from losing his temper. But Ziren added that Xiaodo herself had said this on her birthday. Mr. Jiang began to shout at his daughter and demand an explanation, but the girl only silently lowered her head. At this moment, Liu Rui decided to turn to his father, and, oddly enough, he also had something to tell. He remembered the day when Aunt Zhang asked him to pick up Xiao Duo from Jiadi Park, and he saw her flirting with the jeans seller Yu Feng right in front of him. This was the last straw for Zhang Yongguang. He began to bombard his daughter with questions about how she could return to the scoundrel she had begged him to take her away from. Xiaodo tried to justify her actions by saying that he had changed and was able to make a lot of money selling flared jeans. She then glanced at Liu Rui and said that she felt uneasy around this man and didn't want to be with him. Without even giving her time to say everything she wanted, the father hit the girl in the face with all his might. Not expecting this, the girl was unable to get her bearings, took a couple of steps back and fell to the floor. Ziren was not prepared for this and hurried to her friend to help her up. Coming closer, she saw that a thin stream of crimson blood was spreading on Xiaodo's tender lips. This was followed by the sound of falling dishes, which attracted the attention of everyone gathered. Turning around at the sound, everyone saw Jiang Xing lying on the floor, unable to bear the news she had heard. The woman managed to lose consciousness, fearing for her life. Everyone rushed to help. The family immediately called an ambulance and went to the intensive care unit, informing Xiaodo's brother about the incident. Minmin was as angry as his father. He didn't understand why his sister needed this scoundrel. Did she really not care about her mother's health? Looking down, not daring to look them in the eyes, the girl could not find a logical answer in her mind. The brother blamed her for the deplorable state of their mother, because exactly the same thing happened when she got married for the first time, without listening to them. Her father once again tried to convince her that she did not understand the seriousness of what was happening. Mr. Zhang asked her not to marry Chou Yufeng, at least for the sake of her mother's health. The girl blindly stood her ground, trying to prove that he had changed a lot since then and was no longer such a scoundrel. Zhang Yongguang no longer knew how to deal with the stupid fool in love. Maybe he should beg her on his knees. Before she could even think about it, Xiaodo walked up to him and fell at his feet, kneeling and begging him not to force her to do something she didn't want to do. The father didn't want to hear anything. He again began to blame her for the fact that her mother ended up in the hospital bed because of her. Looking at the intensive care unit with horror, the girl had to realize that she almost caused a tragedy. Finding no support from her family and feeling that if something happened to her mother, she would never forgive herself, Xiaodo was forced to agree. She promised through tears that she would never cross paths with him again and would not seek to meet him. Having finished the day with successful deals, the young people decided to celebrate by having a drink or two. Yufeng swayed slightly as he walked, humming a popular song from the 80s. Although it was the only song he knew, Shu noted that he sang very well. They were expecting a delivery from the toy factory in a couple of days, so Shu persuaded Yufeng to stay for a day to see Guanghai. But the young man refused. He was impatient to go back to see someone. A large moon shone high in the sky, surrounded by cotton-like clouds. A dose of alcohol in the blood could easily untie even the most complicated tongue, so Shu became curious. Who did Yufeng want to meet? Night is the best time for revelations. The guy quickly admitted that he missed his beloved. It seemed to Shu that the guy was just drunk and talking nonsense. What other beloved? Unable to bear the separation, the idea of returning tonight came into Chou Yufeng's drunken head. At first, Shu didn't believe his friend's words, thinking that it was drunken delirium. But he was serious. So they jumped on the bike and raced forward, cutting through the wind. The next day, Yufeng went to Qin Yigu's store. where he was pining over a batch of flared jeans. Seeing the man who almost made him a victim of the mob, Chief Chin became furious. Grabbing the guy by the collar, he began to threaten. Chin was ready to commit the crime of the century. Yufeng was not one to be timid and did not want to make a scene at all. He tried to communicate with the person in front of him in the most relaxed manner possible. But the guy's calmness made Chief Chin even more angry, shouting that he had deceived him. He almost lost his temper. In critical situations, it was either you or them. So instead of taking the blow, Yufeng pushed Chin away and he fell to the floor. For the man, this was an unexpected development. Thinking that he was the boss here, he did not expect aggression towards him. Sitting on his butt on the floor, he began to chase Yufeng away, promising to drag him through the courts if he showed up here again. However, the guy reminded him that he had paid the rent and his name was on the list, so he had every right to trade. Taken aback by such impudence, Chin Yigu said that he would not allow him to sell anything here. With a cunning expression on his face, Cho Yufeng seemed to be waiting for these words. The next moment he shouted that there were relics, that he was not allowed to trade, although he had paid for the rent of the place in order to gather as many witnesses as possible. But Chin Yigu didn't care about the audience. He threatened with his connections and the fact that he could deal with him if necessary. Yufeng calmly turned around and left, wishing prosperity to the man he used to work for. An irritated Chin Yigu only shouted at his back that he was not his boss and never had been one. Having moved from the start of his grand plan, the protagonist went to the next important meeting. His next stop was the Zhehai Business Department. He still had some things to sort out. Since it is not easy to get into such a place, as required by the regulations, a security guard stopped him at the entrance. Having prepared in advance, Yufeng brought with him an invitation pass, which he immediately presented for verification. Seeing the personal recommendation from Guanghai International Trading Company, the security guard thought he was a big shot. Yufeng told him that he had simply provided them with a place in Zhehai. Having received permission to enter, the guy went to Mr. Liu's office, who was peacefully reading a newspaper over a cup of tea. Yufeng did not keep us waiting long and immediately reached the right door. Hearing a knock on the door, the man invited the guest to come in. Apologizing for the disturbance, Chow introduced himself as Xu Guotao's cousin and the organizer of the much-talked-about exhibition. Recognizing the guy, Mr. Zhang invited him to sit down while they waited for Director Zhang. He was supposed to arrive soon. Mr. Liu said that he would take him to the night market and they could discuss all the details. He should not worry about how many days the exhibition would last, because it all depends on the Guanghai vendors. Chow Yufeng was grateful for their cooperation, but there was some uncertainty in his voice. Mr. Liu noticed that something was bothering the young man and asked if everything was okay. The exhibition organizer admitted that he had some problems, and he did not refuse help, although he was embarrassed to talk about it. He asked to be exempted from paying the exhibition fee, since he already provides the sellers with his sales space. Mr. Liu didn't fully understand why he had to be released, but Yufeng began to explain to him. The thing is, he had already paid the night market manager Chin Yigu, who told him that he would have to pay 20 yuan for the exhibition. Mr. Liu couldn't believe that the night market manager was going to charge 20 yuan a day. Yufeng tried to explain the situation to Chin and had already paid the rent for half a year in advance, but he did not listen to him and said that as long as he was the manager there, he would take money from him. But that was far from all he told him. Mr. Li wondered what else this night market manager might have said. According to Yufeng, it turned out that all the money he received would ultimately go to Mr. Li himself. The news that he would personally receive the money left Mr. Li dumbfounded. But Yufeng did not stop there and continued his show of deception. Pretending to be as insulted and humiliated as possible, he informed Mr. Li that he had been beaten for refusing. Yufeng shed a few tears and complained about the lives of the ordinary workers in the market. Under the pretense that Mr. Li was his cousin, Chin Yigu was simply using them for his own purposes. Hearing that some scoundrel was using his name for his own benefit, Mr. Li became furious and slammed his hand on the table. At that moment, there was a knock at the door and Mr. Li invited the man to enter the office. Mr. Zhang, one of the employees of the Zhehai Business Department, arrived just in time. Mr. Li ordered him to fire this Chin Yigu, whoever he thinks he is. He has no place in the night market. He also instructed Mr. Zhang to ask the market vendors how much they were being charged and calculate the total. No mercy. Having accepted Mr. Li's order, Zhang hurried to deal with the matter as quickly as possible. People at the night market didn't yet know what show was in store for them that evening, and they went about their shopping as if nothing had happened. Yufeng went to greet Chief Chin, but he was not happy to see him. He started shouting at him to get out of there, not noticing anything around him except the object of his hatred. The main character tried to hint to him and looked to the side, as if showing him the direction. Before Chief Chin could figure out what Yufeng wanted from him, someone suddenly grabbed him under the arms, immobilizing him. There were 2 police officers on either side of him. He was trying to break free from the handcuffs, not understanding why they were tying him up. The police officer read him his rights and advised him not to resist arrest for his own good. Having witnessed the arrest, other sellers began to whisper, rejoicing that someone had finally turned him in and that this bloodsucker would be punished. Deciding to finish Chin off even more, Yufeng shouted after him, did he still need the jeans? He could keep them. Chief Jin decided to exercise his right to remain silent, but his expression alone spoke volumes about his feelings. It was late. Xiaodo should have returned home from work by now, so Yufeng headed towards her house. Having bought some gifts, he went to the long-awaited meeting with his beloved. After Jiang Xing's condition stabilized, Xiaodo cooked some porridge and took it to the hospital to feed her mother a home-cooked meal. Loud footsteps were heard behind the girl, and suddenly someone reached out their hands, grabbing her. Cho Yufeng hugged his beloved from behind, feeling such a familiar and sweet scent that he missed. He was so looking forward to their meeting, but the girl's reaction was the opposite. She did not expect to meet him so soon. Out of fear, she almost dropped the food she had prepared for her mother and moved away from the boy, scolding him. In an instant, Xiaodo turned around and hurried away from him, leaving the bewildered boy behind. Grabbing his bag of goodies, he rushed after her, wanting to help, but the girl rudely refused him. Having come such a long way, the main character was not going to retreat and continued to follow her. He couldn't understand why the girl was behaving like this. Maybe something happened to her relative. That's why she was in such a gloomy mood. His beloved only briefly replied that her family's affairs were no longer his concern. Cho Yufeng wanted to know what happened, because just a few days ago everything was fine, and she was not so cold to him. But the girl ignored him. Unable to bear it any longer, the guy ran after her and grabbed her hand, demanding that she explain everything to him, because he had the right to know. Xiaodo didn't expect such a reaction from him and was slightly frightened by her ex-husband's sudden movements. Having demanded that he let her go, she pulled her hand away, not wanting to make contact with the young man. Yufeng couldn't understand what he had done wrong. What could have changed her attitude towards him so drastically? When she reached Zhehe No. 3 hospital, the girl asked not to follow her but to wait outside. Leaving the depressed young man standing there in a daze, Xiaodo hurried inside before anyone noticed them. Looking at her with a confused look, Yufeng had no choice but to listen to her. It was already late evening. Visiting hours were coming to an end, so there were very few people in the hospital. This played into her hands, but the thoughts ate her up from the inside. How could she tell him everything? The realization that she would have to tell him about their separation made tears stream down her cheeks. Having calmed down and come to her senses, Xiaodo walked down the corridor to room number 3. The girl's mother was not yet asleep, so she gave her some freshly cooked porridge to help her get some energy. Jiang Ying was delighted to see her daughter, and the porridge was also very tasty. After making sure that mom was full, Xiaodo was about to leave, saying that she would come again tomorrow. However, the mother put down the container of porridge and gestured for her daughter to sit next to her, preparing for a serious conversation. Xiaodo wanted to avoid this at all costs, citing the fact that the hospital would soon close, and it was time for mom to go to bed. Jiang Xing did not detain her for long, but only reminded her of her promise not to meet with Cho Yufeng. As if nothing had happened, the girl replied that she would never contact him again. Every time the mother remembered him and his attitude towards her child, her heart began to ache. She did not understand why her daughter forgave him. Worried that her mother might become ill again, Xiaodo put her to bed and said goodbye. After leaving the room, the girl secluded herself in a remote corner, trying to remain unnoticed. Left alone, she leaned against the wall and slowly slid down, unable to stay on her feet. Giving free rein to her emotions and feelings, Xiaodo began to cry bitterly. She didn't know what to do. Finding herself between 2 fires, Cho Yufeng waited obediently outside the hospital, trying to spot a familiar silhouette through the dark windows. Having come to her senses, the girl came out to him. The young man asked if by any chance the girl's mother was lying there. Ignoring the question, Xiaodo called him to follow her so that they could talk along the way and not waste time. Not really understanding what was happening, the young man followed his beloved until she turned to him. Putting on a stern look, she said that only a fool would run after his ex-wife after a divorce, asking him not to talk to her anymore. Yufeng was taken aback by her words. Why did she suddenly change her mind about him? Everything was fine. Wanting to know the truth, the guy grabbed her hand again, not letting her leave, demanding to explain why she was behaving like this. Xiaodo confessed that her family was against their marriage, and just hearing his name gave her mother heart problems. She can't risk her mother's health like that. How can she be with him, ignoring her? The young man told her that he had recently made a new deal, and now he would have much more money. She should tell her parents about this. He shouted to her that he had completely changed and would treat her differently. He would not repeat his mistakes again. Tired of this conversation, the girl snatched her hand and reproached him for not even having his own home. It was unbearably painful for Yufeng to hear her say this. But she was right. How could he take care of her if they didn't even have a place to live? To hide her true emotions, the girl hurried away, leaving her beloved standing alone. Tears of regret began to flow down her pink cheeks. She didn't want to offend him, but circumstances forced her to. The next morning, a local real estate agent showed the cozy home. Having completed the inspection and made sure that everything suited him, the main character gave the realtor a large sum of money. The man counted the money, made sure that the amount was correct, and thanked the young man. After that, he happily transferred the ownership of the house to Yufeng, and the deal was completed. After saying goodbye, the realtor said that he could always contact him if he wanted to buy another property. Cho Yufeng looked at the house documents in his hands, recalling Xiaodo's words that had prompted him to make this deal. He tried to prove to himself that he was no longer homeless, that his family now had a place to live in Zheihai. Cho Yufeng's only regret was that he didn't have enough money to buy a house near his lover's house. By the time the hero had completed all the paperwork for buying and selling the house, it was already midday. The young man went to the railway station to await the arrival of his newly minted business partners. The men did not keep themselves waiting long, and soon Yufeng saw a crowd approaching on the platform. His comrade Shu walked ahead of everyone, waving his arms, announcing his appearance. After greeting them, Yufeng sincerely thanked everyone for their presence, with hope for long-term cooperation. After this, manager Cho learned from Shu that they had agreed to deliver the goods at 10 o'clock in the evening today. Yufeng told his colleagues that they would now go to see Mr. Zhang, and after all the formalities, they would go to the night market to prepare the workplace. After hearing manager Chao's plan for their next steps, the men went to the business department. Mr. Zhang happily gave them a report and wished them luck at the exhibition, not daring to delay anyone. After leaving the Yufeng business department, he greeted everyone at the space he rented at the night market. Lao Shi, like everyone else, was impressed by the size of the area the guy was able to prepare. Stepping aside, Yufeng began to take something out, but he couldn't handle it himself, so he called Shu for help. The men began to pull out some bright red bundle on sticks, stretching it across the entire wall. As it turned out, Yufeng had prepared a beautiful banner, the inscription of which announced an exhibition of manufactories. He said that as soon as the time comes, they will definitely raise it above their heads. Having completed all the preparations by morning, everyone took their position and the men went on a tour of the market, inviting everyone to an exhibition of sales of handicrafts from the manufacturer. Having stretched out a banner with the inscription, "Exhibition of Manufactories," and loaded toys into carts, the guys walked along the street, enticing customers with low prices. A baby passing by with his mother immediately noticed the plush beauty and told his mother about it. The cart was filled with brightly colored Monkey King toys, which had been a huge sales hit for the factory in the past. The children were delighted with the new character. Their eyes immediately lit up, and they couldn't take their eyes off them. Even the boy's mother thought they were cute. She had never seen anything like them in stores before. The streets were filled with the sounds of children screaming, asking their parents to buy them new stuffed toys and cars. Seeing the joy of their children, many parents followed the fairground cart straight to the exhibition. Noticing potential buyers, Shu pointed out to Yufeng the crowd following them. High up on a large square, stretched a bright red sign indicating an exhibition of manufactories. Seeing a variety of toys, the children began to go crazy and beg their parents for new ones. People became interested in what else, besides toys, was sold here, and how much the entrance ticket to the exhibition cost. Cho Yufeng announced that the entrance is free, and the price of the goods is affordable not only to the wealthy, but also to the most ordinary resident of Zheihai. You still couldn't believe that so many people came. It turned out that the public campaign was a great success. Having found clients, all they had to do now was successfully interest them and sell as much product as possible, which Yufeng reported to his other colleagues. When Lao Shi and the other factory representative encountered this for the first time, they stared at him like sheep at a new gate. Meanwhile, Zhu began offering customers clothes from Guangsha's largest factory, indicating that the price was 20 yuan instead of the original 40 to 50. Having seen the clothes made of Dacron, the girls immediately became interested in the offer and decided to take a look. Having taken on the role of a merchant, Yufeng began to assure that the circulation was limited and that these clothes would no longer be produced. The price was a bit steep, so the girl decided to ask if they were planning to lower the price in the future. But the guy replied that they couldn't do that because the company was already selling them at a loss, not forgetting to remind them that such a model couldn't be bought anywhere else. When people heard that the clothes were discontinued and on sale, they immediately wanted to try them on. The toy factory colleagues standing nearby were amazed by their sales methods and decided not to waste time and start attracting customers. In order not to waste time, they quickly rushed to their trading counters and got down to business. Having launched a bamboo dragonfly into the sky, the man began to attract the children's attention, saying that the manufacturer was selling them at cost. The unusual thing flying in the air was immediately noticed by the baby and his mother. Having decided to please the child, the mother bought him a toy for only 50 fenny. Lao Shu decided not to lag behind the man and also began to advertise the toy of the Monkey King who had returned from his journey. A nearby seller quickly reported the availability of tin toys that move by themselves with a couple of turns of the key. The protagonist invited women to look at Dacron jackets from the Jiangshui clothing factory, promising a 30 yuan discount. At that price, they started selling like hotcakes, and sometimes it almost led to conflicts. 30 minutes later, the number of clothes in stock had dropped significantly, something Yufeng quickly informed customers about. One of the sellers had a hunch that the guy was using the exhibition as a cover to sell his clothes. However, his friend didn't care, because they were given a place to sell and stay overnight absolutely free of charge, and they couldn't miss the opportunity to earn some money without spending anything. After serving another customer, Shu thanked her for her purchase and checked the stock of goods. Seeing that they had already sold several boxes, he calculated that they had earned 1,000 yuan. Without counting the cost of gasoline, he and Yufeng were able to get 500 yuan each, which was equal to several months' salary. Noticing that the guys were only selling women's clothing, Lao Shu approached Shu to clear his doubts. He remembered that they were originally talking about children's clothing, but they only had some Dacron women's clothing. Hearing their conversation, the cunning Yufeng immediately got busy, saying that this was called a unified economy. Lao Shu's face showed a silent questioning expression. He had no idea what the young man was talking about, but with his persuasive powers, Yufeng said that mothers might not want to go to the store just for a toy. But since they also sell women's clothing, they would have a reason to come. The guy's plan was to kill two birds with one stone. Mothers buy toys for their children and clothes for themselves at the same time. Each seller makes a profit, and together they have a bright future. Having heard Yufeng's brilliant plan, Lao Shu was once again convinced of the beneficial cooperation. With the appearance of the new moon in the sky, the men closed the exhibition and hurried to take a rest from the eventful day. Lao Shu continued to boast about Mr. Shu, calling him a business genius. Everyone could smell the money. One of the men suggested that he celebrate the successful start of their cooperation with a delicious dinner. Having no reason to refuse, Shu agreed that it wasn't a bad idea. At the same time, they could get to know each other better. Chou Yufeng walked silently the entire way, watching his happy colleagues, and it did not go unnoticed. He cited a sore throat from shouting so much when Lao Shu asked why he was silent. Another man noted that Mr. Lao himself had been shouting so loudly today that they had almost gone deaf. Everyone burst into laughter after Shu said that everyone in the area heard Lao Shu trying to shout down everyone. This evening, Yufeng came to spend the night in his new home, bringing his first guests. The young man was sitting in one of the rooms, counting the profits he had made during the day, when suddenly Shu came in to see him. The guy told him that he had managed to earn 5,020 yuan at the exhibition today. Zhu also didn't waste any time, and after calculating his profit, reported that he had earned 6,980 yuan. The guys were happy with the revenue from the first day of trading. It's not every day that you can earn that kind of money, but in order not to be verbose, Zhu decided to count the bills again to avoid any mistakes, and only after he was finally convinced that he had 6,980 yuan did he calm down. Adding the two amounts together, the boys got 12,000 yuan, which meant they sold 600 pieces of clothing. Considering that the exhibition had just started, Yufeng expected more customers once word got out. Shu was already impatient to continue. However, it was already late. The young people were very tired, and Chou Yufeng began to yawn from fatigue. Having decided to go to bed early to gain strength before the new workday, the guy wished Shu a good night, and they went to their rooms. The next day, The men went to the bank to deposit the proceeds into their account. Su handed Yufeng a receipt with the amount of 6,000 won indicated, asking him to treasure it like the apple of his eye. The inspired guys made a deal to sell even more goods and earn even more money. Under the red banner with the words, "Exhibition," there was a bustling trade. Today, everything was discounted, and the price was only 20 yen per item. The sellers from the neighboring pavilions were shocked by the fictitious discounts and decided to try it too. Taking their feet in their hands, they rushed off to their workplaces in the hope of earning a lot of money. News of the big merchandise display spread throughout the city and reached the salespeople at the shopping center. Seeing Mingming in the store, Wenwen asked why he didn't go to work. Since things haven't been going well at the store in recent days, Minmin decided to stay and help out here. The girl said that all the problems were because of the exhibition at the night store, and when it was over, everything would return to normal. Remembering that the factory that produced Dacron clothing was closing, he offered to buy clothes for the store. But the girl refused, citing the uncomfortable fabric. Suddenly, Wenwen remembered that she wanted to tell him one very important thing. Minmin was eager to find out what she wanted to tell him, but the girl, as luck would have it, kept up the intrigue. Approaching the man, the girl whispered in his ear that she had found out how to buy flared jeans for only 44 yen. Meanwhile, workers began to gather at the J-High library, putting the shelves of books in order. While Xiaodo was busy working, another female colleague ran up to her and said that there was an exhibition not far from here with free admission. Xiaodo heard about her for the first time. The girl was busy with work and family problems, so she was a little out of touch with reality. A colleague told her that rumor had it that the factory that made the Dacron jackets had closed down and was now selling everything at the exhibition for 20 yuan instead of 50. Xiaodo was surprised by such a low price and decided to go with the girl for company, as she wanted to buy herself a jacket for the winter. There was a lot of excitement at the exhibition. Everyone wanted to buy a jacket for 20 yuan on the last day of sales. When the girls arrived, there was a long line at the counter, so they had to stand at the very end. A colleague told Xiaodo that this was the last batch for sale, so he definitely needed to buy it today. When it was their turn, the girl asked for a jacket in a small size, wondering if there was a brighter color. Having many different options, Shu offered the girl a pink jacket. Then he asked what Xiaodo, who was standing next to her, would like. The girl also ordered a small pink jacket. Cho Yufeng stood with his back to the customers next to the boxes of goods and collected orders. After preparing 2 pink jackets, he turned to hand them to the girls. Seeing that one of the customers was Xiaodo, the lovers stared at each other in a daze, not saying a word. After thanking him, Xiaodo's colleague took her jacket from Yufeng's hands. The young man was the first to break the silence, pretending not to know the girl and politely handing her the purchase. Xiaodo didn't expect to meet him again. She awkwardly picked up her pink jacket and followed after her colleague. While one girl was happy about a good deal, the second looked sadly at her lover, moving further and further away from him. Evening came, and the exhibition closed its doors to buyers until the next working day. Only sellers remained at the market, putting the remaining goods in boxes. Lao Shi approached the boys and asked Yu for a snack of noodles tomorrow, instead of the annoying cornflakes. Shu didn't mind, especially since things were going well, so he promised to get eggs for everyone. However, he said he didn't make much money, only 2 fin profit from each jacket he sold. However, Mr. Lao asked him not to lie, because he clearly earned much more than 2 fins. Lao Shi had been in this business for many years, and it was difficult to deceive him on this account, so he did not fall for Shu's words. He said there was no point in coming to Zheihai without earning at least 5 fins for each sale. After these words, both Shu and Cho Yufeng, who overheard the conversation, realized that they had been found out, but Shu quickly got his bearings. He asked Mr. Lao not to tell anyone about this and promised him that tomorrow, instead of 1, he would have 2 whole eggs with noodles. After finishing packing our things, everyone went to Cho Yufeng's home as a friendly group to rest and gain strength. Just like yesterday, Yufeng and Shu sat at the table, calculating the total earnings for the day. They managed to earn 24,200 yuan. The main character said that they sold 1,210 copies in one day, and if you add yesterday's sales, you get 1,810 copies. Zhu was overjoyed that after 2 days they had managed to earn so much money. He wanted to earn even more. Yufeng didn't detain him any longer and let him go to bed, since the guy still had to cook noodles for everyone in the morning. Early in the morning, everyone in the house woke up to the aroma of delicious noodles with the promised eggs for breakfast. Having gathered, everyone went to the exhibition to entice potential buyers with a final sale at very low prices. Everyone was trying to attract more customers. Yufeng was enticing everyone with fashionable Dacron jackets for 20 yuan apiece. Lao Shu offered a colorful toy Monkey King that came from overseas. Meanwhile, a seller of various riding toys lured boys with unusual cars. This evening was no different from the previous ones. Yufeng and Shu were sitting in the room and counting the profits. Their profits grew every day. Today, the young people counted 31,100 yuan. They still had about 1,700 pieces of clothing left. And judging by the sales, Yufeng calculated that they should sell out in 2 days. The next evening, after work had ended, some of the salespeople began collecting empty boxes. When Cho Yufeng approached them, he was surprised that they managed to sell all the goods so quickly. The boys explained that they had sold the leftovers at a low price to Jiang Ming and Old Man Xu, so they would be heading back to Guanghai. Meanwhile, Old Man Shi sat down to smoke. And then the curious Yufeng came running asking why he was lounging around. Mr. Shai explained that he was in no hurry, and although he had a little stock left, he would be able to get rid of it quickly. He suggested to Brother Shu that he give the remaining unsold goods to the factory so that he wouldn't have to deal with them anymore. Just at that moment, potential clients appeared on the horizon, and the man's attention switched to them. Zhu asked the men to chat for now without him, and he himself went to earn some money. This time, Pei, Ziran, and Jujun were passing by. Pei wanted to buy a jacket, but her friend began to dissuade her because it was not the season for Dacron. It was hot and uncomfortable. Having decided that it would be warm in the winter, Pei nevertheless decided to buy a jacket as a gift for her mother when she came to visit for the Chinese New Year. The friends approached the seller and the girl asked what the price was for these jackets. Zhu replied that the price was only 20 yuan, and if she wanted to buy it, she had better hurry, because the sale would be stopped tomorrow. While the girls were busy looking at the jacket, Jujun saw familiar features in the man eating ice cream to the side. Taking a closer look, the guy recognized him as an old acquaintance, Cho Yufeng, and asked what he was doing here. Without looking up from his treat, the young man replied that he was selling clothes. So what else could he do at the market? Jujun couldn't believe that Yufeng was such a hard worker. He mockingly asked if he was the one who organized this exhibition. Yufeng would have had to lie about working for someone if it was the first day of the exhibition. But since there is no reason for this now, he directly answered that he was the organizer. Hearing their conversation, Ziran doubted that a poor salesman like him had the means and connections to do this. Yufeng replied that one shouldn't underestimate individual entrepreneurs. If she didn't believe it, then let her ask other sellers. At that very moment, the men decided to play along with Yufeng and started calling him boss, asking him to tell them when he was going to organize an exhibition next time. Jujun was speechless when some poor guy from the village was called Boss Chu. Ziran got angry, saying that no one wears Dacron these days, and threw the jacket back at Zhu. As she left, the girl asked Jia Pei never to take her to such squalid places again. The new moon hung high in the sky. The men returned home for a well-deserved rest. Cho Yufeng decided to cook dinner today and was busy in the kitchen, while Shu was busy with finances. When Yufeng brought him the noodles, he chose to first finish counting the money he had earned today. Having put a plate of noodles on the table, Yufeng offered him his help, but the boy could handle it on his own. After finishing with the math, Shu reported that they had earned 32,680 yuan today. Cho Yufeng reminded the man not to forget to make a deposit at the bank tomorrow. Shu jumped up out of nowhere and slammed his hand on the table, confusing the young man opposite him. The next second, he began to thank him, because he could not even dream of earning so much in his life. Yufeng, although flattered by such words, stopped his sweet flow of speech because this was not only his merit. He was also grateful to Shu for his help. Without him, he simply would not have been able to organize the exhibition. Yufeng congratulated the man on his successful sales and said he hoped for the possibility of new cooperation. Having finished exchanging pleasantries, the men shook hands, sealing their verbal agreement to work together. Seeing the successful sales of the jackets, Shu wondered if they could continue selling and organize another exhibition if they purchased Dacron from other factories. The young man told him that they would not do this because the risks were too great. With Dacron starting to lose popularity, he couldn't guarantee that customers would be interested in the product. With no connections in other cities and no idea about local demand for clothing, their strategy might not work in Jiangdu, for example. So Yufeng said they should call it a day. Shu hadn't thought about such things as carefully as his comrade, so he decided to listen to him. However, he asked him not to forget to share with him in the future tips on how to make money quickly. Although Yufeng pretended to agree, he thought to himself that it would be easier for him to work alone, since he had already been betrayed once. He believed that there was no place for feelings in business. The best form of cooperation was to benefit from each other. The next morning, the young people went to Zehai Station. It was time to go home. Even though the exhibition was over, Shu and the old men Shi and Bai were eager to earn some extra money again, so they asked the boy not to forget about them. Cho Yufeng saw his colleagues off on the train, promising to call them if any new deals came up in the future. After making sure the men had left, Yufeng began to formulate a new plan while they were gone. Having reached the nearest payphone, the main character immediately called Mr. Kan to ask him for a favor. The man was glad to hear from Yufeng and immediately asked how he was doing. Planning to visit the capital Mo, the young man asked Mr. Kang to take care of Yuzhen and Yu Yue. Mr. Kang told him not to worry and to mind his own business while he looked after the boys, for which Yufeng thanked him. The next day, early in the morning, the protagonist arrived in the capital of Mo, thinking about his next move. To begin with, he decided to go into a cafe and order some rice noodles to get some food. The cafe window offered a good view of the fashion house in the capital of Mo, where he was planning to go next. As far as he remembered, this company was the first to organize a fashion show in China in the 1980s, which had a great impact on the fashion industry. They made the public focus on the beauty of the body by organizing a large modeling show in Jingbi in 1984. At the time, there were rumors that the clothes worn by the models were sold for prices in the three figures. Having received quality certificates, the fashion house in the capital of Mo has become a major player in the fashion industry. For a whole year, from 1983 to 1984, people were buying up the goods. So Yufeng decided that it would not be a problem to move the sales up by a year. He figured that the 50,000 yuan he could earn would be enough to pay for the venue, the models, and the costumes. So he decided to give it a try. Meanwhile, at the Wenwen shopping mall, Mingming was planning to buy a new batch of flared jeans. The new supplier promised to sell them only to them at 44 yuan per pair, but only this batch. The next ones will cost 50 yuan per pair. Having no extra money, Mingming refused to give an advance payment of 10,000 yuan. The supplier had a goal to make as much money as possible, so he did not give up so easily, saying that rich people like them must have extra money. He decided to offer to buy them jeans for half the amount, but then the price would be 46 yuan per pair. Considering this to be a good offer, Mingming decided to consult with Wenwen about buying jeans for 5,000 yuan. After weighing the pros and cons, Wenwen decided that they would not skimp and would order flared jeans for 10,000 yuan. Minmin started shouting in an indignant tone, asking where they would get so much money. Wenwen pulled him aside so the supplier couldn't hear their conversation, asking him to calm down, saying that they would miss out on the opportunity to earn an extra 400 yen. The guy understood this perfectly well, but the fact remains that they do not have such a large sum. The girl hopefully asked if he could borrow some money from his father again. Mingming replied that his father would not give him any more money, and it would be selfish of him to leave Liangliang and Xiaohua without money. Even if Wenwen tried to help him earn money, he had already borrowed 5,000 from his father and couldn't get it back. He couldn't come and ask for another 10,000. The girl's reaction was very strange. She started laughing like crazy in response to his words. She reminded him that the exhibition was already over, and their business would definitely take off. It would be a shame to miss such an opportunity. Confident that they would be able to return the entire amount, she asked to take the money secretly while his mother was in the hospital to avoid quarrels. Hearing her seemingly successful plan, Minmin briefly wondered if it was possible to pull off something like this. Noticing that the guy began to agree, the girl assured him that they could get rich very easily. Having made a plan for the kidnapping, the couple went to visit Minmin's parents for dinner in the evening. The family sat around a large table laden with delicious food. Mom told the skinny Xiaodo to eat more meat. After learning what a bad person Liu Rui turned out to be, the father told the girl that they no longer wanted to have anything to do with him. Xiaodo was very happy about this. Now the girl could breathe a sigh of relief. She would no longer have to communicate with this person. The girl also had good news for her parents. She told them that she would soon get a full-time job. Mom was so happy that she couldn't hold back her tears. She was happy for her daughter. Deciding it was time to put the plan into action, Wenwen suggested that Xiaodo go for a walk with her parents to celebrate their reconciliation. Having promised to clear the table and wash the dishes, she hurried to show him out of the house. After making sure that everyone had left, the girl called Minmin and began cleaning. As he went to look for money, he instructed her to stand guard to make sure that no one came in unexpectedly. Entering his parents' room, Minmin began to sort through things in search of the treasured book. Soon he found what he came for. His father had 9,000 yuan in his account. Promising himself to return it all, he stole the book. Having decided that he needed to find a place to spend the night, the main character went in search of a hotel. Having chosen one, he went to the reception desk, but was met there by a little girl. He asked the child to call his parents to discuss the cost of an extended stay. The little girl was clearly not new to visitors, so she quickly called her mother. When the woman left, Yufeng tried to negotiate a lower price for the room because he wanted to stay for a long time. He told her that the hotel across the street was charging 2 yuan a night, but he was willing to stay with her if she offered a better price. The woman offered him 1 and 8 yuan for the night, saying that he couldn't find a lower price. However, upon learning that he was only planning to stay for a week, she raised the price to 1 and 9 yuan per night. Yufeng had no choice, so he agreed, admitting that the woman was good at bargaining. After going up to the room and taking a shower, the guy immediately passed out on the bed, tired from the day. The next morning, the guy had to experience life in the capital to the fullest. The first difficulties began with trying to get on a crowded bus without being crushed. Yufeng was not used to seeing so many people squeezed together like fish in a can. Having gotten out of this death machine, the guy went to his first destination. The protagonist decided to start with an organization that would influence the entire beauty industry of the fashion house of the capital Mo. Approaching the checkpoint, he informed the guard that he had arrived from another city with the purpose of purchasing their goods. Realizing that it was another trader, the man told him to turn right and then go straight to the end. Thanking him for his help, Yufeng went in the direction indicated, and the guard was only surprised that nowadays all the young people went into sales. Having followed the indicated route, the young man saw a large queue gathered near the cash register. Having found the last person, he asked if it was possible to buy goods for resale here. Having received an affirmative answer, Yufeng took his place in line and began to wait for his turn. After a while, it was Cho Yufeng's turn. The man sitting at the checkout asked with an important look what he wanted to buy. Saying that he was not local and did not know what goods they had, Yufeng inquired about the selection. The man began to list white dresses with black bows, sleeveless blouses, white skirts. Yufeng had no idea what to buy since he had never seen any clothes, so he hesitated, earning the ire of the man sitting at the checkout. The man started shouting that he was not the only one and was holding up the entire line, rushing him to make his choice. Confused, Cho Yufeng decided to sweet-talk the man by offering him 2 cigarettes, asking him to show him the goods first. However, the man yelled at him because smoking was not allowed here because of the flammable clothing, which could easily turn to ash. Having put himself in an even more awkward position, Yufeng quickly hid the cigarettes, saying that he had no intention of smoking. Complaining that it was very difficult for private entrepreneurs, he began to ask to show him the goods, because he was planning to buy a large quantity. Taking pity on him, the man agreed to his request, telling him to wait until everyone had finished shopping. Delighted, Yufeng stepped aside so as not to disturb anyone, and began to wait until the last buyer had finished shopping. While Yufeng was leaning against the wall out of boredom, he noticed a man who had bought more than he could carry and accidentally dropped his goods. The young man immediately rushed to help, since he was not busy with anything anyway, and the man thanked him. While they were carrying heavy packages of clothes, they managed to get acquainted, and the man introduced himself as Lu Pu. Since the man was a regular customer and probably knew everything, Yufeng asked him what the name of the guy at the checkout was. Lu Pu replied that his name was Feng Bao Bao, deducing that the young man was not from around here and was new here. Deciding not to reveal his actual place of residence, Yufeng said he came from Jindu. Deciding to help the inexperienced guy, Mr. Lu warned him that Bao Bao, the son of the logistics director, was a very straightforward type. If you insulted him, you could get into trouble. Chow Yufeng was glad to meet such a sympathetic man and thanked him for the warning. He helped him load the clothes into the cart and Mr. Lu left, saying goodbye to the young man. A lot of time had passed. The main character decided to return, hoping that the crowd had dispersed and he would be able to inspect the goods. However, having heard about the cashier, he was sure that Bao Bao would go out for lunch or somewhere else, and then the line would form again, and he would have to wait again. If that were to happen, the young man decided that he would have to try to bribe Feng Bao Bao. Chow Yufeng was right on target. As soon as the cashier noticed him, he said that he was going out for lunch. Bao Bao stood up from his workplace and tried to close the gate, but he couldn't reach it, and the young man happily offered to help him. Bao Bao looked at Yufeng's actions with suspicion, but did not say anything to him. Chow decided to apologize to him for the trouble he had caused him in the morning, trying to get the man to make contact. Bao Bao said he had to worry about the other customers, since they had come from far away and he was just delaying them. Yufeng pretended to, but he was infuriated by the fact that this man knew that he was also from out of town, but still drove him away. Pretending to be guilty, Yufeng invited him to have lunch together so that he could make amends. Feeling like the center of the universe, Bao Bao was not averse to eating something simple, so he agreed. The young people went to the nearest establishment and ordered a lot of different food. Yufeng again tried to persuade the man to show him the goods. Bao Bao asked him a counter question, asking how many goods he planned to buy from him. The young man replied that he planned to spend about 40,000 yuan on clothes. Cashier Feng didn't expect this guy to be such a rich customer. Since the purchase would be wholesale and for a large amount, Yufeng decided to ask for a lower price, and the man agreed. But after that, he clarified that he would reduce the price of some things by a couple of yuan, and for others only by a couple of fens. The main character replied that he understood perfectly well and that it was not a problem for him at all, after which Chao suggested that he go to the factory later to see the quality of the goods. The guy agreed and replied that he would personally take him to the enterprise and show him everything. Soon they went to the company's warehouse where Bao demonstrated the entire range. Yufeng suddenly noticed the child's dress and decided to check its quality. Surprisingly, it was made conscientiously, and moreover, its appearance was distinguished by its sophistication. The young man did not expect that this company would be able to provide him with high-quality products. Chao then walked around a small part of the warehouse, looking at a few more things. Feng asked if he was satisfied with the clothes. The teenager noted that the items were indeed worthwhile, but he would like to discuss the price in the evening. Naturally, the businessman was not satisfied with this, and Yu hastened to explain the situation, saying that he really wants to buy several items and he doesn't have to worry about that, but since there are quite a few of them, this should be discussed with your colleagues. Then the guy replied that he agreed to the terms and would wait for him after work. Because he would be finishing his shift in the evening, he asked to find him later in the warehouse. As Chao walked down the street, he thought that the goods were indeed of good quality and would cost a lot. So 10,000 will need to be spent on paying for the place, and 40,000 on clothes. And even if you sell everything for 50 yuan, the net profit will be 120,000. But at the same time, he understood perfectly well that Feng could not be trusted, and the risks were great. However, it was also not worth refusing such a profitable deal, which Yufeng also understood. That same evening, the boy went back to the enterprise to see Bao, to finally discuss everything and purchase the necessary goods for further sale. They sat down at a table and Chao asked if his team of models could go to Kyoto to perform. Feng replied that they were willing to go anywhere as long as they were paid. The young man began to think about organizing the event himself, but if no one bought tickets, he would be in the red. Unexpectedly, the entrepreneur asked the main character whether he had discussed the quantity of goods with his colleagues. Yufeng said that he was ready to buy 100 dresses and the same number of checkered tops for 15 yuan. Bao noted that women's clothing always costs much more than men's, and in connection with this, he proposed to reduce the price to 14 yuan, which is what Chao was counting on. However, there was another important point that the teenager wanted to discuss, but the young entrepreneur immediately indicated that he would charge him 2 fen for each copy, since even so you would save 3,000. Suddenly, Chao asked how many customers like him Feng had met. The puzzled guy asked what he meant and why he asked such a question. The young man pretended to be smart and said that he had actually come to talk to him about business. The businessman immediately jumped up from his seat and asked what was going on and what deal they were talking about. Yufeng urged him not to get angry ahead of time and to give him a chance to finish speaking calmly. He added that he had worked in the capital of Mo for a long time and knew the market, as well as what people's needs were. And besides, it's not a matter of a few thousand, but rather something much larger. Bao, dumbfounded, could not understand what Chao was talking about, and this only made him more wary. Yu tried to persuade him to cooperate on a permanent basis. He also agrees to sign a contract and organize an event in the capital with all payments. At the same time, for each product sold he will receive 5 yuan, but if the item costs 40,000, then the earnings will be 15,000. Feng didn't expect this approach from him and began to realize that he really understood how to run a business. Chao continued to convince that he would only earn money from this, and that he would bring 500 yuan tomorrow. However, the entrepreneur noted that it is quite difficult to organize an exhibition, especially in the capital of Moer. But if he is serious about taking up this issue, the signature of the factory manager who provides the models is required. But even so, it is very difficult to organize everything, since Yufeng is simply a self-employed person. Chao, however, stated that they would sell the goods and thereby compensate for their small quantity, as long as the factory continued to make money. Bao, in turn, was extremely skeptical and said that it still would not bring in a high income. But the persistent and quite convincing Yu said that the young man did not have to worry about the number of orders, because they will sign some kind of agreement where Chow will pay him 40,000 in advance, and even if only one piece of clothing is sold, Feng will not owe him anything. In response, the businessman laughed and asked if he really thought he would make a lot of money from the exhibition. The protagonist confidently stated that there are risks, but one needs to try to say for sure. But the entrepreneur did not stop looking for a catch in this cooperation. Yufeng also promised an additional 500 yuan for assistance in one moment, which consisted of him recruiting a team of models for which he would receive this money. Finally, evening came, and they hurried to their homes to think everything over carefully. Soon, a tipsy Bao returned home where the joyful father was babysitting the child. Entering the room, the guy opened the door wide, and Kilai immediately noticed that he was drunk, in connection with which he became furious and ordered him not to contact Seer anymore. But Feng said that he hadn't seen him today and had been talking to a merchant all day. The stunned father declared that he had no right to take money from the others on his behalf. Bao immediately said that he had actually done nothing of the sort and wanted to talk business, after which he told him about the agreement with Yufeng, which naturally seemed like nonsense to his father. After all, no one would agree to spend that much money to try to sell their products. Then the young man enthusiastically said that he had also been skeptical about this at first. At this point, Kilai abruptly cut off the dialogue with him, urging him not to get involved in any machinations of traders. But Feng was determined, because it was a fairly easy way to make money. He was looking forward to the moment when everything would finally be organized. After all, for every piece of Chow's clothing sold, he will receive 5 yuan. The next day, he and Yufeng met again to discuss all the details. Bao looked happy and became suspiciously kinder, which gave the guy some ideas. Watching him, he understood that half the job was done and the entrepreneur was on the hook. Suddenly, Feng decided to treat the teenager and ordered a variety of different dishes. At the same time, Bao said that he would take her to his father today, but he should not talk about their agreement yet. Of course, the main character agreed with a smile on his face, saying that this matter would remain between them. They soon met with the director of the company, and Chow hastened to bring him up to date. Thus, they talked for several hours, and the perplexed Hele abruptly interrupted the young man's speech, asking whether the 40,000 he offered the factory was not the price for the goods. The teenager responded positively, stating that they would belong to him anyway, even if only one piece of their high-quality clothing is sold at the event. The old man listened to such a strange man and did not understand what his benefit was. But in the end, Hele responded with his consent, but it was also necessary to discuss everything with Lu. Besides, if they don't find a place to hold the exhibition, then there will be nothing to talk about. They then agreed to meet the next morning, and Yufeng went to see him again. Bao, extremely worried, kept looking around, looking for Chow. Not understanding why he had not come yet, he began to be tormented by vague doubts. At that moment, one of the customers approached him and asked him to put 5 skirts in his name. A nervous Feng replied that he would do everything and urged him to finally pay for the goods. After a certain amount of time, Yufeng finally showed up, which made Bao extremely happy. He literally jumped up from his seat and ran towards him, which was quite strange, stating that he needed to urgently talk to him about their upcoming business. By doing so, he communicated that his father was in a positive mood and that President Lu wanted to meet with him. Of course, Chow thanked him for his help and noted that he would keep his word, after which they went to the director to finally agree on everything. On the way, they were met by Hailei, who said that Lu had just finished a meeting. That's why he's looking forward to meeting the young entrepreneur in his office. Soon, the main character was introduced to the director so that they could talk about business. Daeguan was positively disposed towards the young talent and began to listen to him with pleasure. Chu greeted Guan and introduced himself as a sole proprietor from Jindu City. The old man noted that if he continued to do business in this manner, he had a promising future. Yufeng immediately showed the bag of money and said that in that case the deal would take place. But suddenly Daeguan asked why he came to them with a proposal for cooperation. Chow replied with a smile on his face that it was obvious since he wanted to make money. He added that in the future the fashion house will be able to organize a similar exhibition. Surprised, Lu was intrigued by the proposal and decided to find out how to do this. Yufeng then explained that he was paying them 40,000 for a franchise to use their brand in Shanghai. This means that he will be selling clothes on their behalf and therefore working for them. Everyone was simply shocked by such a bold statement from the teenager and did not know what to say. He also said that the more clients they attract, the better, because in the future they will become distributors. At the same time, they will be able to receive a percentage of sales everywhere, and over time they will only prosper. Naturally, there will be risks no matter how much we would like them, but in business there are no guarantees. After all, if their competitors arrive and attract more people, then the sales of Lu's factory will fall accordingly. That's why he pays them 40,000 to minimize the risks and thus losses. Having added that this is what is called intelligent cooperation, everyone became quiet for a moment. Daguan simply didn't know how to react to this and began to think. Stepping aside, he tried to calculate the guy's proposal, but it seemed to him that there was some kind of catch. On the other hand, the old man understood that this particular model of running a business was guaranteed to bring success. Guan suddenly asked Yufeng how he even came up with such an idea. The protagonist, in turn, happily continued the dialogue regarding their joint work. At that moment, Lu exchanged glances with Hele, realizing that the offer was indeed tempting. Unexpectedly, Daguan laughed, starting to talk in a more friendly manner. In this regard, he asked where it would be best to hold this event. Chow happily realized that the entrepreneur had finally taken the bait, and all that was left was a small matter. At this thought, Yufeng couldn't help but smile, which literally appeared on his face, after which he said that it would be best to hold the exhibition in a shopping center, since the show would also be seen by visitors from above. Having resolved all the issues and agreed on everything, the guy went out into the corridor, where Bao immediately gave him 1,000 yuan. The extremely surprised young man immediately began to count the money. Feng expressed his admiration for the young talent, because his head was working in the right direction. Suddenly, Chow remarked that since he had earned so much money, he might as well have dinner at a restaurant. Naturally, Bao agreed, stating that they could also clarify all the details. You even suggested that he tell his father about their agreement. But Feng said that if he knew, he would take all the money. Arriving at the establishment some time later, they, as always, ordered more food and drinks. The businessmen engaged in casual conversation and whiled away the hour quite cheerfully. Chow was well aware that the modeling exhibition was his only chance for success, and the costumes for the show were sold out, and even extra lots were taken away. Besides, if he organizes another similar event, the income will amount to several million. But at the moment, Daguan didn't really believe in the future success of his company. He was more concerned with the immediate benefits of the deal. However, the contract said nothing about the quality of the goods, which Lu could take advantage of. And to get it from the second order, you will have to rely on Kalai, because he has the final say on deliveries. So it was worth thinking it over again. But Bao's involvement was only to his advantage. He had never imagined that a 5 yuan discount would play such a significant role. At this moment, Feng once again offered his comrade a drink. Chow agreed. Suddenly, Yufeng stood up from the table and said that he had one request for him, after which he whispered that he would come to him today on a very important matter. The perplexed Bao could not understand what else Chow had come up with and what he wanted to talk about. After a certain amount of time, Feng and the main character came to Hilei's home, who as always did not like the tipsy state of his offspring. At this moment, Yufeng entered the room after him, and the old man was glad to see him. He immediately broke into a smile and invited the young man to come in and make himself at home. The head of the family, being kind enough, invited the teenager to sit down and talk. But getting ahead of the events, Bao declared that they had come to him on a very important matter, after which they showed him the contract, which Hilei had been pondering for quite a long time. The old man carefully read the contract, once again amazed at Chow's intelligence. Suddenly, Feng asked him if he liked this idea, and his father answered positively. Then he announced that starting tomorrow, his son would have to quit his job at the company. A stunned Bao indignantly asked why he was making such a strange decision. Yufeng understood perfectly well what would be discussed next and broke into a smile. Then Hilei explained that the factory does not allow behind-the-scenes dealings with its clients, but there was nothing wrong with that. Feng couldn't believe that his father was doing this to him. The old man hastened to explain that it would be best for him to follow Chow in order to earn money, adding that the guy's second deal would be considered an incidental benefit with them, and he would deal with all the officialdom. The next day, Qian went to the mall to sell jeans. However, the price of the items was only 43 yuan, which was quite cheap, which caused a storm of indignation from Ming and Wen and other merchants. But Jin Lai continued to trade calmly, paying no attention to anyone. This caused a storm of indignation among the other sellers, who rushed to express their dissatisfaction to him. An enraged Min noted that he had no right to do this since the prices had been agreed upon. Qian brewed himself coffee with complete ease and defiantly sipped the drink. He asked why they had attacked him and what they were generally not happy about. Xue, in turn, began to egg Ming on to influence the situation. Like a blind dog, he took the bait and started insulting the seller again, because at this rate they wouldn't earn anything. His indignation, of course, was supported by the other sellers, who also began to behave aggressively. However, Jinlai stood his ground, saying that they were not working for the people, but for their own benefit, since they set such high prices. Naturally, the customers were sincerely grateful to him and began to defend the guy. Min literally lost his temper, causing him to head towards Lai. A stunned Wen urged him to calm down, saying that he shouldn't be so nervous about it. But the guy could no longer be stopped, because emotions still got the better of him. The self-confident Qian said that he was just telling the truth, and that they were making money off of people, which only made the situation worse, since Min was already furious. Jin himself began to provoke him, declaring that he could not do anything to him. A moment later, the guy hit him, and Lai dropped the cup of coffee from his hands, after which he pretended that he had fallen to the ground and was in incredible pain. He literally did everything to attract the attention of strangers and look like a victim in their eyes. Min naturally understood this and became even more angry, calling on him to get up immediately. But Jinlai had a completely different plan that instantly formed in his head. In connection with this, he immediately began to shout that the merchant was allegedly beating him. A stunned Min stepped back, realizing what could happen now. People immediately became alarmed and demanded that the center's security guards be called, who, a moment later, grabbed the extremely unbalanced guy, which was quite predictable. This was exactly the result that Chen was trying to achieve, while Ming tried to explain everything to the employees of the store. But Lai began to panic again and urged them to call the police to have him arrested for assault. No one expected such impudence, which simply overwhelmed him with emotions, and he tried to break free from the hands of the guards. Wen, in turn, ran after them, demanding that her husband be released immediately. Jin himself received genuine pleasure from what was happening, declaring that Ming had picked on the wrong guy, after which Mina's wife went home to tell the bad news about her husband. When the father found out about this, he was simply shocked, because his son could simply be fired from his job. The woman, in turn, asked how they could pick him up from the police station. The stunned Yongguan began to shake with excitement when he learned that he had already been arrested. At the same time, the old man understood perfectly well that it was necessary to come up with a way to get him out as quickly as possible. In connection with this, he got ready and went to the police building to resolve the conflict. Although he didn't know how to do it, Min himself was to blame for succumbing to provocation. Xiaodo was extremely worried about what had happened to her brother and her father's condition. Then she asked Zhui what exactly happened. The girl replied that he lost his temper and attacked Chen. When Yun heard the victim's name, he realized that the case was not simple, noting that it would be quite difficult to come to an agreement with this Jinlai. After some time, they all went to the police station together. Guan introduced himself as a member of the Department of Culture and said his son had been detained by mistake. The puzzled law enforcement officer asked what his son's name was. The old man replied that his name was Min, and the indignant policeman immediately jumped up from his seat, stating that there could be no mistake and that the matter was extremely serious. He added that it was he who arrested his son for beating a man who ended up in the hospital. Moreover, there were a huge number of witnesses at the crime scene, and there could be no mistake. Yongguan grabbed him by the shoulders and began to insist that everything was completely different from what it seemed to him. Because his son is a good person and sometimes he may not control himself, but this is not a reason for arrest. The policeman immediately brushed him off, saying that Min was already 30 years old and was responsible for his actions. Moreover, he attacked Chen completely without reason, which is real hooliganism. Wen kept exaggerating, saying that he would definitely be fired from his job now. Then the head of the family decided to go another way and asked where Lai was. Meanwhile, Jin was bandaging his head in the ward, once again pretending to be a victim. The nurse noted that he was in good mind and there was no need for this. Soon, Yongguang and Shui came into his room and asked if he was okay. Absolutely calm Qian, in turn, lay carefree in his hospital bed. Seeing unknown people, he asked who they were and why they had come to him. Wen replied that he was Ming's father and would like to talk to him about what had happened. Naturally, Jinlai immediately began to play the victim and claimed that he had a severe headache, and his son is a real hooligan who can't control himself and as a result attacked him. The old man replied that his son was certainly wrong in this situation, but there was no need to call the police. Lai, however, began to claim the opposite, saying that his son was a treacherous man and dangerous to society. And if his father works in the government, it doesn't mean that he can do anything. Jin tried his best to resolve the conflict and was extremely polite. However, Chen continued to insist on his own and declared that such a person belonged in prison. Then, Yongguan said that he would be happy to pay for his treatment and compensate for all expenses. At the same time, he offered him money and to withdraw the statement from the police so that Min would be released. Lai immediately began to raise his price, saying that he supposedly had a concussion, but he needs to feed his family. And if something happens to him one day, they simply won't survive it. Guan knew that he was trying to get more money from him and offered 200 yen. But greedy Jin once again began to feign and say how much pain he was in, thus hinting that 200 was not enough for him. Yun then asked how much money he wanted. The guy broke into a sly smile and said that 2,000 was quite enough, adding that otherwise he would not help them in this matter. Of course, Wen and the old man were stunned by such an incredible amount of money. The girl even began to insult the victim, calling him a fraud. Chen, in turn, said that Jiang would then face prison for several long years, which naturally changed the situation radically, and Guan agreed to pay him. Even though it cost him a whole 2,000 yuan, he understood how disgusting a person Lai was, after which they went outside, and an extremely worried Xue asked why her father agreed to this. The old man replied that he actually had a stash at home and he would have to empty it. But the girl suddenly pulled him by the hand and said that everything was not so simple, adding that this money was no longer there. Yongguan was simply shocked by such a statement. Then she told him that Min had stolen 2,000 from him to buy a batch of jeans. The old man was seething with anger, not understanding how his son could commit such baseness. He started shouting that this money was saved for a rainy day and that Hua and Liang also needed it. Wen burst into tears and fell to her knees, begging her embittered father-in-law for forgiveness. At the same time, she said that now they need to look for where else to get these 2,000. Guan waved her off and nervously spoke to her so that she would finally leave him alone. After all, it's not that easy to do, and that amount of money doesn't just lie around on the road. The girl once again began to manipulate the head of the family, stating that his son would not survive in prison. Yun understood perfectly well that he needed to urgently find 2,000 yuan to come to an agreement with Lai, after which he bitterly realized that he had to return to the mercantile Chen in the hospital. A puzzled Shui asked why, since no one would lend her that amount. Naturally, this was not why he decided to go to Jinlai, and he told her about it. After all, not even a single acquaintance could provide them with such a service, which was the difficulty in solving the issue. A tearful Wen asked what Yongguang was going to do then and where to get 2,000. The old man replied that they would have to persuade the victim to take the bill of exchange with the debt. A few minutes later, they returned to Lai and Jiang asked him for a favor. But the young man suspected that the old man simply wanted to deceive him so as not to pay the money. Guan tried in every way to persuade him to understand the situation and promised to return everything down to the last penny. At the same time, Jiang showed his ID and once again said that he would not deceive him. In the document, Jin Lai read that the old man was the head of the Department of Culture. Of course, in connection with this, he agreed to the bill but wanted interest for late payment, which amounted to a whole 500 wen, which was also quite a huge sum of money. Yongguan was shocked by such a debt, but he had no other choice. However, Shui could not stand it and began to insult the impudent teenager again. Qian said that if they were not satisfied, then he would not insist on it, but Ming would end up behind bars. Yun urged her to calm down and not to aggravate the situation, since they had come to an agreement with Lai with great difficulty, after which he rewrote the bill of exchange, where he indicated exactly 2,500 yuan. Of course, Jin was immensely happy about this and noted that the old man knew how to resolve issues. Yun, in turn, smiled and said that he was very happy about the resolution of the conflict. Meanwhile, the protagonist was in the circle of the Feng family, discussing their joint affairs. In general, as always, they conducted all conversations in an extremely friendly manner, which naturally had a positive effect on their relationship. At the same time, Hilei asked the guy to look after his dim-witted son. Of course, Yufeng agreed, saying that he himself wanted to offer him a highly paid job. Suddenly, Chao asked him for permission to view and select famous models for the exhibition, which only made him laugh, since the girls were former employees of the factory and had nothing to do with the modeling business. But the teenager was interested in Dan and Nana, which is what he asked him about. The old man seemed not to understand who was being talked about and thought, looking at Yu with bewilderment. At the same time, he gave his permission, and the young man went to the model room, where they were taught this skill. The manager's assistant kindly agreed to help him by taking him into the room with the girls. The main character picked up a tablet and put on glasses to look more respectable. The girls, in turn, did not expect to see such a person at training. The assistant immediately pointed out that the girl with the ponytail was called Dan, and the one with the bob was called Nana. At this point, the girls began to actively gossip about something, which Chow did not particularly like, but Yufeng didn't pay attention to this little thing, because he saw his girls, with whom in a past life I was able to achieve incredible results, which were Niu and Ni, and since they were future stars, he needed to impress the girls. Having taken a businesslike pose and greeted them in an extremely unusual way, the guy became a laughingstock. The models, in turn, were surprised by the teenager's strange behavior. Trying to hold back their laughter, they pretended that they weren't laughing at him. But Chow understood everything. At one point, they couldn't help but call him funny. The assistant immediately said that they were just cheerful and glad to see him. At this point, the girls started laughing even more, which was quite strange. This made the young man feel awkward, because he couldn't understand what exactly they were laughing at. Dan, in turn, decided to defuse the situation and greeted Yufeng, saying that she is the leader of the group. The girl also gave her name. Suddenly, the models started applauding him, which was surprising, especially after the ridicule. The guy smiled back and thanked him for the extremely warm welcome at the fashion house. Then the manager suddenly interrupted him and said that in 3 days, 12 girls would be going to an exhibition at the shopping mall, after which she called on Dan and Nana to choose 10 more people to participate in the event. Chow realized that she was in the know because these were the two he wanted to see on the show. Naturally, the girls agreed, as this was their chance to become more famous and noticed by large companies. However, Nana could not understand why she had to go to Jingdu at all, and why she had to select the girls. At this moment, she noticed that Yufeng was looking at her suspiciously for a long time. The main character caught himself thinking that Niu is more cheerful, and Ni is like a queen. Suddenly, Dan asked him why he was looking at them so strangely. Chow realized that he had been looking in their direction for too long, and he shouldn't make the same mistakes in the future, because he was lost in thought and simply didn't notice that he was literally staring at Nana. In connection with this, he decided to leave the fashion house, which he informed the others about, asking them to take the upcoming show seriously. The stunned assistant noted that they still had a lot to discuss, but the businesslike Yufeng said goodbye to the girls and immediately headed for the exit. Dan and Nana agreed that this man was behaving rather strangely. Niu even suggested that he had fallen in love with Ni, because he had been looking at her for a long time. Nana said that this couldn't be, and that it just seemed that way to her, because he was looking at everyone. But Dan continued to tease her, saying that he clearly had feelings for her. Meanwhile, Feng was heading towards the city, excited about what he had planned. Yu looked out the window and thought of only one thing. I wish the exhibition would start soon. Soon, they brought the necessary goods to the warehouse of the shopping center and began unloading the boxes. Chow himself hastened to write out the check, because he remembered about the extra batch. Gusheng, in turn, urged the workers on, declaring that this was the last delivery. The guy was quick to convince him otherwise, since he needed to go to the factory again. In connection with which he handed Lee a check and told him to bring another batch from the warehouse. He added that Director Kilai himself gave permission for this, and that if necessary, he could present this document. Shen, extremely surprised, asked if he really needed this batch of goods. Chow responded positively, repeating that Director Feng had approved everything, and there should be no problems. Then, Gu ordered his workers to pack everything up and go get the next batch. At this moment, Jinghong suddenly called out to Yufeng and asked if all the goods had been brought. The main character happily declared that everything was according to the contract here and the products were already being unloaded. C noticed that the guy was so young, but he had already managed to put on such a grand show. Chow replied that it was all thanks to President Lu's support, and suddenly spoke of the need to negotiate with Li. Feng immediately walked towards Gusheng and wished him good luck, while taking out a pack of cigarettes, saying that if he shared it with his colleagues, the road would not be so boring. But as it turned out, when handing over the pack of cigarettes, the guy pinched several bills with his thumb. Shen did not expect such encouragement from him, and gladly accepted the reward for his efforts, after which he literally bowed in gratitude and said that he would do everything in the best possible way, and he would deliver the last batch in the shortest possible time, for which Chow was extremely grateful to him. The teenager then followed Jinghong again, saying that they needed to check the goods. They also discussed all the technical aspects of organizing the event. The next day, Z reported that the main stage had been set up, but rehearsals could only be done on it when the shops were closed. At the same time, Hong could not find the models and asked the young man where they had gone. Yufeng said that they were resting for now and would arrive a little later, especially since the rehearsal would take place closer to night. At this point, Jing hurried away, declaring that he had done his part of the job. Chow thanked him for his efforts and thought again about the upcoming show, where Ni and Niu would emerge as stars. He also hoped that there would be no more expenses, since he had no money left at all. However, Yufeng believed that he would succeed, and that his life would soon change dramatically. He then went into the room where the stage was located and commanded the process. He was doing quite well at this, but suddenly the company's employees came to him. The project manager was extremely surprised by the presence of the guy who was involved in the matter. Chow in turn greeted them and asked how they got there. The girl replied that everything was fine and hurried to introduce the host. They were a young guy and girl who knew their job and did it better than anyone else. Feng also prepared a new script and asked them to look at it and evaluate it. The event hosts were surprised by the care of the main character, who literally took part in all processes. Suddenly, Chen noticed the guy carrying the boxes and recognized him as Bao. Meanwhile, Yufeng was informed that the lighting had been adjusted properly. The teenager thanked them for their work and noted that almost everything was ready. In connection with this, he called all the models who were standing to the side and watching what was happening. Chow went on to say that he personally picked out their outfits for the upcoming event. Dan was surprised by this and said that Yu usually handled such things. Chen said that this time, for some reason, Feng volunteered to help them, and she did not take part in it. Thus, the young man decided to personally hand out outfits to the girls, which initially seemed strange to everyone. But, in the end, Niu agreed and said that she would not argue with his decision. Soon Chow began handing out clothes to models, encouraging them to try on the outfits. Dan said in surprise that it turns out this man really knows about fashion. After a certain amount of time, they took away the best things, and the guy was completely exhausted. But turning back to the stage, he saw that the girls were simply fooling around and not rehearsing, which literally made him furious, and he lost control of himself, as he was trying his best for the project. This is why Yufeng reacted angrily to their lack of seriousness towards the exhibition. Starting to shout furiously about how they were idle, everyone was shocked by such a formidable boss, who until recently seemed like a kind and calm person. The angry guy continued to say that he paid mountains of money to make everything happen, and they were negligent in their work. Because ultimately he is trying to promote their company, unlike them, everyone listened in silence to Chow's dissatisfaction, realizing that he was indeed right. At the end of his angry monologue, Yufeng said that anyone who doesn't work can safely leave and they will find a replacement for him, once again urging them to get together and start rehearsing, as they only had one night at their disposal. A stunned Dan realized the problem and immediately tried to fix everything. Subsequently, she demanded that all the girls start rehearsing, after which Chow approached the host to sort out their role in this project, who, in turn, were like silk and listened to his every word so as not to anger the leader again. The next day, late in the evening, the great event finally took place, where the presenters were at their best and very skillfully conducted this exhibition, leaving no one indifferent to it. At the same time, they really knew how to communicate with the viewer in the same language and interest them. Finally, the girl said that all the models were ready to show them branded items. The co-host noted that this performance would light a fire in their hearts, after which they called on the assembled people to welcome the unrivaled girls, which will give them the opportunity to see the latest fashion. Everyone was looking forward to this moment. A moment later, Nana came on stage, showing off an exquisite dress. Everyone was delighted with her extraordinary outfit, especially the girls. The other models followed her, including the beautiful Dan. The audience literally went crazy from such a number of beauties and stunning clothes. Yufeng was happy, knowing that everything was going according to plan at this point, and they would win the hearts of the crowd. After all, this is exactly what Chow had been trying to achieve for so long. And the guy himself was behind the scenes. At a certain point, he signaled to the presenter to smoothly move on to the next stage of the show. However, people did not calm down and continued to shout words of gratitude and admiration. The master of ceremonies urged them to calm down, because the most interesting part was yet to come. He said that such a sophisticated spectator deserves to see a real performance. But before that, a unique opportunity from the fashion house opened up for all those who wished to participate. Everyone immediately began to look at each other, trying to understand what they were talking about. Then the young man said that they would be able to purchase all the outfits that the models had shown today. The co-host asked if this was true, and everyone would be able to afford such exquisite things, which was also part of the show. The host replied that even the most famous designer wears clothes from their collection. Therefore, anyone who is filled with the desire to buy any outfit can do so. The girl enthusiastically asked how much such incredible products cost. The presenter noted that the price would surprise them, as it is affordable for anyone. Everyone was excited about the price so they could start stocking up on the stunning outfits. Finally, the guy said that they could buy absolutely all copies for 100 yuan. Everyone was shocked by such a low price and were already thinking about what outfit to buy. But there were also those who found the price too high and refused to buy the company's clothes. At this moment, the main character suddenly shouted in anger that this was not true, because the price the presenters named was not the one they had originally discussed. Yufeng immediately ran onto the stage and declared that these goods cost at least 110 yuan per item. After all, if they sell them for 100 yen, they won't be able to make any money. But the host was quick to object, since Chow had previously claimed that he was not pursuing profit. Moreover, they have already told people the price of 100 yuan, and they cannot cancel it, as it will have a bad effect on their reputation. But the guy demanded that they set the price at exactly 110 yuan. At that moment, Bao came out to them and sided with the master of ceremonies, saying that the price could not be revoked. Yufeng was shocked by this statement and repeated again that they would not earn anything. Feng continued to insist that it was wrong to treat viewers like that, since they were obliged to maintain the company's image. He added that Chow shouldn't worry about it too much and that he would take all the losses on himself. Naturally, people were also against the price increase and began to chase the young man off the stage. Thus, the cost of all goods remained unchanged, which only one person was not very happy about. The presenter then called on everyone to line up to purchase the model's clothes, which created a real stir, and the audience literally began to behave like savages. Pushing each other aside, they all tried to get their 100 yuan outfits. Bao was pleased with the work he had done, because for every copy sold he received 5 yuan. Meanwhile, the lively crowd continued to pay their money for such exquisite clothes. In the end, Yufeng was also satisfied, because his plan worked. Dan, in turn, was stunned by this result, because she did not expect that absolutely everyone would want to buy their things. At that moment, the girl looked at the main character, realizing that he was not such a simple person, and that in fact he had predicted everything. Such a young guy definitely had talent. The audience never stopped talking, eager to buy the best products. Chow assumed that everything would soon be sold out and that another batch of clothes would be delivered in a couple of days. But in fact, it wasn't the factory that offered to buy the things. He was the key cog in what was happening. And just 2 hours later, Bao was informed that people were angry because all the things were sold out. Stunned, Fing asked if there was really nothing left and everything had been sold, after which he hurried to jump on stage, asking the audience to disperse as they had no more goods. Of course, people started to behave aggressively, saying that they had been standing in line for 2 hours. Having demanded an explanation from him, Bao really could not help those who wanted it, saying that a new batch is on the way and will arrive in a couple of days, so they will have to wait a little, adding that the design and quality of the clothes will be at the same high level. Suddenly, he was asked about the price, because that was the main issue in this case. Feng also promised that the price would not change by a single fen, which some had doubted. But the young man guaranteed that in a couple of days they would buy the same things for 100 yuan each. At the end of the event, Yufeng came to his colleagues to thank them for their good work. Everyone thanked him in response, noting that no one had thought how quickly the goods would sell out. Chow also urged Bao to count their profits, which was quite an important point. An enthusiastic Feng happily agreed, as he himself was interested in this. Chen was delighted that Nana and Dan were invited to appear on television for an interview. And of course, all thanks to the efforts of Yufeng, who tried for the sake of their company. Finally, the protagonist and his assistant dragged the last box to the warehouse and called him to call Zhui, because they will start counting the money and everything needs to be done correctly. Suddenly, Dan saw a thoughtful Nana and asked what had happened. She didn't expect anyone to interrupt her thoughts and became scared, urging her friend not to do that again. Niu assumed that she was thinking about her beloved Chow and asked her about him. But Nana reacted rather rudely and stated that she was absolutely indifferent to him. Meanwhile, Yufeng and the others began to count the profits from the exhibition. Opening bag after bag, they took out huge wads of cash. Thus, their daily income amounted to as much as 500,000, which was an incredible result. Chow looked at the huge amount of money and, smiling, said that everyone had done a good job. Bao was completely shocked by this figure, realizing that nothing is impossible. At this moment, Telon reminded Yufeng that he had to pay their company 70,000 yuan. The guy smiled and said that in reality the payout would be much higher, Then, the teenager said that another batch of things would soon arrive here and they would also receive proceeds from it. To prove his words, Chow presented a contract in which everything was specified. Manager Shui was pleasantly surprised by the young talent's ambitious plans. Yufeng said that in a couple of days they will start selling the new batch, and then he will call them again to work a little to earn some good money. However, even with this, Telon felt a certain catch, because it is not possible for everything to go so smoothly. Yu soon reported this success to director Lu, who was delighted. Not understanding how they managed to sell over 5,000 copies in one night, the manager also said that they became much more popular and were even invited to appear on television. Daeguang, in turn, began to understand that Yufeng was truly a smart person. Telon looked around to make sure no one could hear him, after which he informed his boss that in fact another batch of clothes was on its way to them. This agreement was made between Chow and director Hilai, but as it turned out, Lu was not aware of their affairs, asking his subordinate when Feng dared to sign this contract with the guy. In this regard, Shui urged Daeguang to start selling clothes themselves without Yufeng, since they were already famous. Therefore, they could intercept the shipment. And besides, the agreement was between Hilai and Chow. The director was silent for a moment, and Talon asked him what he thought about this. Lu, in turn, stated that Yu was always prudent and not easy to deceive. Moreover, he most likely already has a batch of new copies, which also ties their hands. At the same time, he understood perfectly well what role Feng played in this performance. The next day, the protagonist was called to the phone and the assistant said it was President Guan. The guy happily decided to talk about their incredible success and listen to praise addressed to him. The ward himself hurried to leave the room to give them the opportunity to talk calmly. Yufeng exhaled and collected his thoughts, picked up the phone, greeting Lu. Telon was standing outside the door at that moment and decided to eavesdrop on his conversation with Daeguan, who immediately began to congratulate Chow on his incredible success. Since he managed to sell the entire batch in just one night, the young man thanked him for his cooperation and noted that without their factory nothing would have happened. He also decided to treat all the company's staff to reward them for their good work. Of course, the old man agreed to hold a banquet for them and slowly moved on to the topic of the next delivery, offering the teenager to send another batch of the same goods, since they were selling like hotcakes. Then Chow realized that he was actually aware of their agreement with Hilai. At the same time, Guan decided to share the profits on the same terms that had been previously discussed. Yufeng immediately agreed, realizing that the old man had decided to punish Feng, and also wanted to test his attitude towards what was happening. Finally, the main character told him the whole truth about the contract with Hilai. Lu made a maximally surprised voice and noted that young people are always in a hurry. Chow noted that when the director agreed to sign the contract, he was slightly drunk. Daeguan urged him to contact him directly in the future, especially since Feng might soon find himself in a different position. Because they have a rotation of personnel and this is an inevitable procedure at any enterprise, the guy hung up and realized how cunning this old man was, even though he seemed stupid. But money has always been able to turn a person into something special, but most often into a monster. After which Tilon also contacted the president and discussed their next steps. After a certain time, the second batch of clothes arrived, which also sold out quickly. This exhibition has already been shown on television, thereby making the capital's fashion house famous. Yufeng and his colleagues decided to count the profits, which was also quite a pleasant thing, because they managed to earn $500,000 again and 5,000 items were sold. Chow then naturally thanked Jue, who had made a significant contribution to the project. Telon merely replied modestly that it was his job, and when everyone knew their business, it always ended in success. But he also asked Yufeng to return to the factory as soon as possible to hand over the money, which seemed rather strange, considering how loyal Sui was to his company. As a result, he said that if the letter of recommendation was ready, then they could set off. Bao immediately rushed to ask the manager if everything was ready for shipment. Chow knew that when he returned, he would have some things to deal with. All this time, the delighted girls were watching themselves on TV in raptures. Nana and Dan also stared at the screen with their mouths open, realizing the glory that awaited them. One of the assistants said that they would most likely get a pay raise. Another noted that they actually managed to sell 10,000 items in total and that this was a success. But since they were sold at 100 yuan each, some did not make much profit. But Dan dispelled their suspicions, saying that they had actually earned a whole million. The girls were simply stunned by this figure and could not believe that this was possible. The puzzled assistant asked Niu if this was really true. The young lady herself could not understand how they were able to earn so much. The assistant continued to actively discuss this news, without stopping for a minute. At some point, Dan caught herself thinking that Yufeng was indeed an interesting person. Suddenly, everyone started talking about how lucky Nana was with this rich young man. Ni was shocked by such words, but her friends once again reminded her that Chow had been looking at her during their first meeting. She still tried to avoid such conversations and was very embarrassed about it. Niu even began to envy her, realizing what a bright future awaited her. This unbearable thought made her feel uneasy, and Dan quickly left the room. Yufeng, meanwhile, was chatting with Bao, who was literally admiring his friend, saying that in this short period he became a brother to him, which greatly surprised the teenager himself. Naturally, he reciprocated his feelings since he did not want to offend the young man. Suddenly, Feng asked what he would do next and what his plans were for the future. Chow then revealed that he wanted to open his own fashion company in Zhehai. Bao asked why not in Jingdu, since the market there was flourishing much faster. But the prudent guy said that this way he could save money for some needs. A joyful Feng said that in that case he would wait for his new successful projects. But at that moment he suddenly realized that he himself would be left without work. Yu decided to cheer up his friend, stating that he would always be able to get a job with him in the company and would not leave him in trouble. Suddenly the guy said that he remembered one important detail that he wanted to clarify, after which Bao asked why he lied about being from Jingdu, when in fact he came from Zhehai. The main character stated that it was all because of his nasty and extremely impudent character. Soon, a joyful Chow went to the factory to see President De Guang to discuss all matters with him. The old man smiled back at him, urging him not to be shy and to make himself comfortable. He also congratulated him because from now on Yufeng could be considered a rich man. The teenager began to thank Lu because without his help nothing would have worked out. Guan, in turn, was constantly modest, stating that it was all Chow's merit. Then he said that he actually invited him to discuss further cooperation. The employees in the corridor began to wonder what they were discussing among themselves for so long. After some time, they finally left the office, continuing to talk about business. Yufeng noted that he actually wanted to grow with their company and make a lot of money, after which the old man hastened to introduce Chow as his business partner. Naturally, most of the friendly team were already familiar with him. But at the same time, he said that today Yu wanted to treat them to dinner at the restaurant of the Juman Hotel, as a thank you for their work, which was a very pleasant surprise for everyone, because it was an internationally renowned hotel. The president urged everyone to get some fresh air and take a walk to the establishment, as it was located nearby. Everyone immediately began to thank the young entrepreneur, saying that he was an incredible person. Suddenly, Dan heard two female employees discussing them with Nana, whose phone number Feng still hadn't gotten. Niu once again felt unpleasant to hear this, and she looked sadly after the guy. Soon they arrived at the hotel restaurant, where a sumptuous feast was being served. Overall, everyone had a great time, especially since they had never been spoiled with such food at the company. After dinner was over, everyone once again began to thank Yufeng. The teenager said goodbye to everyone and headed off in an unknown direction. Thus, the protagonist was finally freed from all the turmoil, knowing full well that he could now return to Zheihai with peace of mind. But suddenly a familiar female voice called out to him and Chow turned around. As a result, he suddenly saw an extremely friendly Dan in front of him. The puzzled guy asked why she followed him and what happened. The girl instantly blushed and shyly looked away while she was very nervous. While the insecure Niu was trying to put the letters together into words and formulate a speech, a bus pulled up. Naturally, Yufeng couldn't miss it, because he would have to wait a long time for the next one. In connection with which he rushed towards the transport, having first asked the headman for forgiveness, adding that they would definitely discuss all work issues, but a little later, thus the girl was never able to tell him something very important, only by directing her overly sad gaze at the bus driving away from her. Meanwhile, late at night, the protagonist arrived at the Feng family's house, where he presented Hile with a check for 50,000, which was simply unbelievable. The stunned businessman simply stared at the document in silence for a while, realizing that he had worked hard for so many years and had never earned such money, especially in just a couple of days. At the same time, he came to the realization that this young man was truly extremely talented. Suddenly, the old man brought up the subject of the factory in Zheihai, where, according to Bao, Chow wanted to build a fashion house. Yufeng confirmed his intentions and noted that this was precisely why he came to him. He stated that he was a layman in this matter and did not know how to organize everything correctly and recruit talented employees. And in connection with this, he asked Hili if he had a reliable person who could help him in this matter. A surprised Feng asked if there were any businesses closing down in Zheihai due to poor turnover. However, the main character hastened to assure him otherwise, saying that the situation was difficult but fixable. Because the only engine of industry is the steel mill, it is really difficult to start a business there. And if he does everything correctly, he will end up receiving subsidies from the state, which has still not been able to solve the economic problem, which in turn gives a 100% guarantee of success and future prosperity. Extremely intrigued, Kilai agreed to help him in this difficult matter, and he called Yufeng to go to his office to discuss all the details and various nuances. After a couple of hours, they finally came to a general consensus and ended the meeting on a positive note. At the same time, Feng constantly repeated that the young man should not forget about their affairs, since this was a serious matter. After which, Chao went to the airport to finally go home and see his family. He was literally overwhelmed with joy, realizing that after some time he would return to his native walls. At this time, Yuna, Yue, and Zheng arrived at the huge capital station, where they unexpectedly met Liang, who greeted them extremely joyfully. However, the girls in turn did not recognize him and looked at the teenager with bewilderment. The boy gave his name and said that he was a classmate of their brother. Finally, they remembered the young man, and he offered to take them home. The girls agreed. When Yuna asked where Yufeng had gone, Liang said that he had gone to the capital of Mo. He also constantly talked about how they were best friends during their school years. Suddenly, the teenager announced that he had the letters of recommendation and that he would soon take them to school. The girls in turn thanked him for his help, and Chung was also happy. On their way to their home, they ran into Xiaodou, and she also paid attention to them. This resulted in an awkward pause between them, and they simply looked at each other in silence. Jiang literally froze in place, not knowing what to tell them or how to conduct the dialogue at all. Suddenly, Liang asked if she was really returning from work at such an hour, and the girl answered positively, after which she asked Yuna when they arrived in Zheihai. The young lady stated that they had just arrived. Then Xiaodou took out some bills from her bag and handed her 10 yuan, urging to buy something for my sister and brother, to please them at least a little. Naturally, she refused, stating that they had no money problems at the moment. On this awkward note, they said goodbye to each other, leaving a bewildered Jiang, who simply watched them go, remembering their rather complicated life with Yufeng. Suddenly, Liang felt like he was being looked at and turned around to see a sad Xiaoduo. The girl looked at him silently, not daring to speak about Chao. Jiang, in turn, realized that time had passed and she should continue to live. The guy was already on his way and bought some apples for home to treat his family. He couldn't wait to see everyone and find out how they were coping without him. As he approached the building, he suddenly found his sister Yuna wiping the dust off the gate. The happy girl also saw him and immediately greeted him, because she also missed her brother. Jiang and Yu Yue heard the conversations in the courtyard and went to find out who had come to see them. When they saw Chao, they were delighted, realizing that he had finally returned to his home. Feng asked when they had managed to arrive. Yuna said that they had only arrived here yesterday. Asking a counter question whether he was tired from the journey, the young man answered in the negative, after which the teenager asked Yue if she had submitted her documents to the new school. The little sister replied that she had done everything a long time ago and that tomorrow they would go to classes. Also, the caring brother bought them clothes for school. Of course, they were happy about this and thanked Chao for his help, but the guy said that it was necessary. Entering the house, Zheng was only interested in one thing. Did Yufeng buy any candy? The main character noted that he only has sweets on his mind, but he also needs to help the girls. The baby, in turn, said that he must eat well in order to protect the family in the future. Chao praised him, saying that this was the right way of thinking, even though he was a trickster. Suddenly, the young man announced that he had actually bought the house, and they didn't have to worry about it. A stunned Yuna asked him how he managed to do it. The guy replied that he had simply been saving money for a long time and had finally bought a house, adding that now money will not be a problem for them at all, but they need to study hard. This was especially true for Zheng and Yunu, so Yufeng was able to pleasantly surprise his family. But suddenly he felt tired and said that he needed to rest from the journey. At the same time, Chao urged them to try on the clothes he bought especially for them. Naturally, they agreed and rushed off to see what he had decided to give them. At this time, the guy finally lay down on the bed and literally fell asleep. Realizing that there is no better place in the world than your home, where it is always calm and cozy, after which Yufeng fell asleep peacefully and woke up only the next day. As soon as Chao opened his eyes, he immediately began to wash his face and brush his teeth. Unexpectedly, Yuna told him that she had met his ex-wife yesterday. The extremely surprised young man asked where exactly she could have met her. The girl replied that she didn't really remember, and that it seemed like it was near the library building. Yufeng noted that she actually worked there, and therefore there was nothing unusual. Sister also said that Xiaodo was acting strangely and offered her money. The shocked protagonist asked if she really took the money from her. Yuna replied that she didn't take anything from her and didn't even think about it because they had money. Chao, in turn, noted that he was already in her debt because he could not provide her with the life she deserved. The sister understood perfectly well what he was talking about and decided to clarify one important point. When I asked him if he was really going to marry her again, the guy was surprised by such a question. In this regard, he asked in response why she was so worried about this, and at the same time, Yufeng noticeably perked up. Yuna stated that while he could not afford such luxury back then, now he has the money to provide a good life. The teenager, in turn, thought about it, realizing that there was some truth in her words. However, everything was not so simple, which he said, then reminded her about Qian. The girl couldn't understand what her ex had to do with it and why he even started talking about him. Asked if Leon had anything to do with what happened, Chao replied in the negative. But at the same time, he asked if she still loved him. Yuna was shocked by such a question. She confidently replied that Qian was a moral monster and that she was absolutely indifferent to him. Yufeng noted that he was in the same situation, and Xiaodo considered him a bad person because he had previously behaved extremely inappropriately with her, adding that in such a case the conclusion comes by itself: it will not be easy to marry her. At this time, Liana was waiting for Kui, but who was standing nearby, made a remark because Tian was making his girlfriend nervous. The guy naturally asked her for forgiveness, saying that he was forced to stay late. Wen replied that there was nothing wrong with that and that she had just arrived, after which Chunwoo suggested that everyone go to a restaurant to treat the girls. Tian, in turn, was only happy to have a good snack and have a good time. Suddenly, an unknown person said that he had wanted to see him for so long. It was only when he took a couple of steps forward that the stunned Liang recognized the guy's voice. Turning around, a joyful Liang asked if it was really Yufeng, and the young man smiled. Greeting his old friend and classmate, Tian immediately perked up and asked when he had managed to arrive in the city. The main character said no less joyfully that he had only arrived in Zhihai yesterday, after which Chao handed him an incomprehensible package. The teenager turned it over for a long time, not understanding what it was. In connection with this, the young man asked his friend in surprise what it was and why he had spent money on it. Yufeng proudly said that he had brought him clothes from the capital of Mo, and if they didn't fit, he could take them to a tailor to have them taken in. Then he asked to join him, saying that he initially wanted to meet him to have dinner and discuss many interesting things. Of course, Tian agreed and invited him to go with them to the restaurant. Hao and his friend began to actively discuss Chao's return, not understanding why he had come. Soon they arrived at the establishment and Yufeng decided to order a plate of fish. He also wanted 5 pig's trotters, which looked like sheer mockery from the outside. But the guy also decided to ask for soup with momordika and pork ribs. At this point, Chunwoo could not stand it any longer and urged him to behave more quickly, because they already agreed to pay for him as Liang's friend. But they don't have enough money to pay for the food he ordered, and Hao was simply furious. Tian noted that there was nothing wrong with that, and he would personally pay for his friend. Yufeng decided to play a little joke on them and asked the waitress to remove the pork soup from the order. However, instead, the young man ordered turtle soup, which cost a lot of money. Liang immediately realized with bitterness that today he would lose his monthly salary. Chunwoo continued to aggressively insist that Chao had no right to behave like that. But the teenager immediately called him to shut up, saying that today he was treating everyone, because Tian helped him out at one time and therefore this is gratitude to him for his help. Finally, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they could keep their pennies for themselves. After such a luxurious dinner, everyone began to go home, and Liang volunteered to take his friend home. The rest also rushed home because it was already quite late. Tian immediately began asking Yufeng what he was doing in the capital. The guy said that he was just selling clothes. The main character, in turn, also learned something from an old friend, asking him about the girl who was in their company, believing that she had a crush on him. However, Liang blushed, immediately changed the subject and urged Chao not to worry about it. After which he asked why they broke up with Xiaodo and what happened between them. The guy replied that this happens in life, people separate and go their own ways. Suddenly, Tian said that he heard that she wanted to marry him again, because he was now a rich man. Stunned, Yufeng asked his friend when he heard this and how he knew about it. The young man immediately began to say that he simply decided to joke and did not want to offend him. But the teenager noted that he was not talking about wealth, but about Jiang and the wedding. Liang repeated his words. Chao then asked when exactly she said this and what exactly Xiao said. Tian stated that at Xiron's birthday party, she suddenly mentioned that she would marry him again. Yufeng was shocked by this turn of events, realizing that she too could not live without him. The friend also noted that Jiang's friends began to dissuade him from this idea, and he tried to protect him, but Xiaodo left. Chao continued to ask him for details of what happened, but nothing much changed, because Liang only said that in the end, they just had a fight with Ziren, and from that moment on, they no longer communicate, which is why there was such a fuss around it. A sad Yufeng was lost in his memories, realizing how bad Jiang was now without him. Seeing his friend's condition, Tian asked what happened and if he was okay. The guy instantly put a smile on his face and said that everything was fine. Then, Chao asked about her mother, because he saw her in the hospital. A friend said that she was discharged after a couple of days. But after that, under unclear circumstances, Xiaodo again quarreled with Ran. After hearing all these stories, Yufeng sighed sadly and stared at the ground, after which he also looked sadly at his friend and went forward, urging him to forget about it and finally go home. Tian understood the state his friend was in. But suddenly Liang said that he urgently needed to return to the factory. The protagonist wished him good luck and headed home, not understanding what Tian was doing at the plant at night. At that moment, he met a young couple who were talking about their parents, as they were against their wedding. But the guy took responsibility and confidently stated that he would personally resolve this issue. Yufeng became even more immersed in the abyss of obsessive thoughts about his beloved Xiaodo. Naturally, he was also haunted by the way he treated her in his past life. And of course, he couldn't forgive himself for this, thinking that despite Jiang's disposition towards him, it would be difficult to get her back. However, if you don't try to do this, you won't know how it will all end. Besides, Chao felt indebted to her, realizing how much she had suffered from him. The next day, Yufeng collected his thoughts and went to Director Zhang's office. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. The boss asked them to come in, believing that they were his subordinates. But a moment later, Chao appeared on the threshold, which pleasantly surprised the director. He very kindly asked him to come in and make himself at home, asking if the guy really wanted to organize another exhibition. Yu answered in the negative and said that he had already been to the capital of Mo. So I came just to talk to him. Zhang willingly made contact, noting that the teenager had already managed to do so much and had even visited the capital. Feng said he was just trying to make a living and was doing his best. Suddenly, the director of the business department said that he had heard about his losses because the Dacron factory had closed. But the young man corrected him, saying that in fact they wanted to convert the factory into a fashion company. Zhang noted that young entrepreneurs are quite cunning and smart at this time, after which he suddenly jumped up from his seat and went to the table to pour himself some tea. Then he asked what he needed, because he wouldn't just come to him like that. Yufeng showed him the package and replied that he just wanted to thank him for his help and brought him souvenirs from the capital. However, the director refused to accept the gift from the protagonist, saying that he was just doing his job. But Chao insisted that he was simply buying sweets for his children. Zhang still refused, and then the guy suggested that he go to a restaurant. The president of the business department was stunned, realizing that the boy actually had money. He also realized that everything was not just like that and asked again what Yufeng wanted to ask him. Finally, the teenager admitted that there was one important point he would like to discuss. Because what he really wants to do is open his own fashion company in Zihai. Zhang didn't expect the guy to be so ambitious and want to start his own business. The director immediately said that he could not help in any way, since this required permission from the head of the department. Chao said that he had originally wanted to approach him with this question, but decided to go to Zhang, adding that if he does manage to open a business, he will easily solve the problem of unemployment. Of course, the businessman doubted this, since even the state could not help eradicate it. Yufeng suddenly asked him to find out when the head of the department would be free so that he could talk to him personally. Zhang said that Liu would be free for a couple of hours tomorrow at lunchtime, and the guy thanked him for his help. But the director repeated again that this was just his job and that he was not doing anything special. Going outside, the young man decided to take a walk and think about everything carefully. Suddenly, he noticed the library building and headed towards it. Remembering that Xiaodo was working here, Yufeng thought for a long time about whether he should visit Zhang. However, his legs themselves led him inside the library. The girl, meanwhile, was at work. Looking through the bookshelf, she looked for the copy she needed, but she still couldn't find the book she needed. Chow entered the building and saw his favorite. Understanding that the only downside to this type of work is the low salary, Yufeng still decided to approach her and talk, which turned out to be quite difficult. The main character came closer and asked where the books on finance were. Xiaodo turned around and saw Cho in front of her. She literally froze in place. Not knowing how to act, Zhang was simply confused and did not understand why he came. The guy in turn broke into a smile at the sight of her, and they were simply silent for a while. The young lady immediately blushed from embarrassment and could not find the right words. Then, with her head down, she said that there were no finance textbooks here and that they were in another department. Then Yufeng came even closer to her and asked what kind of books were in this section. At the same time, Zhang caught his extremely mysterious look, realizing that he had not come for no reason. In connection with this, she asked why he actually came to her and what he wanted. Chow calmly replied that he just wanted to read and that was why he came to the library. Naturally, she doubted his words, realizing that it was just a pretext. Xiaodo immediately replied that she had nothing like that. But the young man continued to press. When asked what kind of books were in this section, Zhang stated that there were only light novels and short novels. Then Yufeng asked her to offer him something to read at his discretion. The girl asked whether he would take it with him or read it here. Chu replied that he didn't care, but Xiao said that if he took the book with him, he would need to make a deposit. Finally, the guy said that in that case he would read here. Zhang decided to remind him that it was forbidden to make noise in the library. But you can only read at a table and you need to handle the book carefully so as not to damage it. The teenager replied that he understood this perfectly well and would not create any problems. Xiaodo reached for the bookshelf and accidentally discovered that the textbook she needed was missing. Then she looked at the other shelves. But as luck would have it, the book was nowhere to be found. The young man watched Zhang silently, receiving genuine pleasure from it. Suddenly, the girl asked him to wait, as she could not find the book. Yufeng said that he was in no hurry and that he had a day off today, adding that if necessary, he is ready to wait for her all his life and even longer. Xiaodo, in turn, could not gather her thoughts to finally find this book, while the main character had already managed to find it on the same shelf. Unexpectedly, Chow reached out to her to spare Zhang the agony of searching for her. The girl noticed that he suddenly approached her and extended his hand, after which Yufeng took out a book and showed it to Xiao, asking if this was the one she was looking for. The extremely surprised girl, seeing the necessary novel, asked where he found it. The young man replied with a smile on his face that the book was right in front of her, but for some reason she didn't see it. Zhang blushed again from embarrassment and stepped aside, trying to pull herself together. After a certain time, he read a few pages and decided to disturb his beloved again. Approaching his ex-wife, the teenager unexpectedly invited her to have lunch together. But Xiaodo pretended to be very busy filling out some documents, after which she replied that she urgently needed to go home and she could not keep him company. Soon she wrote him a form so that Yufeng could take the book home to read. Zhang also urged him to take care of it, since if something happened to the book, he would have to compensate for the damage. Finally, Chow took the book and said goodbye to Xiao, saying that his family lived nearby and she could visit them. Then he left in an unknown direction. The girl only looked at him sadly, knowing that she shouldn't be so cold towards him, but it felt right to her. Soon in the evening, Yufeng met his sister and began to tell her to study well. Suddenly, Yuna announced that Nan would be arriving tomorrow, as she had also entered university. Chow noted that he was not against her presence and if necessary, Lin could stay with them for a couple of days. However, the sister also said that Qian would come with her, and the surprised guy asked if he had also entered the institute. Yuna explained that he actually wanted to find a job here, since he had problems earning money, and that was why he wanted to stay with them. Chow immediately smiled and asked if they had started dating again. The young lady immediately blushed and began to deny it, saying that he simply needed a job. The sister reacted so aggressively to the protagonist's question that she could not calm down. Yufeng insisted that she shouldn't even think about guys yet, since her studies were coming up. The embittered Yuna once again angrily repeated that she was not dating anyone. The next day, Chow went to see department head Lu, who received him gladly. The young man greeted Jin Tan and said that he was very pleased to meet him. Starkey immediately asked him to sit down on the sofa and calmly talk about everything, after which Lu asked if he really wanted to open his own factory in Zhehai. The teenager answered positively. Tan continued to ask him about the details. Because the company must be large, Yufeng asked whether he was talking about the number of employees or the size of the enterprise. Jin rephrases that he meant how well his firm handles unemployment. Chow then said that he had originally planned to purchase 60 sewing machines and hire the same number of employees. The head of the business department only laughed in response, which didn't seem like a very good sign to the guy. Then he said that 60 workers was too few for the higher-ups to approve and sign the permit. Yufeng still asked him to understand the situation and find a way to help. Jiantang said the only thing he could do to help was to tell Mr. Shen about his idea. The teenager, of course, thanked him for his understanding and hurried to take his leave. However, the old man said with a smile on his face that they were not saying goodbye, after which Chow headed towards the exit, hoping that Liu could really help him. Tan himself understood that the guy was quite smart, but that was not enough for running a business. While wandering the streets of Zheihai, the protagonist kept thinking about opening his own company. After all, providing 60 jobs for such a city is already a good result. But he is not capable of more, because Yufeng only has 800,000 left. At that moment, he suddenly saw Jiran with his pompous friend Zhu. As a result, Chow decided to simply walk past, pretending not to notice them. However, Jun asked what he was doing here and why he had come at all. Then Yufeng decided to put on a real show to pay for Xiao. He abruptly knocked the folder out of the hands of Zhang's suitor and said that it was none of his business, adding that he could have simply passed by, but instead he began to provoke him. Zai immediately stood up for him and asked what was happening to him and why he was behaving like this. Chow replied that he was not bothering anyone and was just walking around the city, and they pestered him with their questions. Naturally, passers-by paid attention to them, realizing that there was about to be a fight. A dumbfounded Ran asked why Yufeng was always causing them trouble. The teenager continued to play the victim, saying that tax officials were constantly harassing him. Zijun and his friend did not understand at all what was happening and what he was trying to achieve. Chow again began to claim that they were bad people and did not allow him to live in peace. The people who gathered around them were heated to the limit when they found out that they were from the tax office. Of course, they began to understand that in such a situation they simply could not leave calmly and hurried to escape. Finally, Ran shouted extremely offensive words at the pleased Yufeng. The guy himself got real pleasure from this show, because in this way he took revenge for Xiaodou. Zhu was extremely indignant at Chou's behavior and constantly talked about it. Ran had to listen in silence to the cowardly Jun's dissatisfaction. At the same time, he urged Ziran to stay away from this scoundrel and not have any dealings with him. In response, the girl finally asked not to talk about this scoundrel anymore and to change the subject. But Jun still couldn't calm down and continued to claim that Yufeng had come back here in vain. Meanwhile, Jintan showed a certain business plan to his colleague from the department, Yuping, who in turn approved of him and noted that today's young entrepreneurs are much smarter. Besides, they are boosting the city's economy. Liu urged Shen to wait for the tax collectors to find out how much tax they have collected, adding that individual entrepreneurship also increases the number of jobs, and they, in turn, are obliged to encourage people to start businesses. Then, the old man decided to tell him about a talented young man who decided to open a fashion factory. Yupin said that this was a great decision because they needed such responsible people. At that moment, someone knocked on their door, and Jintan assumed it was the tax department staff. In connection with this, he hurried to open the door and told Shen that they were tax officials. Yupin was looking forward to the results of their work and greeted them with a smile. Tan, in turn, called on young people to come in and feel at home. Ziran and Jun entered the office and greeted such influential officials. Shen thanked them for finally bringing them the documents they needed. The girl smiled back and said that it was their job and not worth the thanks. She then introduced her colleague Zhu, who was standing to the side. At that moment, the boy was confused and didn't know how to behave in this situation, after which he bowed to Yuping and Liu, also greeting them and saying that he was glad to meet them. The old men reciprocated, saying that it was time for them to get down to business, and then go have dinner, since they didn't even have a proper lunch while working. Jun only thought that Uncle Ziran was actually Shen. Naturally, this made its own adjustments to his further plan of action. Meanwhile, the main character once again went to the library to see Xiaodou and finished reading the book to the end. At the same time, he was quite tired and even hungry, and decided to try his luck again. Finding his beloved with his gaze, Yufeng slowly walked towards the girl, not understanding why she was taking so long to put the books back on the shelves this time. Suddenly, he approached her and suggested having dinner to discuss something, but the young lady ignored him and didn't even respond, which angered Chow. Then the persistent teenager called out to her again and repeated his offer. Xiaodou said that she was very tired and wanted to go home, so she refused again. Guessing that she might have some kind of grief, Yufeng asked how her family was doing. After all, if something happened, he could try to help. but Zhang again refused. Then she suddenly turned and called on him to tell her what he wanted to discuss with her. Chu invited her to come visit Yuna and Zheng, and Xiaodo finally agreed to visit them. Then she asked him to go home because her shift was over. The young man was shocked by his ex-wife's cold behavior. In connection with this, he decided not to bother her anymore and said goodbye with a smile on his face. Adding that they would definitely meet again, Zhang silently looked at him. Meanwhile, an angry Zilai was heading towards the young lady, and he was clearly on edge. From the other end of the room, Chen saw Xiao Duo and immediately called out to her angrily. Of course, she recognized him by his voice and realized that there was about to be another scandal. The enraged guy began to demand some debt from her, which she could not repay, and that is why he urged her to go to her father to finally pay back. A frightened Jiang, in turn, asked him not to make noise in the library and to resolve everything outside, where he continued to behave inappropriately, demanding immediate payment. At this time, the main character calmly bought himself a pie and began to eat it with pleasure. Suddenly, he heard people screaming, and he became extremely curious about who was swearing. Seeing his ex-wife being yelled at by some unknown person, Yufeng was furious and hurried to find out what really happened there. Throwing away the uneaten pie, Chao immediately rushed towards them. While the embittered guy said that he would sue her entire family, since they were misleading the common people, he then tried to grab her hand. But the frightened Zhang moved aside in time, realizing that she couldn't get rid of this crazy man so easily. At that moment, Yufeng jumped up to them and said that people simply didn't wear clothes like that. A puzzled Zilai asked him who he was and why he was protecting her. Chao responded angrily that he was a representative of the common people he was talking about, and he allows himself to mock a defenseless girl, while Feng called her his wife. Yu was extremely aggressive and constantly exerted psychological pressure. As a result, a shocked Qian stepped back and said that he was talking nonsense. Suddenly, Xiaodo pulled her ex-husband up and asked him to just leave this crazy man. Chao, in turn, agreed and threw a couple more threats towards the inadequate person, who was outraged by what was happening and did not understand who this guy was. Taking Jiang to an alley, Yufeng worriedly asked who it was. He also demanded that Xiaodo tell him everything and explain what happened. The girl urged him to calm down and said that she would tell him everything on the way. However, as they moved towards her house, Zhang remained silent the entire time. But Chao was not willing to let this go unnoticed and again demanded that the whole truth be told. Then she finally told the story of how her brother owed money. But his business failed, and now they were demanding the debt from him. Surprised, Yufeng asked why he didn't look for her brother then, but came to her. Xiaodo replied that no one knew where he was. The main character suddenly asked how much exactly he owed these people. Proud Jiang replied that it was none of his business, and that she would solve all her problems herself. However, Chao did not calm down and continued to claim that he wanted to help her, adding that he had really changed and even organized an exhibition, earning a huge amount of money. And if her family needs funds, then he is ready to help them with all his heart. But Xiaodo refused once again, saying that she didn't need anything and everything was fine. Suddenly, she asked why, after everything that had happened, he was still so kind to her. Yufeng was stunned and literally froze in place, not knowing what to answer her. Then the girl took advantage of the moment and tried to leave, but the guy caught up with her again. Jiang said that her brother actually borrowed some money, but he deliberately didn't pay it back. She asked him not to come to the library anymore, but promised to visit his sister. The young man was devastated, not understanding why she was resisting her feelings. Realizing how difficult it was sometimes to understand women, he went home. On the way, Yufeng constantly thought about her and could not abstract himself from such obsessive thoughts. At a certain point, Chao nevertheless put this problem on the back burner, because first of all, it was necessary to finish what had been started, which was not so easy. And after a few minutes, the guy came back to Jintan, who was waiting for him. Entering the office, the old man warmly greeted the young man and hastened to introduce him to his friend. Ziren was shocked by his presence and couldn't understand what he was doing there. Yufeng was also confused when he saw her, wondering what she was doing here. Liu immediately introduced him to Yuping, near whom Shen was located. Then the teenager realized that they were actually related. What could have negatively affected their affairs was indeed an unexpected turn of events. The protagonist immediately greeted Secretary Yupin, saying that it was a great honor for him to meet him. Shen, in turn, noted that he was a very energetic young man, after which the old man asked Jun to bring the young man a chair, and the stunned Zhu agreed. Over a cup of tea, Yufeng gave him the entire plan of action to open the factory. adding that the first investment will be an amount close to 300,000 yen. Yupin, in turn, thought about it, realizing that there were definitely nuances in the presented business plan. Unexpectedly, Ziran decided to make the situation worse and said that this man was trying to deceive his uncle, which was something that no one expected, especially Shen and his longtime friend Liu, who also couldn't understand what was going on and why Rand suddenly called him a liar. The only one who truly enjoyed what was happening, of course, was Ju, but Ziran continued to assure her uncle that he was a very bad person. Yufeng himself stood silently to the side, realizing that she had decided to take revenge on him for the recent events. A shocked Yupin asked if they knew each other. The girl responded positively, saying that he was a scoundrel who was married to Xiaodo, and he constantly beat her and is an extremely terrible person because no one loves him. Then Shen looked at him and thought, while Chu remained silent in his own defense. Chun suddenly said that he could confirm Rand's words as it was the pure truth. But suddenly Yupin shouted for them to stop this ridiculous performance immediately. Ziran didn't expect this from her uncle and couldn't understand why he didn't listen to her. Shen said that they were tax officials and that another person's personal life was none of their business. He then turned to Yufeng and asked how he was going to build roads to the village of Qiang, where he wanted to build the factory. Chao confidently stated that if they granted him the rights to the land, he would build a road with 4-meter-wide road markings. Jitang clearly liked the teenager's idea and immediately approved of it. Yupin also liked his idea because it would solve the problem of 5,000 people who were unable to leave the village during the rainy season. In the end, after much thought, Shen said that this was a wonderful proposal. Yufeng didn't expect that the idea would be approved so quickly, which made him over the moon. Yupin said that this issue had once been on the agenda, but nothing came of it due to unemployment. The main character said that he himself was actually from Sinan and would not let him down. But at the moment it can offer 70 jobs, which is also not bad. Shen thought about it once again, realizing that the young man was truly ambitious. But there were still a few unresolved issues, which he hastened to inform the guy about. Zijan began to understand that her uncle was not so simple and had something special in mind. The old man suddenly stood up from his chair and for some reason turned away from him. Yufeng didn't understand anything. In connection with which I asked what was wrong and why Yupin reacted that way, Shen replied that he should think it over carefully because 300,000 was an impressive sum. After which he suddenly asked where such a young man got so much money. Chu didn't quite understand why the conversation had turned in this direction, because it seemed like Rand's efforts had sunk into emptiness. But Yuping said that Yufeng had to provide a source of his income before he could get permission for the land. Jun picked up on the question and also began to provoke him, saying that he couldn't possibly have that amount. However, the young man was not afraid of such questions, and he began to tell them about the exhibition in the capital, stating that he was really good at one thing and was ready to tell the story, asking if Shen had heard about the recent event in the capital of Mo, where a fashion show was held. Judging by the old man's reaction, Chao realized that he was not particularly interested in this direction. Then, he stated that he personally organized this exhibition with a capital company, and the total box office receipts for this show exceeded 1 million yuan, so he has even more than 300,000. Yupin was simply stunned by this turn of events, becoming convinced once again that the guy was not so simple. Zijan, of course, doubted his words and began to say that it was all untrue. Surprised, Shen asked if he really did this in the capital. The teenager replied that there was no point in lying and that they could find out if they wanted to, adding that Yupin must understand how difficult it is for individual entrepreneurs in this world, where every step can bring incalculable losses, and Zhihai relies only on the steel industry, and he decided to build a factory here because he loves his hometown. But if they refuse him, then he will have to open a company in Guanghai. Shen's reaction was unpredictable, as the old man simply laughed in response. At the same time, he patted the guy on the shoulder, saying that no one was trying to pressure him. Therefore, they should discuss everything calmly and in a more friendly atmosphere. He added that he understood perfectly well the difficulties that people like him face. The main character literally showered the department secretary with his gratitude for his understanding. Yuping then asked if he was from Linshui since he studied with Ziran, and Cho answered yes. Then the old man asked if he had a big family. Yufeng said that he had 2 younger sisters and a brother, and his parents died long ago in an accident at the plant, and everyone suddenly became quiet. Shen, of course, sympathized with him and noted that older siblings take on the responsibility of their father, after which he asked the young man to come to the agency tomorrow and find him so that they could discuss all the details. At the same time, he asked John to take his friend there since losing friends due to misunderstandings is wrong. However, the girl said that she would not move from her place and would not accompany him. Uncle instantly turned his extremely menacing gaze on her, which told her everything. In this regard, Ziran agreed and followed him to the exit. This clearly displeased Jun, who stood aside and had no opportunity to influence the situation. Chow himself thanked Jinten and Yuping for their understanding and took his leave. John was literally shocked by her relative's behavior, which drove her crazy. The stunned Jew also decided to see his former classmate off, which he told Shen about. Noting that he is absolutely right and there is no point in arguing with people over misunderstandings. As soon as they left, Liu said that they needed to find out whether Chow really held that exhibition, because if so, then he was talented. Yuping was in complete agreement with him, and Tan also asked why he asked Ran to see the guy off. Shen replied that she urgently needed to change because she was used to doing whatever she wanted. Jin stated that this was indeed the case and that it wouldn't hurt for her to settle down, at least for a while. The main character left the department and headed home, and Ran and Ju ran out after him. Yufeng suddenly made one request to Ziran, that she make more scenes, and if the young lady pressures Xiaodo again, he won't care that she's a girl. Shen was shocked by Chow's statement and simply didn't know what to answer him. At this moment, Jun's henchman jumped up to them and tried to object. Yufeng immediately set about putting him in his place because he was constantly provoking him, demanding that he immediately shut up and no longer interfere in other people's affairs, and if they decide to do something bad to him again, he will deal with them in a moment, adding that they had better take his words seriously to avoid problems. After which the self-confident Cho left in an unknown direction, and the embittered Ju and Ran only looked after him. Realizing that they can do nothing to oppose him, it is even more useless. Meanwhile, Yufeng decided to go to the shopping mall to look at the current selection of clothes, where, of course, I met the embittered Wen and Ming, who, as always, were arguing with someone. Approaching the counter, he asked if there were any sellers here and where they had gone. Brother Xiaodo immediately turned his attention to him and immediately moved towards him. After asking him why he came here at all and what he wanted, Chow in turn looked at him menacingly. Then suddenly, I heard jeans being sold on the second floor for 43 yuan. In this regard, he asked Yue what the price of these products was. Min continued to behave aggressively and repeated his question as to why he had come. Unexpectedly, Wen nudged him with her shoulder and urged him to behave more restrainedly, after which she very kindly replied that their imported goods were only 100 yuan per unit. A puzzled Yufeng said that on the floor above they were selling for 43 yuan, and they were trying to deceive people. Then the woman urged him to go there and not waste his and their time. The main character, in turn, realized that they were absolutely illiterate sellers. Min still couldn't calm down and once again demanded that he leave. Chow then gave them a free business course, telling them that their price affected demand. Moreover, the season would soon change. The simple-minded guy, as well as his wife, did not really understand what was being discussed. When asked what he meant by this and why he was meddling in something that wasn't his business, Yufeng said that if they continued to sell things at such a high price, they would simply lose their last customers. Besides, on the second floor the same jeans are sold for half price and they know about it. Silly Min said that they should sell it because they wouldn't earn anything. Then Chow told how he was one of the first to start selling jeans in Zheihai, and from that moment on, he realized that the price had to be lowered a little in order to succeed. Zhui asked how much he paid for the clothes back then, since it was so long ago. Feng replied that he spent 45 yuan for a pair of pants and asked how much they paid for them. The girl said that she bought them for 44, and they were luckier. Besides, it was a new batch. But the young man assured them that if the price was more than 43 yuan, they would suffer losses. Wen quickly objected, saying that there were no losses since they bought them cheaply. Chow asked why they thought jeans were selling for 43 yuan on the floor above. The woman said that they were definitely operating at a loss and that they had no profit. Yufeng sighed heavily and said that since they didn't understand anything, it meant they were simply hopeless. By adding this, they don't even realize that they are putting a spoke in their own wheels. The dumbfounded Zhui, just like her narrow-minded husband, really couldn't understand this logic. Chow, meanwhile, turned his attention to their goods, which were in huge quantities. Knowing full well that they will never be able to sell that many things and make money. However, it was simply impossible to convey this to them, even though Yufeng tried. Suddenly, he asked how much they spent on the entire range. The girl replied that she was in no hurry and would sell everything. The guy repeated again that they had built their business in a completely wrong way. Chow tried again to explain that flared jeans had only recently started to be sold in Zhehai, and their competitor was making good money, because he clearly has a supplier who can get them for pennies, and they didn't know about it. And that's why he sells them for 43 yuan, thereby luring away customers. While in the capital Mo, they were sold for 20 yuan, and if they came here with such a pricing policy, they would be finished. Wen desperately tried to prove him wrong, but at a certain point she finally understood what he was talking about. As a result, she asked the main character for advice, not knowing how to properly build a business. Naturally, the young man urged them to lower the prices on jeans in order to reduce losses. Min, in turn, was silent for a long time and suddenly, as if he had broken loose from his chain, began to shout at him. Yufeng demanded that he not interrupt him and said that he would now tell him how to run a business. At the same time, he asked Zhang to step aside to talk to him about the debt, after which he asked who Min owed a large sum of money to. The guy was surprised. She said that it was none of his business, and if he was still in contact with Xiaodo, then she probably told him. Chow ignored his questions and focused only on his own, asking where he got the money. Zheng again began to say that this was none of his business and that he had been finished with it long ago. Then Yufeng told about the incident yesterday, where his sister was almost hurt when they demanded a debt from her. Then he again asked where he got the money with which he bought a batch of jeans. Min understood that it was no longer worth hiding it, especially if it came to harassing Xiaodo. Chow immediately indicated that he would help him get the money back and would not demand it back from Xiao. Zhang thought about it, realizing that he most likely had no other choice but to trust the young man. Feng continued to say that the matter was very serious, because the collector could come to his father's work. The only thing Ming couldn't understand was why Yu decided to help him deal with his debts. At that moment, the very man who had demanded money from his sister appeared. Naturally, Zilai immediately asked when Zhang would finally repay his entire debt. The main character caught himself thinking that this collector clearly appeared at the wrong time. The dumbfounded Qian also recognized him and asked what he was doing there. Yufeng asked Ming if he should return the money to him. Jiang remained silent. Zilai immediately began to claim that he really owed him a large sum. Chu turned to his good-for-nothing brother Xiaodo again and asked how much he owed him. Since he couldn't answer this question, the same annoying Qian did it instead, who presented a bill of exchange and said that according to the document he owed him 2,500 yuan. Yufeng asked Zhang if this man was telling the truth, and the boy lowered his eyes and nodded his head in approval. The young man said that he was indeed ready to pay for it, but not now, but a little later. Naturally, Zilai was extremely skeptical about the teenager's statement. After starting to make fun of him, Chow suddenly ordered him to shut his mouth and speak only on business, because if Mina's honest name is tarnished, he cannot count on money. In response, Chen asked if he was threatening him. Feng replied that the guy could classify it however he wanted. The situation was heating up, and it seemed a fight could not be avoided. Both were already on edge, but Yu noted that if he touched him, the blow would cost him exactly 2,500, and then he would not receive them. Barking with great difficulty but still managed to restrain himself, realizing that the teenager was not so simple. Then Chow said that he would pay off the entire debt by the specified date, but he should not come here anymore. After which he called Mina to go with him to discuss something very important. Thus, the embittered Qian was defeated once again and could do nothing about it. After all, Yufeng had left him with nothing, and also made sure that there would be no more threats from him. Stepping aside with Jiang, Chow asked how he had managed to get into so much debt, but he remained silent. The young man noted that he had earned a lot of money, and for him this amount was nothing, but he wanted to know the details. Moreover, he wants to pay back Xiaodo, who suffered so much from him. Finally, Yufeng was able to influence him, and Ming agreed to tell the whole truth. Soon, Zhang told the protagonist an incredible story involving Zilai. Chow urged him not to worry about it anymore and promised to visit Qian. He also asked him to sell the jeans as cheaply as possible so as not to let Lai make money. Of course, Zhang agreed with everything and said that he would do everything in the best possible way, since Chow had volunteered to help him, after which they parted on this positive note, and Min began to reflect. I caught myself thinking that this Yufeng had really suddenly changed and become a good person. In the evening at the family table, the teenager said that tomorrow he would show Yuna the university. They will also go shopping. The happy sister naturally agreed. Suddenly, the guy asked Lian what his plans were for the future. Hein replied that he would go to the construction site tomorrow to find a job. Chow noted that he should accept even a small salary until he finds a more worthy job. Until then, he could stay with them and live for a while. Of course, the boy was grateful to him. after which they finally began to have a late dinner, as they were very hungry, and the very next day, Yufeng went to Yuping's office to resolve all the issues. A joyful Shen said that he had used his connections to obtain permission for the land, and the boy thanked him for it. In response, he stated that he would definitely keep his word and organize 70 jobs. While sipping his tea, Yupin suddenly said that there was one important point, and he wanted to ask Chow for one small favor. The teenager was intrigued. In this regard, he stated that he would be happy to help in any way he could. Then the old man said that there was a need to create exactly 80 jobs. Yufeng replied that he would try his best to fulfill this request. The secretary of the business department was very happy about this, especially since the guy was extremely determined. After which he asked him to tell about organizing a show in the capital of Mo. Chow happily agreed, and for the next few hours, Feng enthusiastically recounted how he had accomplished this difficult project. Suddenly, Shen announced that he wanted to invite him to a restaurant to celebrate their cooperation. Walking outside, the protagonist unexpectedly met director Liu's gaze. Jin Teng immediately greeted his comrade and young entrepreneur. Yufeng bowed to the department head and greeted him, which angered Ran and Zhu, who were standing nearby. At the same time, the old man noted that the person responsible for the construction of the plant would arrive a little later. In fact, Chu had assumed that Ziran and Jun would not miss the opportunity to come here. But Shen herself couldn't understand why this Yufeng was hanging around her uncle again. While Yuping didn't like the presence of Zhu, who was constantly following Ran around, a few minutes later, Lian Guo, the man responsible for building the factory, finally arrived. Bai, in turn, greeted the assembled businessmen with the utmost cordiality. Shen suggested that they change the setting to a more businesslike one to discuss all the details. Naturally, Lian Guo agreed, and they went inside, Z literally seething with anger. At this moment, Jun ran up to old man Yuping and greeted him quite helpfully. However, Shen did not reciprocate and looked at him rather strangely. Then he silently turned away and demonstratively followed the others. Zhu realized that he had to show his best side to earn recognition. He then asked Ziran what that annoying Cho was doing here. The girl responded with extreme displeasure that she had no idea and that she was indifferent to him. A puzzled Jun said that he was just asking and there was no need to act so rudely. After spending several hours negotiating, it was late evening by then, after which Shen said goodbye to all his colleagues and hurried home. He added that construction of the company must begin as soon as possible. Jin Tan, in turn, said that he would do everything possible to facilitate this. Lian Guo also said that the secretary need not worry about this. Suddenly, the stupid Jun addressed the old man and simply shouted his name. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding why he did this at all. Yupin himself hurried the driver so that the kid wouldn't have time to pester him with his stupid questions. Yufeng also couldn't understand why he decided to remind people of himself in such an absurd way. Naive Zhu believed that now Shen would definitely remember him, and they would soon become friends. At this time, Min went to get boiling water at the shopping center, where he continued to sell jeans. Returning to the counter, he saw the same Zilai and sighed heavily. Qian immediately stated that his father had promised to pay him this month, and that was why he had come. An angry Jiang said that he could only give him 500 yuan now. Lai noted that it turns out that the director is a lying person, thereby trying to provoke Ming, adding that if he wanted to hit him again, it would cost him even more. Naturally, Zilai continued to take advantage of the moment and insult his family in every possible way. However, at that moment, the main character appeared in time and called out to the guy. After asking him to come to him, Chen slowly moved towards him, realizing that anything could be expected from him. At the same time, he stated that if he does not pay and wants to beat him, he will owe a decent amount of money. Chow said angrily that they had an agreement that he would not show up here until a certain date. But Zilai repeated again that he needed money, so Yufeng called him to come over. Qian understood that this could end badly for him, and he approached the young man fearfully. Finally, the teenager handed him the required amount and asked him to count it so that the matter would be closed. Wen and Ming were shocked by Chow's actions, not understanding why he decided to help them. A moment later, Lai happily declared that everything was correct and there was no need to worry about the debt. But Zilai still continued to provoke Jiang, saying that they had not finished their conversation. Min was stunned by this statement and could not understand what else he needed. Qian urged him to hit him again in order to get a good sum of money. Yufeng, in turn, could not stand it and declared that if he said another word, he would not live. Thus, a squabble arose between them again, but the main character tried to control himself. Other sellers were only happy with this development, since all the customers would go to them. Chow once again called on Zilai to sort things out like a man if that's what he wanted, but Tian chickened out, saying that he would rather go on selling his flared jeans. Yufeng said that he would not sell anything, since they would not let him do so, even if they suffered losses. In connection with this, the guy gave orders to Min to sell his goods for 42 yuan. Thus, without giving Lai the opportunity to make money from trading, Jiang was shocked. He also began asking other sellers to follow this example. He stated that now Chen would definitely not be able to sell anything and would remain a beggar. In response, Zilai called him a psychopath and hurriedly left their territory, after which the stubborn Yufeng went straight to Director Jiang's office and thanked him. He then handed him the promised documents, which made the president extremely happy. They say that you need to do your job conscientiously, and therefore there is no need for gratitude. At that moment, the teenager had an idea to invite him to a friendly lunch, but Zhang suddenly refused, saying that his house was nearby and he could go there for a bite to eat. However, the persistent Chow said that there was one more matter that they should discuss. Soon, Yufeng decided to call his old business partner, Hilai. Feng picked up the phone and heard the voice of the young entrepreneur. The gray grimace immediately changed to a smile. The old man was indeed glad to hear from Chow, as they had much to discuss. The main character said that he needed to hand over the drawings with a detailed description in order to get the land. And since he is not strong in this matter, he would like to ask for help from a real professional. Hilai replied that he would be happy to take up the matter in a couple of days when he arrived in Zhehai. Satisfied, Yufeng noted in his notebook that he had dealt with this problem. However, he still had a huge number of unresolved issues before opening a business. Late in the evening, a puzzled Min and Wen returned home from work. The girl asked Jiang what they should tell their father about the debt that had been paid. After all, if he found out that he paid Chow, he would be furious. So they decided to lie about a successful business. But the problem remained with his sister. Ming didn't know what to tell Xiaodo about the debt. So he asked his wife whether he should tell her about Yufeng. Wen suggested that he not tell her anything either, as she might want to return to him. Ultimately, they decided not to tell anyone anything and lie about the profits from the sales of jeans. Suddenly, at this moment, someone called out to Jiang and the guy turned around sharply, where he saw his little sister Xiao in front of him, who immediately greeted him and Wen. The girl said that he had money problems and needed help, after which she handed him a certain package which contained a decent amount of money, stating that her father had asked her to hand them over as soon as she returned. Jiang was shocked. He literally didn't know what to answer and was even a little confused, which overall didn't seem strange to her. But suddenly Min asked her to return the money to her father, which naturally surprised Xiaodo, adding that he would explain everything on the way. Showing a bag of apples, he noted that there would be a delicious dinner today. The stunned sister asked if he had returned the money to Zilai. Jiang replied that he had paid off the entire debt, and there should be no more problems with it. Then he abruptly looked away, and Xiaodo again caught herself thinking that he was not telling her something. At that moment, they suddenly saw Chow, who was talking on the phone. The girl immediately asked her brother to go home quickly, but he was in no hurry to do so. Unexpectedly, he even called his main savior, which did not make Xiaodo very happy. Yufeng instantly turned around and saw his ex-wife with Ming and Wen in front of him. The guy continued talking on the phone, showing with his whole appearance that the call was extremely important. As a result, they walked past him absolutely calmly and rushed home. Chow, however, could not tear himself away from the telephone booth, solving his problems with opening a factory. A puzzled Xiao asked her brother why he greeted him so friendly. Jiang once again found himself in a situation where he didn't know what to say. But Wen helped him out. Having said that they need to leave the grievances in the past, it is even more impolite not to greet the person. Xiao immediately became nervous and understood everything, asking if it was really Yufeng who paid off Lai's debt. Min immediately began to say that as soon as they started working, they would return everything to him. Jiang's wife tried to explain that they were in a bad situation in the family, and Xiao decided to pay her back through them to atone for his guilt. However, the stubborn Xiaodo said that they were divorced, and he no longer owed her anything. Min tried to stop her, but his sister ran towards her ex-husband. The brother caught up with her and asked her not to touch the guy, since they would soon return everything to him. She was still headed to the phone booth, saying that she needed to thank him. Besides, he really changed a lot and became an extremely caring person. Min continued to insist on his own, stating that he had no obligation to interfere in their affairs. But when she turned to the telephone booth, she still found no one there, sadly realizing that he had simply walked away and possibly overheard their conversation. Meanwhile, Hilai was packing his things to go to Zhehai at Chow's request. Suddenly, Dan called out to him. The surprised old man turned and looked at her sad face. The girl said that she actually came to say goodbye to him, which was quite strange. Feng pointed out that it was not necessary, but Niu continued to talk about some request. The old man literally pulled words out of her, because Dan herself was acting uncertainly. She suddenly asked if he would go to Jehai when he retired. Hile replied that there was no need for that, and if he wanted to open his own business, he would do it here. The extremely shy girl continued to mumble something incoherently under her breath, after which she finally gave him her phone number and asked Feng to urge Chow to call her. The stunned old man began to realize that she actually liked Yu Feng. Niu herself immediately ran away, wishing good luck to the extremely thoughtful Hile, who looked at the piece of paper and began to remember his youth. Realizing that this is not surprising because Chow really is a good person. A week later, Feng was already visiting the main character at his house, and they decided to have dinner. The guy stated that from now on, they would have to do some hard work, and they would rest later. Hile suddenly laughed and remarked that Chow was a good guy, because he was able to make the girl fall in love with him in just a couple of days. A puzzled Yu Feng asked him who exactly he was talking about. The old man smiled once again and showed a small piece of paper. The extremely surprised teenager asked what it was. Feng remained mysteriously silent. Then he said that it was actually Dan who asked him to give her phone number. A stunned Chow asked him again if he was really talking about the new model. Hile responded positively, adding that she blushed deeply when she asked him about it. Shocked, Yu Feng picked up the piece of paper and saw a phone number. Realizing what she really wanted to tell him at the bus stop, this was an extremely unexpected turn of events that did not happen in the past life. The next day, the protagonist met with the headman of Chiang village, named Cheng Chai. Chow said that once the road is built, people will be able to leave the village without any problems. Naturally, local leaders were grateful to the teenager for his care and for building the road. At this moment, Zhang suddenly met the secretary of Shi village and greeted him. The old man in turn reciprocated, saying that he did not expect to see him today. Cheng Chai hurried to introduce Yu Feng from the flower garment factory to him. Yu noted that he was indeed too young to be an entrepreneur. Chow himself said that he would have to bother them for some time, but Shi was also grateful to him for building the road. Soon they went to the house where they discussed building a factory, because the capital would hate them for competition. The guy noted that, unfortunately, these are the rules of business, where the strongest or the most cunning survive. Moreover, he was absolutely indifferent to his relationship with Daeguang, which Feng did not expect to hear, who urged the teenager not to rush. Besides, they had just built the plant. Yu Feng suddenly said that no one understood this time better than him, and he would personally resolve the marketing issue. Naturally, Kilai did not even think of competing with the young man in this regard and agreed to his conditions. Bao, in turn, promised Chow that he would try his best to help him. The guy noted that with him he definitely wouldn't have to worry about the company's success. They talked amicably for a while longer, and the teenager suddenly felt like sleeping. In connection with this, he said goodbye to the others and said that he would go and rest a bit. Kilai suddenly asked if the young man had called Dan, since she was waiting for a call, but Yu Feng said that he didn't even remember her, so there was no point in calling, which only made everyone laugh, believing that he already had some young passion. The old man said with a smile on his face that Chow had become a real ladies' man. Meanwhile, Wen informed Ming that they had sold more than 100 pairs of jeans in a couple of days and were able to earn 4,000. Suddenly, the indignant customer demanded her money back, since the panties that were sold to her for 40 yuan cost 25. Jiang's stunned wife tried to get out of the situation. That same day, the protagonist arrived at the library where there was another girl instead of Xiaodo. The employee recognized him, but the guy said he was just passing by and decided to drop in, after which Yu Feng hurried out of the building and headed outside. At that moment, another worker ran up to her colleague and said that Xiao always attracted the attention of men. She's already divorced, but people still try to win her over. However, the girl felt uncomfortable gossiping and immediately went to another department. The puzzled girlfriend asked what she had said wrong, since gossiping was their specialty. By this time, Ming and Xue were literally surrounded by dissatisfied customers. They demanded only one thing, that they be immediately refunded for the goods they had purchased. Wen tried to resolve the conflict and said that she would definitely return everything. However, at that moment, Chow suddenly appeared and asked why they should get their money back. The woman screamed because she bought the product from them and they don't deny it. Yu Feng replied that such jeans were sold on every corner, and no one knew where she got them. People started insulting them again, repeating the same thing, that they owed them money. The teenager then asked Jiang to bring the check, and Min knew it was better to trust him. That's why he said that he would go get it right away and bring it back in a couple of minutes, after which he immediately rushed to the counter to finally present the check. Soon Jiang provided all the promised evidence that they had bought them for 50 yuan a pair of jeans. Chow immediately said that they bought them at that price and were selling them for 40 yuan, therefore at a loss, and they could buy them for pennies from someone and come to them to earn money. No one expected such a reasoned answer from the young man and literally fell silent, after which the main character dispersed the crowd and asked Ming and Shui why they needed more goods if they had already sold enough. After all, next time they will have many more dissatisfied people coming to them, and they will simply go bankrupt. Extremely worried, when asked what they should do now, Yufeng noted that he had been to Yishui Alley yesterday and had seen that jeans were indeed being sold for 25 yuan. Therefore, it would no longer be possible to sell at such a price. Then, the young man called them to have a snack and at the same time think about what to do next. Naturally, Zhang and his wife agreed, especially since the stress made them even hungrier. At this moment, Zhui suddenly pinched her husband, thereby urging him to tell everything. Min immediately said that they really had something to talk about. Chow was surprised. At lunch, they started saying that they would definitely sell everything and pay him back. But Yufeng pointed out that he didn't need them right now, and they could keep them for themselves. Besides, they will definitely need them soon to solve the current problem. Extremely worried, Jiang and Wen began asking again what they should do. Chow said that selling flared jeans would not be as easy now and that it was worth thinking about. So they have to go to the night market and sell them for 24 yuan. Ming's wife asked what kind of night market it was and how far it was. He also mentioned his stand so they could use it before the rental expired. Wen began to understand that she would have to stand at the market like some old woman and embarrass herself. Yufeng continued to tell them not to raise the price of jeans, but there was something else that the young man wanted to talk to them about, which only intrigued them. At the same time, Chow said that they will also have to change their logo and sell goods only at the market. A dumbfounded Jiang asked him again if it was really necessary to change the store sign. Yu said that they will now sell jeans on behalf of a branch of the capital's fashion factory. Surprised, Sui asked if this was the same company that organized the show in the capital of Mo. The main character answered positively. Min and his wife didn't really want to do that, saying that it is not nice to take someone else's brand because they can even sue them. However, Yufeng said that he had an agreement with them and therefore no one would touch them. All they need to do is sell as many goods as possible, after which they go home. Wen and Jiang were delighted with this news because under the auspices of the great capital factory, they would have no shortage of customers. But at this moment, Ming reminded Zui of how Zilai closed his trading shop, and Wen did nothing and just stood by, processing the refund and handing out their money. Zhu, in turn, was extremely outraged by her husband's statement and began to insult him in response, saying that he is not a man at all and is always trying to hurt or provoke her somehow. An enraged Zhang said that he, like a real man, always tries to solve the problem. But she always evades everything, and at the same time demands some specific actions from him. Wen suddenly declared that compared to Yufeng, there was not a single normal man in his family. Then Zhang reminded her that it was her will that had caused them to buy so many things. However, Zui said that it was before, and it doesn't matter anymore, and she's talking about today's incident. As a result, they spent a long time sorting out their relationship with each other. Yufeng meanwhile woke up early in the morning and called everyone to work. Everyone came out into the courtyard and greeted Chow, saying that today was an extremely auspicious day. At the same time, the guy said that Heelei didn't have to get up so early because he could control everything himself. One of the assistants suddenly said that Yufeng was working too much. The young man, in turn, replied that there was nothing better than working hard. Feng noticed that his son was not even visible on the horizon, so he hurried to wake up Bao. The boy immediately jumped out of bed asking his father what had happened. Kilai asked him a counter question, why he was still sleeping and not trying to show his best side, so that Yufeng would finally respect him and be able to entrust him with a good position in the future. The young man immediately began to get ready, listening to his father's words, declaring that this would not happen again. Bao literally flew out into the corridor like a bullet, saying that he would be ready to start work in a minute. Feng caught himself thinking that while he was working, he had completely failed to keep track of his son's upbringing. At this time, Ming and Wen went to the night market to finally sell the jeans. But at the same time, their eternal scandals did not subside, the initiator of which was, of course, Shu. The girl did not miss the opportunity to command her husband once again, but Jiang did not like this. He was constantly rude to her and didn't even try to calm down, giving in to her provocations in every possible way. At this moment, Sister Xiaodo suddenly approached them, and Ming was surprised by her appearance, so he immediately asked why she wasn't at home and what she was doing here anyway. The sister said that she just wanted to see how their business was going. However, she noticed that her brother was not happy with her sudden arrival. In this regard, she asked what happened. Zhang replied, "Chow will come here now." Xiaodo immediately fell silent and continued to look at their selection of clothes. She also asked why they didn't shout to attract customers. Wen said there was no point. Ming immediately began to express his dissatisfaction, saying that Yufeng had sent them to trade at this night market for some reason. He also gave away his stance, and Xiao, extremely surprised, asked if this really wasn't their stance. Zhang said sadly that it happened that way, and he gave them his place. But she didn't need to worry about it, adding that they would definitely repay him the debt. But the sister could not calm down. At that moment, they decided to return to their old place in the shopping center. Since there were no people, Xiao continued to argue that they should shout to attract potential buyers. But Jue kept saying the same thing, that Yishui Alley had simply taken their business away. The sister insisted on her own and noted that Yufeng did not trade correctly. Wen said he simply had no competition, since he was the first to start selling flared jeans. But they have a completely different situation, and nothing can be achieved by simple hard work. However, Xiaodo refused to believe it and quickly grabbed a pair of jeans, after which she began to scream, trying to attract people's attention. Suddenly, one of the girls passing by glanced at her, but went about her business. But the extremely stubborn Jiang did not stop there and continued to shout loudly. Ming believed that it would not bring any results and was therefore simply useless. Wen also believed that, after some time, the main character came to them and greeted everyone. Suddenly, he saw his ex-wife and was surprised by her zeal to help her brother, after which he asked Jiang how their trade was going and what they had sold. Zhu said that it was impossible to trade here, and therefore it was not a very good idea. Min added that Yishui Alley had taken all the customers, and business in the shopping mall was much better. The stunned young man asked if they had really sold nothing at all. Xiaodo noted that her brother simply didn't know how to trade, and that was the only problem. Yufeng began to explain why Yishu Alley had nothing to do with their trade. After all, he is 7 kilometers away from here, so it is not about him at all, and this is worth accepting. So Xiao was absolutely right, and the problem lies in their unwillingness to adapt to the circumstances. After all, he used to sell them for 110 wen, but they can't even sell them for 24. So Chow decided to show off his sales skills and grabbed a pair of jeans. Then he started shouting that the pants were selling for 24 wen, and that they were brought from abroad. The main character continued to urge people to buy jeans, as there was supposedly only one batch left. And within a few minutes, the market was full of people wanting to try on these products. Chow really knew how to do this and always found an approach to each person, declaring that in Yishui Alley there were 25 jins. The girls rushed to buy several pairs, which was already a good result. Yufeng was like a magnet for buyers. Wen and Ming were shocked by what was happening. People kept coming and buying jeans, thereby helping to get rid of a huge amount of goods. Xiaodo also took up the cause of helping Chow, who was constantly encouraging people to buy flares. Seeing her brother standing aside, the girl demanded that he start shouting too. The bewildered Min immediately began to call out to people in an extremely absurd manner. Wen hurried to bring the jeans so that the girls could try them on and ultimately buy them. After a certain time, it began to get light, and it was almost morning. Yufeng was pretty exhausted, but he loved to work and never felt sad about it. At this moment, Jiang, extremely grateful for his help, approached him and began to thank him. Chow just smiled in response, knowing full well that things would now start to look up for them. Soon he went to the wash basin to drink some water, but suddenly Xiaodo called out to him, asked if he was tired. The young man replied that everything was fine. Then he wanted to drink water, but the girl urged him not to drink it from that tap. Jiang insisted that the protagonist not drink this contaminated water because it was unsafe. But Yufeng said that nothing bad would happen, but Xiao was against it. Chow once again urged her not to worry so much about some dirty water. However, the stubborn Jiang repeated again that this water should not be consumed under any circumstances. Finally, the guy decided not to argue with her and simply smiled, since it was impossible to argue with a woman. At that moment, Min suddenly called out to him and said that they were done for today, thus not giving Xiaodo the opportunity to speak out in front of her ex-husband. Yufeng said that tomorrow Sui and Jiang should come here again and continue trading, and this needs to be done as soon as possible, because soon everyone will find out about their discount and will lower prices again. Min once again thanked Chow for his help and apologized because he had caused him a lot of trouble. The teenager replied that everything was fine since they were not strangers to each other. After all, true friends always help their friends in trouble, and that's how it should be. After which, he also brought them up to date with the flower sewing factory. Jiang and Wen listened to him attentively and said that they would do everything in the best possible way. After which, Yufeng finally went home as he was quite tired. Zhu noted that they also needed to get ready to go home, especially since it was already late. At the same time, she once again said that Chow had changed too dramatically recently, adding that it was most likely due to his wealth. Jiang held a different opinion. Soon they began to pack their things and headed home with peace of mind. Xiaodou, in turn, did not have time to tell Yufeng something extremely important to her. The next day, Qilai supervised the entire process and told the workers what to put where. The main character, in turn, was in a good mood and grabbed a shovel. One of them suddenly saw that Yufeng had decided to take part in the construction. In connection with this, he ordered everyone to push harder so as not to disappoint Mr. Chow. Meanwhile, the guy walked towards them, and everyone greeted the young entrepreneur. The teenager smiled and said that if they did a bad job, he would remove meat from the free lunches. After finishing his working day, Yufeng went to visit Yuping with Ziren. As soon as the doorbell rang, the old man asked Jan to let the boy in. The extremely surprised girl asked who had come to them at such a late hour. But Shen decided to remain silent and only smiled. Then Ziren hurried to open the door. On the threshold, she unexpectedly found the one she least wanted to see. The stunned Zan asked the main character why he came at all, and so late. A puzzled Yufeng said that he had actually come to visit Secretary Yuping. But the enraged girl continued to say that she couldn't come at such a late hour. The old man heard her complaints and called for respect for the invited guest. Ziren said that he had arrived late. Shin said that he personally called him at this time, while he looked at her menacingly, adding that he was her former classmate and that she should show him at least a drop of respect. At this moment, Ku came out and remarked that she had been like this since childhood, but in fact, Ran was good. After which, Gu asked her to help her with cooking in the kitchen, and Chow urged her to sit comfortably. The angry Ziran turned her angry gaze on the guy, making it clear that she didn't like him. Then she went to her grandmother in the kitchen, while Yufeng apologized to the secretary for the inconvenience. The old man, in turn, urged him not to cuddle with Jan, since she had really always been like that. The main character said with a smile on his face that everything was fine and he didn't hold a grudge against her.